If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I think Claire hit the nail on the head.
On the head.
This is Road Gang Radio, live on this Tuesday, and happy Veterans Day, Jimmy. Wait, I can say happy Veterans Day.
Oh, my God. Please say happy Veterans Day. Say glorious Veterans Day. Say deliriously joyful Veterans Day. Say it all.
Delirious.
Put it right in front of that word veteran. Make sure it is pluperfect positive. Positive forever and ever, amen, as Ben Folds 5 once said to different effect. Man, let me tell you right now, dude, it is a happy Veterans Day. Mm-hmm. Because, and by the way, our good friend Chowder on the chat, on the tube of you, if you're yakking it up over there, said it to begin with. Mm-hmm. He's a veteran. He said happy Veterans Day. There's your permission slip. You don't need one. Happy Veterans Day.
And if you want to pay some respects or you just want to say Happy Veterans Day, give us a call, because what's that number?
615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, bro.
Veins in your neck, veins in your neck,
Veins in your neck.
veins in your neck. Hey, guys, welcome to the greatest transpo show in the known universe. Forget about those folks over in Zebulon 5 with their bumbling bloviator of a ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, because this here is where it is at. It is Road Gang Radio. We'll be here from 7 to 11 in the center this morning. That means 8 to 12 in the east. Let's get back to this Happy Veterans Day thing. Mm-hmm. Are you happy to know veterans?
Oh, my God, 100%. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for veterans.
Are you happy to be in the company of veterans?
Oh, all day, every day.
I mean, are you happy that they're still with us?
Yeah. You make a good point, Jimmy.
Well, then there's a lot to be happy about because, man, in this year of our Lord, 2025, on 11/11/2025, there is so much to celebrate. We have so many friends in this space who are veterans and have served their country with honor, whether it is over doing radio in Korea, in the Pentagon, or in Way City. I just named 3 family members. Whether it is on, foreign ground over in the Sandbox or in Somalia, we got plenty of family members and friends who have done their bit.
Well, I think veterans have to do with something with that thing on your sleeve.
Oh, wait a minute. That's right.
Yeah.
You mean my flag?
Oh, yeah, that.
I got a little flag. We got a little flag on the Phonio Micros. It's Fastport.
Yep.
Of course, our friends in Fastport make all of this possible. They do it through people, technology. They onboard veterans. They recruit veterans. They train veterans. They exist in that veteran space, led by our good friend, Mr. Brad Bentley. Big leadership roles from Gina Harrison, Dave Harrison, all of our friends out there. To learn more about Fastport, you can go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. And they, of course, are the reason why we have a studio at the historic Degas House in the center of the city of New Orleans, merely minutes away from the birthplace of trucking radio.
Girl, you will get lost if you don't know where you're going here.
Yeah, let me tell you something else. So you do that this morning. You do your morning constitution. My dad had his therapeutic morning, as he always does.
I thought you were going to say, my dad had a poop. And I'm like, yeah!
No. As a matter of fact, we managed to get past that, and then you dropped the word.
BM. Sorry. Go on.
BM. Big man on campus. Hey, by the way, you had your walk, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
It just makes a difference, doesn't it?
100%.
Guys, do a constitution.
You
see what I posted, by the way?
Yes.
I'm sorry, no apologies.
No apologies.
10,000 steps means never having to say you're sorry, because that thing is open 24 hours in the middle of City Park. Go check out my picture on the Book of Face.
Go check it out. Did you get your app working to where it counts your steps?
No, of course not. So I have a step counting app. Of course not.
So I think I figured it out. I don't know if it's
Ray figured it out.
I don't know, because it worked, but it seems like it's a lot to do. Maybe I did too much, but if anybody can't figure out how to get their step counter, because I saw on the old chat that they had some problems on there, I think you would have to go on your actual apps and go into the different permissions that you give your app. So you want to give your athletic app on your phone, if you got a Galaxy, if you got a iPhone, give the permissions on that. And then I think that will work with the one that works for the Project 61, and then those will work together. And I think that's it. Just restart, do some stuff. I know it's a lot, but it'll be worth it.
All right.
All right.
I take your word for it.
Okay.
In 1945, veteran World War II, veteran of World War II, Raymond Weeks, had the idea to expand Armistice Day, celebrating all veterans rather than just the ones who died in World War I, because after all, the first Veterans Day, originally celebrated as Armistice Day, was issued on November 11, 1919 by President Woodrow Wilson, a year after the end of World War I. What Weeks did in 45 was lead a delegation to General Dwight David Eisenhower, who was all for the idea. Weeks then organized the first Veterans Day celebration in 1945 in Alabama, and every year since, until he died in 85. In 82, he was honored by President Reagan with the Presidential Citizenship Medal. Weeks was also named the father of Veterans Day by Elizabeth Dole. In 54, Ed Rees, U.S. representative from Emporia, Kansas, man, this just sounds like hyper-American, presented a bill to establish the holiday to Congress. Guess who's president?
Who?
Dwight D. And also from Kansas, signed the bill into law on May 26 of 54, 8.5 years after Raymond Weeks held the first Veterans Day. After having been through both World War II and Korea, the 83rd U.S. Congress, at the urge of veterans service organizations, amended the Act of 1938 by striking out the word armistice and inserting the word veterans. With the approval of this legislation on June 1st, 1954, November the 11th became a day to honor American veterans of all wars.
All wars.
There it is. There it is. So happy Veterans Day. The National Veterans Award was also created in 54, first received by Congressman Rees for his support in making Veterans Day a federal holiday. Though the holiday is currently and was originally celebrated on November 11th, the day would move the fourth Monday of October in 71 due to the Uniform Holiday Monday Act. Finally, on September 20th of 75, Ford had enough. He returned the annual observance of Veterans Day to its original date of November 11th, beginning in 1978. So the happiest of Veterans Day, yes.
Yes.
Good day for cold weather grilling down here.
Oh, man, right?
Good day for cold weather grilling. Really great day for cold weather grilling. Good day for Road Gang Radio as well. Kevin Lindsay's going to be here. Speaking of veterans, our friends from Reeds Across America are going to be here. Speaking of veterans, our Highway to Health is incredibly veteran-centric. Our good friend Brad Bentley of Fastport made the suggestion that maybe we should get Tina Atherall to talk about veterans' mental health, and she, of course, is from psycharmor.org. Lots of groovy stuff, lots of great stuff headed to you. But let's get to those phones, by the way. Who we got in the pipeline?
All right, listen, the phone line's still open, so give us a call. But we got Jody. Hey,
Jody in the house.
Florida man.
What's going on? First of all, happy Veterans Day to all the veterans. And second of all, y'all need to turn the heat back on down here. It's cold.
Dude.
Sorry. Somebody let the cold miser into the room.
We rarely get it, okay, Jody? Let us have it for a little while, because it's going to be warm again.
It's spring in New Orleans. Everybody's wearing sweaters and looking good. And Dre and I both have on casserole hats.
Yeah.
We are matching today. It's like it's like a groovy thing.
Twinsies.
Oh my God, we shop at the same store. What's going on, Jody?
Well, it is kind of funny when I jump out to get fuel and I'm still wearing my T-shirt and everybody else looks like they're ready, dressing like Nanuka the North. And I was like, hey, what's up, fellas?
That's the story of my life, bro.
Well, it's really funny, though, because so Dre and I are dressed like sane people would be dressed. I have on a very light sweater. Dre had on a light windbreaker. But there were people this morning, you're right, dude. I was at the gas station, and it looked like some guy was at, outpost number, 51 in the thing, It's just like, I kept waiting for McCready to walk out and be like, one of us is human and one of us isn't. I was like, what is going on here?
The blizzard's coming.
Hey, I seen one this morning, the guy was wearing a parka and a pair of shorts. It's like, well, you're just confused all the way from top to bottom. You don't know which way to go.
I know what he's doing, dude. He's like he basically he's turned off the AC at the top of at the top, and he has the heat on the floor. Is what he's doing. And so it's like what is it? It's like sunshine on the bottom, icy conditions on the top.
Dude, it's bad whenever you see. I just saw someone and they were just full on layered and just the fluffiest of fluff you can, and then the chihuahua was just high stepping. Just I'm good, nothing on it, not even shivering.
Oh yeah, that's this little guy here. When I take him out for a while, oh no, he gets the zoomies, and it doesn't even bother him. But all right, Jimmy, this is going to hit kind of a thing that you and I have talked about, and Jay will get it here in a minute. You were talking about veterans, and I knew Veterans Day was coming up. So yesterday, I took the time and I watched two older movies that have something to do with veterans.
All right.
Which one is The Final Countdown. I'm sure you know that one.
It's the boat that goes back in time and can prevent Pearl Harbor. But go on.
Yeah, the USS Nimitz goes back in World War II.
Yeah.
And then I watched The Flight of the Intruder.
Oh.
Flight of the Intruder is a good movie.
It's a little bit far-fetched, but it's a really good movie.
Flight of the Intruder.
It really is. I like that movie.
That's a nice double feature, by the way. The Final Countdown and Flight of the Intruder. Mm-hmm. There's a lot worse you could do, my friend. A lot worse you could do.
Could you imagine back when that movie was made, if that would have happened, the USS Nimitz or any Nimitz-class aircraft carrier getting transported back into World War II?
Oh, everybody loves
lasted all of about a half an hour.
Everybody loves all that stuff, like Harry Turtledove. What if the Confederacy had automatic weapons? Okay, Harry, we get it, but it's like have you ever read? You want to read a really great? My three favorite counter histories about World War III are The Plot Against America, The Divide, and Fatherland. But in The Divide, it's 1954, and the Germans and the Japanese have divided the United States right down the middle, and their meeting summit place is called The Divide, and the American resistance has something to say about that. So, that's worth checking out, too. You should read The Divide. You'll get a kick out of that if you like all that kind of stuff. So what are you doing? What's your day looking like, Cold Florida man?
What are you wearing?
I'm running down here. I'm in Mississippi right now. I'm running down here to Pineville, Alabama, to drop one off, and then pick one up right there, run it up to Arkansas, drop one and pick one up there, and then run that one on over to Palaca, Florida.
That's a good day.
So
that's a good day. We got veterans galore here, not just Reach Across America celebrating veterans, but Kevin Lindsay, who joins us at 7:30, is an honorable veteran of the U.S. Air Force, and Tina Atherall is going to be joining us, who's the CEO of Psych Armor, and then of course your friend and mine, Miss Lindsay Lawler, is going to be here to just give us a little bit of a life, because we need one over here, because we obviously are trying to force our way into fun. Jody, get out of here. Go have the best of days. I got to take care of the bureaucracy.
We will talk to you gentlemen later. Have a great day, and we'll see you later. We'll call again maybe today or tomorrow, whatever.
Go wear some pants. Bye, Jody.
We left him hanging there, like his pants. Go yak it up on YouTube. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Hey, man, open that Pandora's box and unleash a really good time. Live your best life.
Live your best life.
On Live 365. Or maybe you're just kind of pondering the possibilities, listening to this later on any of your favorite podcast platforms, because this is Road Gang Radio. We sit at the center of a good time in regards to trucking and transportation. All of it, of course, built on the traditions and the ongoing career of Mr. Dave Nemo. We'll take a quick break here, a deep breath as we always do, to reflect the possibilities and the past and the upcoming future of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star
wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope that you are having an awesome, awesome day. Pray that you had a great Monday, but right now we're faced with Tuesday. Luke chapter 14, verse 13 says something very, very profound. He says, so therefore, verse 33, any one of you who does not renounce all that he has cannot be my disciple. Now listen to what the text says now. I want you to hear it. He says, watch it. So therefore, any one of you, he's talking to a specific group of people, who does not renounce all that he has cannot be my disciple. Did you catch what he said? He said, if you're not willing to, watch this, to walk away from what you love the most, to be a disciple that's following Christ. He said, if you're not willing to walk away from stuff, then you're not my disciple. That's something to think about. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and enjoy your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Thank you, Pastor, and we will enjoy our Tuesday. Won't you there, Jimmy?
I'm going to enjoy it immensely because it is Veterans Day. Our good friend Brad Bentley is in the chat, has entered the conversation with the hashtag RGR. Our good friend Double L, the brand that knows no limits, Lindsay Lawler says, morning road gangers, see you soon, in quotes on the C. Bruce Almighty, good morning RGR, thank you veterans. Trucker Bosun, thank you for your service, my friend, and happy Veterans Day. Paranormal Pie Man says, say it with me, Dre, 1, 2, 3. Yo! 615-292-6366. Here's the favor you can do for me, whether you're listening on the Heart of I or the Tube of You or the Book of Face. Make your way over to one of those places where you can hit that like button, and hit that like button now. The more likes we get, the more people who don't know we're here will be able to see us and come to our rally point known as Road Gang Radio, all part of RadioNemo.com, where you can find us on platforms like Spotify and Pandora well after the show has shuffled off its live incarnation.
100%. And spread the word. It's okay to spread the word. You can tell your mama. You can tell your uncle. Tell your kids. They'll talk to people at school. They got internet. You know what I mean?
You want some good news?
Tell me some
I'll
good
give
news.
you some good news. So truck stop operator pilot surprised a truck driver with a custom truck and a cash prize for winning the company's annual Road Warrior contest. By the way, out of Central Casting, dude is from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Yeah!
Wait, Stacy Batiste.
Yes!
I mean,
That's my cousin.
Could you ask for what probably is? Could you ask for a more Louisiana named Stacy Batiste?
Hey, my cousin.
From Lafayette, Louisiana, as the winner of this year's Road Warrior contest, which recognizes professional drivers for their dedication, skill, and hard work in keeping America moving. And Cajun country as well, too.
Woo, yeah.
Let me tell you right now. And they got a great picture of Stacy over on CDL Life. Batiste has driven more than 5.1 million safe miles in 33 years.
Damn.
Here's the other thing, too. Happy Veterans Day to my man. He's a Marine Corps veteran and a mentor to younger drivers. On October 21st, Pilot and the Diesel Brothers surprised Batiste when he stopped at a Flying J in Baytown, Texas, while out on the road for work. He was handed the keys to a custom Kenworth truck built by the Diesel Brothers, as well as a $50,000 check. I'll take that right now. His family hid in the travel center to be a part of the surprise. Batiste's first job as a professional driver was hauling sugarcane in Louisiana. Oh, my God.
Oh, man, that brings me back.
I got my whole start coming out of, Lafayette, Louisiana, hauling that sugarcane.
Give me that sugarcane,
in South
baby.
Louisiana. And now, as an owner-operator, his truck will further his passion for safe driving and making a difference in his community. It's a great story. Speaking of great stories and speaking of Kenworths, Don't forget, today is today the last day, Brad Bentley? Let us know, by the way. I think yesterday was, but today is probably the last day to get your votes in and to make sure that if you want to have something to say about who wins that Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence, if not, go to transitiontrucking.org and just check out those amazing people. They're all great Americans.
Check them out.
Not a single one of those folks is overrated. I'll tell you that right now.
They're all impressive.
How is your Project 61 going, Dre?
Man, it's not going great. It started off kind of strong and went good in the beginning. Got a little slow in the middle. It's going pretty strong now because the past weekend I've done a lot of situations where a lot of walking was accompanied because I went to hang out with family and then they wanted to go to a certain festival and that put 10,000 miles on my not 2,000.
We could talk metaphorically, put 10,000 miles on you. Listen, I am like walking the walk. I'm just not talking the talk, dude.
Exactly, right?
It's that app thing threw me, man.
Yeah.
It just threw me, and I should have gotten on top of it. But I thought Dave was going to take care of that. Throwing Dave under the bus, throwing Dave under the bus. By the way, a horse was rescued from a swimming pool.
Go on.
On Sunday, November the 2nd at approximately 11:26. And by the way, this is a Twitter post. This is a Twitter post from Prince William County Fire and Rescue. Also their Facebook page. Fire and rescue units were dispatched to Burwell Road in Noakesville for a horse who had fallen into a swimming pool. Upon arrival, firefighters discovered a pony. Approximately 900 pounds had fallen into a pool. The pool had a canvas cover, it's a bad scene, and was surrounded by brick pillars and an iron gate approximately 5 feet high. Apparently, sometime during the night, the homeowner's horse had, well, you know where we're going here, right? Wandered into the pool area and stepped onto the canvas-covered pool and fallen in. The following morning, the homeowner called 911 when they discovered the horse upright at the shallow end of the pool in 4 feet of water. Whew.
Help me, I'm drowning.
No, that makes me feel good because if the horse stepped in the deep end,
game over.
And got entangled up in the canvas. That thing, horses can swim.
That's the worst, yeah.
Crews were dispatched to the scene for a service call, but quickly realized this was a large animal rescue. You think? Additional units and units from the Little Fork Volunteer Fire and Rescue, one of a select few departments specially trained and outfitted to handle large animal rescues, were dispatched to assist with the rescue. Little Fork's chief, Doug Monaco, a retired member of the Prince William County Department of Fire and Rescue. He retired in 2008. This dude who retired in 2008 arrives on the scene. I got it. Under his direction, firefighters constructed a ramp, placing it over the side of the pool and into the water. Two rescuers outfitted in dry suits went into the water. I mean, it's like, I just love these guys, man. Placing heavy-duty straps, slings around the horse belly and chest. So the horse is then positioned on the ramp. And once they get it there, they get additional personnel above ground who pulled ropes that effectively hoisted the horse up and out of the pool. Before moving the horse, veterinarians on the scene gave it a mild sedative to keep it calm. Once out of the pool, the horse is then walked to a nearby barn stable for further assessment by the veterinarians, ensuring there were no immediate signs of injury or distress. And this is what they had to say. Thanks to the first responders' professional, safe, and coordinated efforts, no injuries were sustained by the horse or the crew.
I thought you were just saying they just walked a horse through a bar and be like, I need a drink. It needs a whiskey.
Yeah, 615-292-6366. We would love for you guys to jump in and join the conversation. If you want to give a shout out to a veteran, we would love to hear from you. That would be really groovy. If you want to talk about your own service, we'd love to hear from you. That would be really groovy.
Chowder didn't call.
He's in the conversation, though. He's over on the chat.
He's all typing.
Any of you guys want to call today during any of the segments, give us a ring. Just give Dre a heads up that you want to give a shout out to a veteran. Yeah. We will make space. If we do have a guest on, we do ask one little thing, though, that if you come on, just give the shout out, and you can talk to us later on. But if you want to call to give a shout out to a veteran, please, we're not going to stop you. The only time we can't do it for you is during Trucking Tributes, because that's a pre-recorded segment. But other than that, we're good to go.
Just like Dave, I want to give a shout out to my dad. He was in Korea, and I'm very proud of him. And I've only got to know a little bit of the stories, but I think he went through some pretty wild thing. So I'm very proud to call him my dad, and I'm very proud to call him a veteran.
Joseph Hogan, who we all called Sarge because of his time in Korea, served in Korea. And he originally was given a flamethrower. He was assigned a flamethrower, and he couldn't carry it.
Damn.
He was so slight. He said, "I can't carry this." So the officer took pity on him and shifted him out. The idea of people being as big as we are now, that's like inconceivable.
Yeah,
he
that's
just was
true.
a kid.
Yeah.
And he's like, Sergeant, I can't do anything with this. But he would tell us stories over the campfire on Boy Scout trips about what happened at the Yalu River.
Oh, God.
You know about the Yalu River?
A little bit.
It's the famous moment where the Chinese army attacked the American forces.
Yes.
And he was at the Chosin Reservoir as well. And he talked about the idea that the Chinese army was so under-equipped but so big, they would mow down the first couple of lines of Chinese who were charging. The ones behind them would pick up their guns and keep charging.
That's heartbreaking to be the kid that gets handed a flamethrower and you can't carry it.
A lot of people were like that, though. Remember,
God.
Jimmy Stewart has to go through almost 6 months of extra boot camp because he is undernourished.
Because you just know that's a childhood thing of just being like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get a flamethrower. And then you get it and you're like, I got a flamethrower.
Yeah, 100,000 men at the beginning of World War II had to go through a special boot camp to get the nutritional levels up. The Depression had wrecked so many people nutritionally, including Jimmy Stewart, who was a working actor at the time. They were like, we're so glad that you want to serve, and we're glad to have you. Mr. Stewart, yeah, there's a problem here. What's the problem? The problem is that you are not of sufficient weight to actually serve in the armed forces. They started doing it before the war broke out. It was really clever, by the way. It was Roosevelt's way of also, well, if you won't give me a government program to feed starving people, I can draft them and feed them. And they did that. They got a lot of people up to speed as well. I want to take a quick break here. Of course, it means Kevin Lindsay is going to make his way over for another edition of T.A. Petros, Travel Centers of America's Maintenance Matters with our good friend Kevin. We'll take a moment to celebrate his service as well. He will be awkward, and and as all of you are. Some of you have gotten pretty good about thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. He's pretty good about it, to be honest with you. And he's very proud of his service. He's very proud of his entire career.
I sent him a picture and told him Happy Veterans Day, and he was very like, thank you.
He's on top of stuff.
Yeah.
He's got it going on.
Yeah.
We got it going on over here. You hear that tuba, which of course means we're in New Orleans, and we're going to get a whole big explosion of sound here in a second.
I just can't. I think about a plump kid now.
Plump kid. You can see him, can't you?
Yeah.
Allow me to tell you my great Christmas story about how a plump kid saved me.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Man, that was by the skin of our teeth. And you wouldn't even known it was by the skin of our teeth if I hadn't told you it was by the skin of our teeth. Man, it smells like fall in here, dude.
Yeah.
It is like outstanding. I got a coffee brewing in the other room. Dre has given us a little heat, not enough to be like, dude, it's stuffy in here. Get over yourself. It's not that cold. Just enough heat to make it feel warm and inviting. We had the fall music playing. We had the energy this morning. Dre took a brisk walk to get his morning constitution going. It's 11:11, which means it's Veterans Day here at Road Gang Radio. We've got a veteran with us right now, by the way, a guy who is humble and modest, did his bit, has done his bit all across the transportation industry as well, and has made his way to us.
Yep.
As he does every Tuesday, or as the good pastor would say, Tuesday. Of course, it is Maintenance Matters with Kevin Lindsay, the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. So thrilled to have him, guys. Go to ta-petro.com and find out what those folks can do for you. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
Hello.
I'm good. How are you guys?
We don't have any complaints of it. When I tell you by the skin of my teeth, Dre played, he skipped a commercial. And so I'm literally sitting down and I realize we're going back on. And I'm like, what is going on here, man?
Because anytime I put my spots in, I don't put in the opener until like later. And I jumped the gun. So, yeah, good morning, Kevin.
It was fantastic.
Hey, good morning. See, I thought you guys were talking about me because I just hopped on about the time you said that.
By the skin of our teeth and one step ahead of the sheriff, this is Maintenance Matters, which might, by the way, describe Maintenance Matters in many ways because so many people wait till the last minute to do anything in regards to maintenance. I'll get to that later. I better get to that now because I'm on the side of the road at this point. How was your weekend, by the way, my friend?
Oh, it was good. It was good. Got a little chilly on Sunday, but
a little bit.
What'd you put in your chili?
No. Snow. No.
Let me tell you something, man. We could not have timed our winter preventative segments better than we did. We closed them out last week, and then literally I have Mike Roth racing down to Gulf Shores. Why? He doesn't want to be in Indiana, so he's like 54 degrees at the beach. Sounds like a day in the sun. It was compared to what's going on in a lot of the Midwest and the Mideast right now. It's crazy. I mean, it's as if right on cue. Oh yeah. Can you hear me? I'm breaking up a little bit there. Are you guys getting me? You get me, Dre?
Yeah.
Because I'm.
Oh, okay. I get what you're going through. I got you. I'm coming over.
That's gotta stop. So what are we talking about today, Kevin? Let's just kind of jump in.
Oh, I thought we would try to spend some time here, maybe even the next couple of weeks or so, talking about some air brakes and the importance of air brake maintenance. But quite honestly, it starts further upstream than that. And a lot of people always seem to they don't. It's one of those things that kind of gets overlooked. And I know you guys on this show and people that may listen out there on a regular basis get so tired of hearing me say this, but that air filter on that engine is so critical for more than just one simple reason, because that's also the filter that filters the air into your air compressor. So it's one of those deals, I'm always preaching about these air filters, but I could never overemphasize the importance of keeping a good clean air filter on the truck.
And it's one of those things too where that really is a gradually and then all of a sudden. There are some things that just go from 0 to 60 and boom, you're done. And there's some things that really do take a long time and you can slowly watch the deterioration in what is happening. That filter is one of those things where it's kind of like, well, I'll get to that, and then literally what the hell happened? It really is a gradually and all of a sudden kind of situation sometimes, because take us through what not really doing that, what not really keeping up with that can do to you.
Well, it's kind of like you were suggesting, well, I'll get to that later. Well, oh, yeah, someone asked, when's the last time you changed your air filter? Oh, well, it was a couple months ago, but, I'll get that later. I'll get that later. And then next thing you know, someone's asking you again, well, it was a couple months ago. Well, it's a couple months after you said it was a couple months. And next thing you know, this thing, it can gradually over time, the dirtier it gets, and a lot of this will have a lot to do with the environment that you're running in, and anytime you've run through areas where there's lots of dust, possible smoke, things like that, you're going to get more solid particles out of that air that's going to pick them up, and you may not actually be able to see that from the outside of that air filter or anything all the time. Having a gauge or something on it, that's a great thing. The only problem with that is a lot of those gauges, are fed by little small lines that connect to them or small orifices. And a lot of times, if there's enough dirt or debris, even a leaf could clog up one of those orifices enough that those gauges don't read properly. So I mean, it can happen, right? Especially this time of year with leaves falling everywhere. No matter where you're at, even on the interstate, you see them flying around. So
I'm asking a question of ignorance, and I'm making sure I'm understanding this. So be like, well, my gauges, man, I probably should think about getting that changed. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, the gauges are fine. I'm fine. That's the problem, isn't it? It's like there comes
a
a
lot
point.
of times, right? A lot of time. I mean, that's what we do in our vehicles, right? I probably need to look at this, but well, look, I probably need to put some air in this tire, but my light's not on. I'm okay. So.
And I'm laughing because I'll be driving like on the I-5, like in California. Oh, my light's on. Probably should get that tire fixed. Oh, the light went off. I'm good. It just fixed itself.
Good. Yeah, it fixed itself.
Just put some air in there. Okay, I'm good. Yeah. Somehow, some way, the California Santa Ana winds refilled my tire with air. I'm good to go. A little further down the road. No, I mean, the thing is, that's what's so important about that sort of mindfulness. We've talked about gauges a lot on this show. But the idea is that once you see them, you should be like, you know what? Especially when you make a living off of it, let's go take a look at the soonest possible point in that. So, with the air filter, you get that slow air build, you get excessive wear in the compressor, but you can get oil in the air brake system too, which is just a disaster.
Yeah, because what happens is all three of those things you mentioned can be based off of simply a dirty air filter, because as that compressor runs, it's trying to pull air in from that intake, and as it does that, if it's restricted at all, now it has to pull it a little bit harder, which actually causes the rings in the compressor on the piston inside the compressor to actually unseat enough that oil can bypass. And once they do that, when it goes back up to compress the air and send it out, now you've got oil droplets in there, and the more that happens, the more it wears on that piston, on that compressor, and that's how it can wear that air compressor. It's just simple things like that you really don't think a whole lot about, but you got to figure, that air compressor, most of them on most trucks, over the road trucks, is just a single piston in there. But most all air compressors are gear driven nowadays, so anytime that engine's turning, that piston's going up and down. Just like with the engine, it's anytime the engine's running, that air compressor piston's going up and down. So now, it may not be compressing all the time. That's your unloader valve in there that does that. But it's doing that based off of air pressure in the system. So as it's doing this, though, as it goes up and down, when it is actually trying to pull air in and compress air, as it pulls down, it actually kind of creates a vacuum to pull that air in. And that's kind of the opposite way that, the rings and stuff in there are made. So you put too much of a restriction on there to try to pull that vacuum, and all of a sudden it's just harder to pull, when you think about it that way. And as it does that, it can cause those rings to bypass some oil or anything else that may come through,
Yeah, and that's what's so important here is the fact that, like I said, we're going back to the beginning, to the actual scene of the crime, is the fact that it's like, there is a theory, Benjamin Bratton came up with it. It's why New York in the 80s made that dramatic turn from being an absolute war zone into becoming a whole lot better in Times Square, because it's a theory called broken windows, that the moment you start seeing broken windows in a neighborhood, you should start policing the neighborhood when people aren't fixing them. And the best way to kind of prevent having to do all the kind of work we're going to talk about here on your air compressor is simply change the darn filter. Just get it changed.
That's right.
That's
right. That's right.
Because everything we're going to talk about next, in many ways, could have been prevented. Not all of it, but a great deal of it could have been prevented by simply changing that filter. We should probably pivot to the air compressor here at some moment. But is there anything else in regards to air filter impact that you'd like to cover?
Well, I mean, the compressor itself is the main item we're talking about, it impacting anyway, which, so that could kind of lead us right into that air compressor and talk about that. So when you do, if you got that problem with that air filter and it's caused that restriction I'm talking about, it kind of even though that thing's gear driven and everything's mechanically connected, as any of these things rotate and move up and down, there's a natural harmonic that's created, with like a vibration.
Right.
Just because you've got moving components and everything. Well, they're designed to work. Everything's designed to work at certain levels of this stuff. So these different harmonics going on in the engine and the truck itself and things like that. But when you kind of move that area of harmonics out, now all of a sudden those vibrations may be, a little more defined, a little harsher, in different places and components, which can actually cause, mounting hardware, nuts, bolts, different things like that to actually maybe not have the intended clamping force against another component that they should, and not to mention, you've got temperature changes, as the engine warms up and you've got dissimilar metals that may be bolted together, so you may have aluminum on one side and steel or cast iron or something on the other. So they're going to heat up and cool down at different rates, and the torque values for a lot of mounting bolts and things like that, especially for compressors, are critical because that bolt is designed to hold it there throughout this certain range. So you start throwing it out of that range, and all of a sudden you could get these vibrations, which can actually cause bolts to back off at times. Things like that.
I'm laughing. If we didn't call this this segment "Maintenance Matters," I'd call it "Natural Harmonics" with Kevin Lindsay. No, because basically you're messing with the string section of an orchestra is what you're doing.
Right.
You can begin to hear things go out of tune. There's a reason why you got to have a tune-up. I mean, I hate to be so ridiculous, but there's a reason why all this stuff. Sometimes there are musical analogies that work their way in when it doesn't sound right. I mean, the way an engine is supposed to, we've all heard it's got that nice hum, and that's the harmonics. I mean, and when that hum goes out of whack, it starts shaking and vibrating things, and when things start shaking and vibrating, they start loosening, they start breaking, they start cracking, all of that kind of stuff, so that you're constantly, one of the first best places you can do maintenance after making sure your air filter works is just by listening. You can hear it. You can hear that something is off, and that's such an important part. So that's where you check the mounting. If you begin to hear that thing, it's the first thing you want to do with an air compressor is check that mounting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because when the air compressor does kick in and starts pumping, and it's compressing air, you get a little bit different sound to the engine anyway. You can kind of hear it kick in and out, and most drivers know their trucks well enough that they can tell when it's doing that, when it cuts off, when it cuts on, when it's actually pumping, when it stops, not just from looking at air pressure gauges on the dash, but you can hear it, a lot of times. I've had drivers tell me, they hear it coming on and off going down the road, which, I'm not going to say I can, but, I've been listening to these things for so long. I've got a certain frequency range that my hearing is not necessarily as good as it used to be because of repeated sounds I've heard from trucks and things like that.
Well, I mean, let me make sure I get this right. So it couldn't be because of the fact that you've been around humming and roaring engines since the time you were on a farm, through your period in the Air Force, and then through an entire career in 80,000-pound monsters rolling up and down the highway. It's got nothing to do with that.
No, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it has nothing to do with that.
It's really funny, Kevin. I've done a lot of HVAC work in my life, and there were people who we've actually fixed their HVAC, fix the systems that kind of cool their house, and they get upset at first because I don't know if you've ever had this experience of that kind of thunk that you will hear when an air conditioner kicks on. That's not a good thing. You should barely hear it. It should be like home, and then the air conditioner begins to kind of kick on. But there's so many people who live in these houses where these HVAC systems, literally God said, let there be light. He hit the light switch and then he turned on the AC. And these things, I mean, you can hear them, and people get the comfort of the recognition of cool air or hot air is coming, but it's like you don't want to hear those kind of honk. I mean, those thunking sounds when things kick on. It's not a good scene, is it?
No. That sounds to me like you got got an air filter loose and on the side. It's trying to pull itself in because it's probably dirty.
Yeah,
I'm
but as
sorry.
I always
No.
says, it's like people have literally told me that means things are getting cool. No, that means the
Yeah.
thing's working too hard.
Yeah, something's working too hard to make noise, right? It's
I have a strange question because you have, when I was going through your air compressor notes, it says check for leaks, oil, coolant, air, and I was kind of curious if there's a connection here. The idea that if the mount is off and the harmonics are off, it causes the kind of vibrations and the kind of shakes and the kind of knocks that actually cause leaks.
Yes.
That the bump causes wear and tear. That's kind of what's happening here a lot of the time, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because, like I was saying, these air compressors, most of them nowadays are gear driven, which means they're going to be mounted to that engine. And so there's going to be some sort of seal, whether it's an O-ring or a gasket. So if the mounting gets loose, now you've got movement between two different pieces, which is going to disrupt that seal in some form or fashion, no matter how slight. But it's going to eventually cause, oil from the engine to leak out because, again, these things are gear driven, so they have to be lubricated, right? So they're mounted to the engine, so that, there's a lot of oil lubrication there. And, the air compressor itself, has passageways in it where it does mount on these gear driven ones that, it uses engine oil. So every time you do an engine oil change, you've still got a little bit of oil in that air compressor until, it fires up and starts running again. So, because I've had people ask me about that. So, so every time I get an oil change, I started it and run it and then the oil looks dirty again. Well, it's because you have residual oil, setting somewhere that's, whether it's by design or not, but a lot of times it don't always run out just right when you drain.
Well, it's
drain
also
oil, so.
there's also a bad diligence too, and like I said, please, I am actually asking questions here where I've seen people like they are very diligent about changing stuff when it runs down or when it goes dirty and all that kind of stuff. It's like going, the reason you're having to make the change so many times is because you haven't gone further back in the chain of diagnostic, in the sense that because you didn't check your air filter, you've now got a problem with your compressor. You've now got to figure out where that oil leak or that coolant leak is actually happening, where the air leak is happening, which means you got to go back and check your mounting. What you shouldn't be doing is refilling stuff just to kind of get yourself to the next checkpoint. Fix the problem, right? It's like go back further and fix the problem is what we're talking about here. And then like I said, what is it? So you've checked the mounting, you've checked your oil, coolant, air, and all that stuff. You found your leaks. Yeah. So maybe it might be a good idea to see how it's all kind of, if it has come out of whack, because as Jerry Lee Lewis said, a whole lot of shaking's going on, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because you do get some of that movement and everything once these things start, and you notice that oil leak. Well, yeah, sure, you want to maintain the oil in the engine and everything to get to where you're going and all that. But, you've got to get that repaired, right? I mean, you got to get that leak fixed, got to get it stopped, because once that starts, that oil leak could be an indication that something is loose. And if that's the case, you also have coolant lines going to that air compressor to cool down. So you got a different coolant circuit flowing through it. So now you could have those lines, if something's getting loose, can actually start moving and because they're going to expand and contract at different levels as well because they're different materials. So now you could end up with a coolant leak. You get a slight oil leak, and that leads to a coolant leak. And now your coolant's low, and you got to add a little coolant, got to add a little oil, all this stuff, and it could all go back to when's the last time I replaced that air filter?
We're gonna keep on. I'm gonna
keep going back there. I'm just gonna.
And it's because when you finally get this stuff fixed, it's like at that point somebody's gonna say, we've done all this work, but it all really begins with the simplest and probably the cheapest approach of changing the damn air filter. The air leaks are the toughest though, because at least with the oil and the coolant, you can see what's going on. It's like, and then then you kind of look. You're not looking, you're feeling at that point.
Yeah, and really, what happens is, once that starts and you do start getting those air leaks, well, you just lost pressure. which now means my pressure dropped, which means my unloader valve and my compressor is going to kick in. So now it's going to be pumping harder more often than it normally would. But I've got this other problem up here that, you really don't recognize yet. So now it's only compounding what was already going on, what started the whole process, right? So now you got more oil bypassing those rings and that compressor get pumped out. But here's the thing that, this can happen. Well, I've got this hot load though. I need to go get this done. You go get your work done, you get your load, get it dropped where you're going. You got to get these things looked at, because if you don't, oh, look, man, I've got a good customer call me and need me to go pick up this load. So you take off, back across the country to go get it. And so next thing you know, you've put it off a couple of weeks, a few thousand miles. Well, these things are still going on with that truck, right?
Yeah,
So,
and I want to keep on emphasizing this too. Kevin just said something. Put it off a couple of weeks. The difference between massive maintenance and actually just getting kind of checked on. The difference between actually having catastrophic work repair and getting stuff checked on and kind of reset is a matter of weeks. And that's the reality of it. I wanted to read you. Trucker Bosun says air dryer canister along with the filter should be checked regularly. Thank you for your input, Trucker Bosun. And by the way, Trucker Bosun, thank you for your service in the U.S. Navy. I wanted to kind of shout that out on this Veterans Day. Okay, sorry, I got totally in the weeds there.
Oh no.
But let's kind of talk about the compressor in general. This is such a tough segment to do because we have people who absolutely know the ins and outs of their truck, and we have onboarding people who are just kind of getting behind the wheel of a truck and kind of learning about this stuff. Can we talk about the compressor itself? What makes it work? How does the compressor work?
Well, really, as far as the air compressor goes, kind of like I was explaining, most of them are gear driven nowadays. So anytime the engine's running, you've got a crankshaft and the compressor turning around, the piston's going up and down. Well, the way an air compressor works is we got, I just call them, for lack of a better term, intake valves and exhaust valves in the actual head of the compressor. So you really stop and think about it. The compressor itself is nothing other than a small engine that don't create power, it consumes power. So it has to be driven by something else that has created power, like the engine itself. So when you really think about that, but all it's doing is pulling air in on the intake stroke as the piston moves down. The intake valve is open, the exhaust valve is going to be closed. So then as the piston starts coming up to compress, the intake valves are going to close, and the exhaust valves are going to stay closed for a while until it pressurizes that enough as that piston comes up. And you have to slow this down in extremely slow motion to truly understand what's happening. So it's just compressing that air. As it gets to a certain point, then that exhaust valve it opens. It overcomes spring tension on that exhaust valve and allows that pressurized air puff, to go out. So it's going to go out that line. So when it's doing that pull down, and if it's pulled any oil past those rings, when it does that pressurized, now that compressed air, which you stop and think about it, anytime you do that, you may pull in, say it's, today is 40-degree air that it's pulling in, but it's next to the engine, this thing's hot, and as it compresses, it actually heats it up. Well, all air has some moisture in it. So as it heats that up, as it compresses to build it up to 120 psi, which internally in that compressor, as it builds it up, it's actually a little higher than that, right? So as it pushes up and overcomes the tension on that exhaust valve, pushes it out into the line, now you relieve that pressure real quickly. So when you do that, you get this flow going around that exhaust valve as it moves out, which is some friction. So even more oil you got in it, the more heat that can generate. And now it's got to do all of that again, and it does this multiple times per second. So when you stop and think about it, really all it's doing is like a puff, 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 and you just stack all those on top of each other. And you've got these small heating up, cooling down as it does that. And the more oil that's bypassed those rings as it hits that line, and we call that a discharge line that goes out to that air dryer that does need to be checked on a regular basis and all that good stuff. So, but as it does that, this discharge line heats up. It's going to be really hot at the compressor, but it's going to cool down by the time it gets to that air dryer. So any solid particles such as oil or dirt, debris are going to rest on the lining of that discharge line. Over time, that can kind of build up, very, very similar to a clogged artery. And we all know what happens when your arteries clog up.
It's happening to me right now. It's happening to me right now, as a matter of fact. I want to take a few moments here to kind of say thank you for your service, but rather than putting you on the spot and making it awkward, I wanted to ask if there was one thing, given your experience and given all that you know about the way engines work and the way transportation and the way transport works, if there was anything from your service in particular that you learned about the trucking industry or about how engines work that has really stuck with you. Will you go back and say, "Oh, thank God I was in the Air Force because I learned this"?
Well, I was when I went in the Air Force, I was typically through basic training and my tech school, which was as a diesel mechanic. I was actually slightly older than most of my fellow airmen at the time. Because I waited a couple of years after I graduated high school to go in. I tried the college route for a bit and all that. But I would say this: I had been around, done some things, done a lot of mechanical work, been taught a lot of bad habits that I didn't know were bad at the time.
Right.
When I learned how things really work, I can remember sitting in class in tech school at Chanute Air Force Base in Rantoul, Illinois, and these light bulbs just kept going off in my head as instructors explained to me how things actually work. And and I remember thinking, everybody that's doing this should understand this. This is so easy. But a lot of it was because I had already had some experience with my hands on and had seen a lot of the conditions, that he was describing. This can do this, and I'm like, oh wow. So I started putting these different things together in my head, and to give you just a very, very slight example, and I know it's going to sound funny talking about military vehicles, but we actually had an air conditioning section in there, and I learned that everything I thought I knew about vehicle air conditioning, which all air conditioning is the same, I was totally wrong. Well, I did not understand the concepts of what really was happening. So
it's kind of like when a natural athlete plays his first organized sports ever. It's when you have an instinctive feel for how it works, but you've developed your own language, and then somebody comes along and says, let me give you all the shortcuts you've never had your entire life to show you how this stuff really works. That is the big thing that training and actual study makes a difference with. Kevin, we are absolutely out of time.
Wow.
I know. I'm telling you, dude, we're getting better at this every week. When we come back next time, we'll talk about air dryers, okay? We'll really dig into that stuff, okay? Unless you got something else on your mind.
Oh, sounds good.
Thank you, brother. Have the best of days.
You too.
Kevin Lindsay, of course, is the man with the plan over at TA Petro. Go to ta-petro.com. We'll be right back after this with our friends from Reeves across America. It's Road Gang Radio. Go to truckdown.com. Find a TA.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I am speaking with Chris Drew of Minuteman Security and Life Safety, the corporate office out of Andover, Mass, but Chris is in the southern part of the grand state of Maine. And
Amen.
Chris, welcome you to the show. Amen is right, brother.
Thank you.
Excellent. So, Chris, the first thing I love to do for audience on Trucking Tributes is to unpack your military career. I understand that you have a long-term service. So talk to us about that.
Yeah, so I served I was in the Air Guard, and the first about 5 years I was just a traditional guardsman where I would come in on the 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. And then long about 5 years into it or so, my position became available at the guard station where I was able to go to work full time, being behind the scenes, helping to plan the weekend activities and our deployments and that type of thing. So I did that for about 10 years. And then after that, I decided to get back out into the private sector.
What did you like best about your military service and the Guard?
I think was just duty to country and, doing my part.
That's pretty awesome. So how is it that you ever heard about Wreaths Across America?
Well, I was actually, I'd gone to a few of the convoy meets down here in the Southern, but I really got involved with Wreaths Across America from a couple of friends of ours who actually work in the office there, or did work. One of them has since passed away, but Beth Butler, who used to work in the office in Columbia, and she's since moved on. She's down in sunny Arkansas, and a friend of ours, Kathy Upton, also used to work in the museum there, and unfortunately, Kathy passed away last year. We miss her dearly. But she was most instrumental in getting us into this. She was really key, I guess is the best way to put it.
God bless her and rest in peace.
Yes.
We do miss her indeed. And of course, Beth has gone on to different pastures, but still very much a integral part of what it is we are doing here at Wreaths Across America. So came sort of part of that Wreaths Across America family, as we're all talking about. What struck you, Chris? Why did you feel so strongly about the mission to remember, honor, and teach?
I just think it's great that Karen and Morrill have looked to take care of the veterans, and they really have gone above and beyond. I know Morrill's more out of it than into it, but Karen has continued on as an integral part of it, as well as working with the on the board. But it just warms my heart to see that private citizens actually taking the initiative to honor those that have served and that are serving.
Yes,
and some of who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
Absolutely. And you make such a valid point. Often people are saying to those that they meet at Wreaths Across America, oh, thank you for what you do. And I'm very, very quick to respond to folks. Well, thank you. That's very nice. However, it's American citizens that are making, American citizens that are making all of this possible by sponsoring these veterans wreaths. And it's so cute that you mentioned Karen and Morrill. Of course, Morrill, as everyone loves his expression, well, I'm just a wreath maker. A lot of people think that he's intricately involved in the work of Wreaths Across America. He is not. In fact, they are our wreath vendor. He is our wreath vendor, but
Right,
otherwise he does
exactly.
not have really any say or input into the day-to-day activities of Wreaths Across America. Of course,
Exactly.
Worcester is our executive director, very, very involved, obviously, in everything that we do, and she keeps us moving forward as our theme for 2025 expresses keep moving forward. And it's so true, Chris. It's American citizens who are making this happen, whether it's by sponsoring veterans wreaths that you can do online at wreathsacrossamerica.org. And of course, those veterans wreaths are placed on the headstones of our fallen. We ask all of our volunteers to say their name as they place those wreaths. And we are now, Chris, if you can even imagine, at well over 5,300 participating locations.
Wow.
That's in addition to our flagship cemetery for, if you will, Arlington National Cemetery. And that's just because individuals just as such as yourself are stepping up saying, hey, we love this mission to remember, honor, and teach. We think it's important to remember, honor, and teach, and we want to be involved with it. So, Chris, what did your actual first involvement look like? I know that you've known some of our folks, but what did that all look like for you?
Well, I mean, I like I say, I attended a couple of the convoy meets in past years. And then last year I started getting the inkling to become involved in, the delivery portion of it. I started thinking about it more and more, and I actually talked with Kathy about it, and she put me in touch with some of the folks there at the Wreaths Across America corporate office, and they were able to get us involved with my company has a small 16-foot construction trailer that we use for storage on customer sites and that type of thing when we're doing projects. And they were kind enough to allow us to use the trailer and one of the trucks to come up and pick up a load, and we were honored enough to take part in a little bit of the initial convoy from Columbia out to Ellsworth last year. Going to do it again this year, good Lord willing.
Oh, that is so cool. I love this story, and I'm going to have you get more in depth with it, but tell us a little bit about your company. It's Minuteman Security and Life Safety. Tell us about your company and how you operate, Chris.
Sure. They're actually very veteran friendly. We have a number of veterans that work for the company. One thing that they're making a change this year, but in previous years, they have had the special Veterans Day holiday for just the veterans to have that day off. So if you were a veteran and you worked for the company, you had that day off where everybody else was working. This year, because we've done some acquisitions and that type of thing, they're moving it more. Everybody's going to have it going forward in 26. But as far as the company's concerned, we do low voltage electronics. We do card access. We do camera systems, closed circuit TV. We do access control. We do fire alarm and security systems, intrusion detection and that type of thing. Pretty much low voltage, we do it.
Okay. How long have you been up and running and doing this?
I've been with the company for 4.5 years. But the company itself has been around for probably, I want to say, a good 25 to 30 years.
Excellent.
In different modes. I actually became involved with Minuteman through a friend of mine who's now my boss. And we worked for a company that was acquired a few years ago. Norris Incorporated was the company, and he and I worked for them. And then he actually let me know about the position that I'm in now that was becoming available. He wanted to know if I wanted to check it out. I was sure, why not? So it was an opportunity for me to get off the road and into an office and be able to support customers remotely. So I was really looking forward to that because I'm getting up there in age, and being on the road for 12 hours a day wasn't really as interesting to me as it was when I was, 20 or 30.
Sure, that can be a long day, without a doubt.
Yep.
Speaking with Chris Drew, he is with Minuteman Security and Life Safety, headquartered out of Andover, Mass. Chris is in the lower half of the state of Maine. And Chris, I am speaking to Chris on Trucking Tributes, of course. We thank the folks at RadioNemo for having us on the show today. I'm Susan Patton, and I was told about Chris Drew by our Director of Transportation, Courtney George. And Chris kind of touched on it. We're going to jump in a little bit deeper on this, but Courtney George, our Director of Transportation, of course, always saying on Trucking Tributes that if she knows the dimensions, she can pack that trailer. Now, we can't do a flatbed, we can't do a tanker, obviously, but we are always building relationships with people who can help. So if you've got a tractor, but you need a trailer, we've probably got somebody with a trailer who needs a tractor, and vice versa. And that's how it works. And so Courtney is always saying, hey, if you've got a will, we have a way. So don't stand back and say, oh, no, I can't do it. And Chris Drew, obviously, you
Absolutely
did not stand back either. So you talked to Courtney, and how did it all go down? I mean, how did your first range? What was it about?
Sure.
For those who don't know.
Sure. Well, last year, it was kind of our infant year, so to speak. I kind of became involved in it, not really knowing the way things happened and that type of thing. So it was kind of disjointed at first when we got there. Nobody was, I'm a 16-foot trailer versus these 53-foot truck to trailer trucks. It was a little overwhelming when I got there, trying to find a place to park in amongst all these big rigs. But as far as, once I got there, everybody welcomed me with open arms. The folks there that were helping out, giving, showing where the food was and whatever swag was available, that type of thing. It was very, very, very humbling to go there for the meet, to get arranged for our cargo. And they didn't really, because the way that it happened, I don't think there was really a load put together for us. So we kind of had to hang tight for the day and see what transpired over the day. But like you said, if you give them the dimensions, they'll fill it. And they filled that trailer from stem to stern, so to speak, without an ounce of extra space. And we took 3 loads. We had one that we went to New Hampshire with, my son Aiden and I, Aiden also works for Minuteman. He and I went and did the actual deliveries. We went to one place in New Hampshire, one place in Massachusetts, and then we were slated to do a delivery to New Jersey, which was looking to be a long day for us. But fortunately, we contacted the point of contact, and she had a truck that was actually going to be in Connecticut that day. So we were able to meet him at a point in Connecticut. So it was a little bit closer. It saved us probably, I want to say, about 4 or 5 hours maybe of turnaround time. We were trying to get it all done in one day. So it was kind of...
That is so awesome, Chris, because you are speaking to exactly how we operate. We've got so many lanes throughout the country that are available and open, and many of our transportation carriers have been with us for years. And as you said, the traditional 53-foot trailer, the tractor trailer unit, and it comes in, it loads. We know exactly how many wreaths are going into the back of that truck, and out they go, and they've had their lane for some time. But what happens with Wreaths Across America is we allow our citizens to sponsor veterans wreaths right up to practically National Wreaths Across America Day, which is this Saturday, December 13th this year. And we really try to allow people, because we've had cutoffs in the past, but then we find so many people kind of have missed the cutoff, and then they're very disappointed that they can't sponsor a wreath. So we try not to disappoint people. We try to get that up. And some of our smaller carriers, Chris, such as yourself and your son and Minuteman, is that's exactly how we do those last minute loads, those overflow loads, if you will, for lack of a better term. And we come up with a lot of that. And you've got to know that, one of our smaller drivers said to me at one point, I know I don't do a whole lot. I only did like 2,000 wreaths, but that, what you're doing, that small load is huge to Reefs Across America, because otherwise we would have to pay extensive shipping costs and mail costs through traditional FedEx or UPS or however it's done. And that would be so expensive to us, to our nonprofit. So to have the little guys, as we say, forward like you guys have, is tremendous. And you've really illustrated for us how it goes, that it may be a little last minute, we may not know where you're headed initially, but I'll tell you what, the phones in the transportation division at Reefs Across America never quit. Courtney is always on the phone. Sarah is always on the phone. Rob is always on the phone. And they are making these last minute determinations on who can go where, or even, as you mentioned, who can touch base with whom. You might have a load transfer, or a key handoff, or what have you. And that's how the transportation sector works for Reefs Across America. There are all sorts of scenarios involved. So when you met with some of the volunteers, Chris, the other folks, the boots on the ground, as we refer to them, what was that experience like for you and Aiden?
Oh, it was great. I mean, like I said, they all welcomed us with open arms, treated us just, as no different than anybody else. And it was very, very humbling.
Love it. I'm Susan Patton, your host for Trucking Tributes today on Radio Nemo. I'm speaking with Chris Drew with Minutemen Security and Life Safety out of Andover, Mass. Chris is a 15-plus year veteran with the Maine Air National Guard, and we thank him, of course, for his service and his patriotism in serving our country and stepping up to say, I will serve. And his son, Aiden, thank you very much, Aiden, for helping Dad do some of these wreath loads. And, Chris, for those uninitiated, how would you describe coming up to the Truckers Lounge and getting, I know you said it was a little disjointed because we weren't quite sure where you were headed, but define that experience a little more for our listening audience.
Well, I mean, basically, we showed up there on the morning of load in, and I really didn't know where to go, because I mean, a lot of companies have the designated coach, I guess is what they call them, where they have one person who's in charge of it, and they'll get all the information and that type of thing. So I didn't really know where to go. But once I got in there and met with the people, they pointed me to to Courtney, who helped get my load together, and it was seamless, pretty much. I mean, a little disjointed at first, but other than that,
We try very hard to make it easy for our drivers who are having to go hither and yon to make sure that the experience is comfortable and that we support you in every way. I had another professional company tell me just recently on Trucking Tributes, Chris, that Reefs Across America probably has the biggest network of support that they have ever encountered as and this was a larger company, much larger company, trucking company out there. And he said, Reefs Across America really makes it easy for us to step up as a company and say, what can we do to help? And we are there to guide them. And it's so true. We have, an international footprint as a nonprofit organization, but a very small staff. But easily said, our staff, our roles and responsibilities are literally to support our volunteers, to make sure that we make your jobs a little bit easier to handle and know what you're doing. So meeting the volunteers who were there at your locations, what was that like? What was the feel like?
It was very, like I say, very welcoming, and friendly, and we really had a good time. One of the things I did want to mention is, when we first got there, there's all kinds of trucks and that type of thing at the Truckers Lounge. But Sunday morning when we woke up to get ready for the convoy, I had no no recollection whatsoever what to expect, no expectation. And we got there, and it was just mind blowing seeing the numerous number of trucks that were there, and the outpouring of service that the guys were given, the guys and gals, I should say, that they were providing. It was just unbelievable. I mean, and I don't know if you remember, like last year was not the best year for takeoff. It was very, very stormy that morning.
Wintry,
matter of fact, what's that?
It was a little wintry, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And I gotta give tributes out. I don't know the gentleman's name, but directly in front of us, and was a gentleman on a tricycle motorcycle, a tricycle motorcycle. He had his flags on the back. He never winched at all. Made it most of the way to Ellsworth, and then the wind finally got him, I think, down around Gouldsboro, somewhere down around there. It just got to be too much with the rain and the wind and the snow and the
I can tell you his name, and he's a Marine, right? So
okay.
The Marine is going to just keep pushing through no matter what. That was
absolutely. Yep. Well,
he has been one of our Patriot Guard riders for years and years and years. And,
okay.
Maybe a little stubborn. I might put that in.
No.
He'd be the first one to agree that he might have been a little stubborn about. We tried to tell him that it was going to be snowy, but Bill Michelle has always pushed through for us because he's an
won't stop him
patriot, and folks love that, and and our law enforcement knows that we'll try to make it safe for our motorcyclists, and if not, what they wind up doing is they peel off, they wait. For clear, then they get back on the road and they can move a whole lot faster than the escort can.
Right. Yep.
And so they get ahead of us and they rejoin us down the highway. And it's we love that song "Snow" at Arlington, done by Don Campbell, where they check the road ahead to be sure that we're okay, and that's really their role and responsibility with us on the Wreaths Across America convoy and the escort to Arlington. And many people don't realize that, Chris, that if you are a transportation supporter and you are hauling veterans wreaths, you can, in fact, if your load allows it, and if your destination for your load allows it, you can hang tight with us in the state of Maine and actually depart with us as the annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery gets underway. So that truly, in the state of Maine, makes the annual wreath escort literally miles long as we depart the state of Maine. And as you were alluding to, it was almost kind of a little intimidating to be a smaller carrier in amongst all these big guys and gals. And
exactly,
we have room for them all, and it really does. Tremendous veterans parade, as we call it, leaving the state of Maine and going into Ellsworth. And then as we get into Ellsworth, Maine, a lot of folks have to peel off and go in different directions and so forth.
Right.
And the annual wreath escort itself is typically about 11 to 12 tractor trailer units, with another smaller unit or two for some of our ceremonial wreaths and that sort of thing. And anybody getting involved, if you're listening to Trucking Tributes today, please give us a call. Reach out to Courtney George, because we always, always need trucks. And some of them can be small trailers, just like Chris. It doesn't have to be the typical tractor trailer unit. By golly, we've had folks hauling with motorcycle trailers too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Last year was our first year where we initiated the motorcycle unit that wasn't the Patriot Guard in front of us. Rather, it was the guys and gals who have motorcycle trailers. And
okay.
They unloaded that trailer and they put it in, and we can put boxes in it. What, Chris, do you think was probably some of the most meaningful moments for you that we haven't touched on that you think are important to share?
I mean, I think probably the was, I got to say, was during the when we did the trip from Narraguacas High down to Ellsworth, just seeing all the folks lined up on the side of the street. The gentleman that would obviously be a veteran, or down to the young kids, standing there with their hands on their heart, or just standing there reverently, giving the appreciation. Just seeing that, and I mean, especially last year with the weather the way that it was, the number of people we still had out there, standing out there
And
to
we
meet
go
the.
in all kinds of weather. Obviously,
Yep.
we err on the side of safety, but if we have nasty weather, then our law enforcement officials make sure that we just go extra slow. And, it may delay. The joke at Wreaths Across America with the annual wreath escort is, we might be running a little late. But try to move that package down the highway,
Yep.
right? Our law
Sure.
enforcement officials are incredible. Those folks that work with us every year.
Yep.
And to make sure that we are moving safely and responsibly. But let's face it, our military never had a choice. You never had a choice.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, you couldn't just wake up one morning and say, "Oh heavens, it's snowing. I don't think I'll go to duty today."
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, they just didn't have that choice, nor do we.
Right.
We are in line to hit a certain destination at a certain time. And we really can't thank you enough, Chris Drew. I mean, just amazing stepping up to the plate. Now, you understand that you're going to be participating again this year, right?
Yep.
Do you know any more at all about your loads yet, or is it going to be another year?
Nope.
You're just gonna
No, I'm still waiting.
flexible?
I actually Courtney actually got a hold of me, and she's putting a load together. So I should have it within a week or so.
Yeah.
It's the end of October right now, so she said probably beginning in November, beginning to middle of November. I should probably hear something from the load masters. So.
Yes, absolutely. And, it's amazing how time flies so quickly. We're in season. We are already, or I say we, Worcester Wreath Company, our wreath vendor, they are already working on the tipping process, which, by the way, these trees are not cut down, these balsam fir trees. They are tipped. It's actually an agricultural process in the state of Maine by which people gather brush for holiday events and decorations and so forth. So these trees are tipped, and then branches are gathered from the trees, and those branches make up the bouquets, the fresh balsam bouquets that are on these veterans wreaths. And it really is a tremendous process. Now, were you able to see any of that process when you came up to Maine for the first time, Chris?
Well, yeah, I had, and I'd actually been, Kathy had gotten us over there, and we actually were able to. We made a couple of trips out there. Actually, one of the trips was a number of years ago. We came up there for a concert at the amphitheater, but the year before I did this. We actually, I contacted the folks there in the office through Kathy, and they had one of the dog tags made for my uncle who had served in World War II. And we were able to go out there and hang it on the tip land.
Yeah, it's such a special place.
So,
Tipland,
yep.
Balsam Fir Tipland. The dog tag is part of our Remembrance Tree program.
Yep.
If you're coming up to Maine and you have a family member who has served, you are able to select one of those balsam fir trees, call it your own family tree, and Wreaths Across America will make a dog tag, replica dog tag, of course, with your information on it from your family member, and you can place that on the tree. And, folks, visitors to the Tipland just love going out and hearing those dog tags.
It's just, it's mesmerizing. It really is. Just being out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Drew, one of our military veterans who has stepped forward yet once again to say, I will serve. And in this capacity, it's by hauling veterans wreaths. He doesn't have a tractor trailer unit. He's got a smaller trailer, but by golly, has been willing to fill it and become a member of our Wreaths Across America honor fleet, making sure that those veterans wreaths are getting to the volunteers, our boots on the ground, so that military members who are laid to rest in our participating cemeteries can be remembered, can be honored, and we teach that next generation, as Chris alluded to, having his son with him on the trip, teaching that next generation the value of freedom. Chris, anything else before I let you go today on Trucking Tributes?
No, I mean, one of the things that I probably should have mentioned before, but that I really enjoyed was knowing that a couple of the places where we went to deliver, I don't know that you could have got a tractor trailer truck in there, but those guys and gals work miracles.
Exactly.
But one of them was a an American Legion Hall that was on a side street and didn't have a real big parking lot and that type of thing. But I mean, I'm sure they would have made it work, but it was much easier for us to get in and out of there, I think.
You are precisely right. And
Yep.
it's not always a large national cemetery that's participating.
Nope.
Any cemetery where U.S. service members are laid to rest can participate. Volunteers need to just get permission, of course, from that cemetery operator and come in and honor the fallen within that cemetery. And you're absolutely right. Many of these smaller locations are not able to host a large tractor trailer unit. By golly, we have some folks out west, Chris, that are showing up with their horse trailers. And their livestock trailers to offload the tractor trailer unit, and the driver of that tractor trailer unit calls the location coordinator, says, hey, we're going to be here on thus and such a day, and then they make arrangements to have other volunteers come in and offload that truck.
Gotcha. Yep.
Everybody, it literally takes a village, if you will, of all
Amen. Yep.
transportation modes to pull this
Yep.
off. Chris Drew, thank you so much for stepping up, serving us once again as a country by making sure that you are a represented member of the honor fleet for Wreaths Across America. Thank you for taking the time out today and joining me on Truck Tributes.
Thank you, Susan. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate it, and I enjoy doing it. So.
Well, thank you so much.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang, because this is Tuesday, and we are at the House of Degas, also known as what, Jimmy?
Passport Studios. Also, I'm like, well, what is the other name for the Degas house? I'm like, what is the other name of the Degas house? Oh, you meant the building that we are in is the Degas house. And, of course, this is all paid for by our friends at Fastport. Our next guest, by the way, was a suggestion of the president of Fastport, Brad Bentley, who actually made the suggestion. And Claire reached out, and Tina Atherall, who is the CEO of Psych Armor, joins us this morning on Highway to Health. We had a great talk, by the way, yesterday with Joyce Brennan. And we were talking about the St. Christopher's Fund's commitment to mental health, that along with all the other offerings that they have going on over there, they are making a deeper commitment to the mental health and well-being. And we talked about the implications of what that means in regards to stress leads to inflammation. Inflammation, of course, leads to the breakdown of the body in a faster form. We all break down. I mean, we're designed to break down. I mean, even the best of trucks, after 200, 400, 500,000 miles, they all come, the wheels come off. That's what happens. But there's ways of kind of expanding the longevity of not only your engine, but yourself as well. And it's one of the reasons that Highway to Health here. Today's our maintenance day in many ways, along with it being Veterans Day. And Tina, can't thank you enough for making yourself available. Good morning to you. And how is this Veterans Day treating you?
Oh, good morning. Well, I absolutely love that introduction. So fun. I can't wait to hear your guest from yesterday. Everything's going well here in Veterans Day. This is like the season of abundance for us. There's so many great activities, and we just love to see not only our very own community, the military connected community, but the greater community at large celebrating our veterans and their families and caregivers. So it's a special day. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. And Psych /Armor, psycharmor.com is training a grateful nation. They are asking folks out there to join their effort nationwide to enhance support for veterans, service members, survivors, and family. And I love the last two words, through understanding and connection. You really can't connect to people until you actually understand where they're coming from. Understanding doesn't mean that you feel the same way they feel or that you are emotionally on a natural harmonic with them, but it does mean that you've made an effort to kind of understand the building blocks of what brought them to that place. Tell us a bit about Psych Armor in kind of the 30,000-foot view, and then we'll get to particulars.
Yeah, absolutely. So you did a great job summarizing it there, but Psych Armor really was started around that unique need of helping communities understand the military or veteran connected individual. And in particular, since you mentioned mental health, it worked in that initial spot of mental health providers needing to better understand their client, because if they're going to be sitting with them and walking with them in their journey and helping them into the future, you need to know where they've come from. And so the unique needs of our military and veteran community, Psych Armor starts at that intersection of cultural humility and helping individuals, even the military community itself, right? There's all different branches of service and they have all different kinds of jobs. So starting that conversation, we say, really builds that connection to understanding. And then from there, everything's asynchronous. I think that's the main thing to start with, but we also do live trainings and in-person events, and we work a lot with organizations on that pivotal point of how do I help create these solutions for our military connected in our own organization.
I wanted to kind of talk about this on a personal level too, and kind of go through your journey a bit here. One of the things that if I tried to read your bio, it would be half of the segment, as are so many qualified, wonderful people who work in this space. Can you tell us a little about your own personal journey to becoming Psych Armor, to actually, in embodying the values that it espouses? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I really dislike bios. I think, for one, I just want to say I was so excited to be on this format to this audience, because I grew up in Michigan. I am, my background to why military. My grandfather served in World War II. My father was in Vietnam in the Navy during Vietnam, and then I was a part of the Marine Corps family system for over 30 years. I married a Marine. But in my childhood growing up, we spent a lot of time on highways between Detroit and Pennsylvania, and I know how to talk on a radio. So I was really, this kind of brought the little girl back in me, thinking about a really unique community of people that just took us on long roads, and I learned a lot of respect around truckers in the trucking industry. But I'll put that aside. So the military is my family, and it was not when I became a military family member that increased my need to understand the new system that I had belonged to. And so through my journey, I was a part of many different systems that supported the military family. And by trade, I'm a social worker, a clinical social worker. And after 9/11, when there were so many new increased needs for our community, in particular, serving those that had been affected by war, either wounded, ill, or injured, and supporting the family members, and really that new conversation around caregivers, I embraced the nonprofit community, that social impact community, because it was a place where I found that we could fill really particular needs that maybe our government partners or our healthcare partners, our community partners were unable to meet. We built that in nonprofits. So I've been a part of some great nonprofits over the years, and Psych Armor was a particular interest to me as an educator, as a social worker, as an educator. That's exactly what we do at Psych Armor. We really work on that intersection of educating around particular topics to help people either deliver their programs and more effectively, or really start to create that awareness that something needs to be done. You need to do something more. And that really excited me. So it's been a really unique blend. I have 4 children that grew up in the military system. Having been a military family member and understanding those unique things, it gives me a really good lens on the work that we do at Psych Armor. And also everyone at Psych Armor is military connected. And so it's family and work, and it's family in our community.
So much of what we focus on here, you guys play a large part in the kind of world that we're focused on with veterans. Our friends over at Fastport do the same thing. Is that you brought up your family, and the idea that when a member of the family, in fact, is serving, and they are an integral part of the family, meaning they're at the home a lot of the time, is that both the people who are not serving, but serving in what I call the satellite function, the support network for the men and women who serve, and for the person who serves, it's so important in a household that both sides of the household understand what it is mom or dad does, or what it is that the son does, while at the same time that the son or the service member in any form or fashion understands what the civilian rhythms of life are. In many ways, you guys kind of almost apply what a healthy family does to make a functioning world for the service member and the service member for them, and you apply it to the workplace. And you can always correct me when I get this stuff wrong, but it's about creating an atmosphere, a workplace, a home place, a world for these people to exist in that acknowledges the structure and rhythms of both sides of the equations, so that we can both accommodate people when they come home, but at the same time accommodate people in the workplace as well. Can you talk about the factors that go into establishing that well-being? Because if the atmosphere and the environment and the workplace and the home place have those factors under consideration, then they can either be mitigated or amplified. So talk about the factors that contribute to an overall well-being.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that. And thank you for not honing right into mental health or behavioral health, because sometimes that's where people want to go, right? Like they want to talk about, well, so what are these things we know about that are risk factors for the military and veteran community? And exactly where you went is the conversation that we want to have. And that's really around the well-being domains. It is that entire system. It is not just about the individual. It's also about everybody in their system. And one of the things that I always kind of hung my hat on is I worked a lot around this big grand challenge of eradicating social isolation. And really my look at that was when we are isolated, when our connections are fractured, when we continue to create this big, huge gap between ourselves and others, we're not well. Many things happen within that. So the reverse to it is well-being. And you defined it perfectly. There's multiple things within that well-being paradigm, and that's or the domain, and that's your physical well-being. I think for your industry, sleep, right, has probably become like a
kingdom.
Really good topic.
It is the kingdom. It is the kingdom that most people don't understand, that they don't just need, but they need to go to and be excited about the world that they create inside of their sleep, because it is where everything processes and comes out the other side. You want to be a dreamer, and I mean that literally. That's important.
You want to be a dreamer. Exactly. I love that the workplace industry is starting to focus on this. My youngest son has chosen a path of service, and he's in a fire service program. And he was so excited to come home and tell me one day that they're changing the way that the alarms go off in the firehouses so that they're not so alarming, right? Like they're going to wake you up. You're going to get to the fire. But it's not that dopamine, like, you got to go, right? And so I think and also knowing how shifts are changing. I was with a special forces individual a few weeks ago, and he was talking about selection process on how they were embedding this into this physical well-being. And I think many industries and workplaces understand the word of nutrition, some better than others. I'd like to wonder how that translates to your industry, because you might be working on long roads that are food deserts. So how do you bring in nutrition? But that overall, like, physical well-being is, you mentioned inflammation before as the guest before. Like, I am just obsessed with the conversation around inflammation. There are some great people that are doing some enhanced testing around being able to see PTSD levels based on inflammation levels. So can you imagine, like, now you can take this out of your head and understand it in your body, which, and back in the day of beginning as a clinician, I always be like, well, mental health is just like diabetes. You take your medication for diabetes. So anyways, the physical health part of it is a really big thing. And then obviously your mental health, your cognitive well-being, that engagement, that mental clarity, cognitive flexibility, cognitive health. And I think this is something, as we look at the aging and longevity, it's not, oh, we're going to lose our cognitive health. No, what are those things that kind of even go back to that physical well-being that are going to help us longer? And when I think about, in particular, what we would want people to know around, if you're a military individual, veteran, is like, what might some of those occupational factors might have been a risk or a strength for you within military service? Because there's a lot of things in strengths, right? That mental health, that mental mindset, that real health perspective that they have in the military can really help in that longevity. And so I'll just go through the rest of them real quick, and we can dissect whichever ones you want. But emotional well-being, that's your connections, that's your families, your social well-being, financial well-being. How many times do we really feel comfortable around talking about financial well-being? But I think if all of us thought about those moments where it was like really hard, there was probably a financial component to it. We weren't making ends meet, or we had that concern. And financial well-being, we're spending a lot of time in our military connected community having that conversation around money, because it is a risk factor and indicator to suicide. There's some very, very specific data that we know that happens before an individual may end their life, and a financial risk was there. So financial well-being really be a big one. And then you honed in on a couple of these other ones, your occupational, your career well-being, and that environmental well-being, which I think if we put those two together, for the career and the environment, I imagine in your industry, and just like our military connected or our veterans that are transitioning, that's why Brad's work has been so great to talk about what does it look like to be a veteran that is working within the trucking industry. What are some of those things that you need to cultivate to really make sure you have purpose? I heard some of the greatest things that y'all are doing, like these check-ins that you have, these radio check-ins to people so that you know that, someone's down the road and you can check in on them, certain things like that. The littlest things really do matter. And then I'll just wrap up on that spiritual and purpose well-being. We do a lot of talk around like how is having that understanding that there is something larger than yourself, and having some sort of spiritual or purpose base, that is all a part of well-being. It's all a part of those domains that really matter in a system. And then I'll just conclude to say that I do love that you focused on the family. We spent a lot of time fighting within the military system to say the military families serve too. I've had a lot of conversations around that, because it is our job and our purpose to make sure that that entire system is strong so that that individual can go out and do their job well. And that was an agreement entering that military system. And if the families aren't supported, that can create a lot of problems for the military member, especially when they're forward deployed.
I last year had an opportunity to be honored with something that kind of caught me off guard. What was the most joyful about it was that the honor I received was also came with the surprise of having my parents brought up there in their 80s to do that. My father was actually asked to speak, and on this Veterans Day, he of course is a veteran, he was asked to speak, and I was kind of deeply moved by, he got up there and he said, I really don't want to talk about myself and my own service, I want to talk about my wife. And he was a room full of veterans who understood this. And he said, I really want to talk about her as kind of a symbol of all the women and all the men who did not serve in the military by raising their right hand, but served because they said, I do. And in doing that, he said, I want to make sure that we never forget that story. It's such an important thing to me that, in order to kind of get through to the other side of that, it only worked because there was somebody at home waiting, taking care of so much of what we're kind of talking about. And the thing that I realized in their marriage that I wanted to kind of talk to you about too, how do we break through? How do we break through and tell people to ask for what they need? Because this is the hardest thing. This is the hardest thing, that so many people actually have really strange patterns of shame where it's like, I am most happy when I find that I function in an environment that has the following. I don't need all my M&Ms to be white, but what I would really like is a calm workplace 15 minutes before we actually start. Can you give that to me? I like, I want to bring in the following pictures of my family. Can I do that? How do we teach these veterans who are so used to being given orders and simply moving towards the principle of the objective? How do we give people permission to ask for the little things they need that in their accumulation become the psych armor against all of the things that prey and press upon them?
Yeah. Oh, gosh, that's a great question. And also, could you please write down that story about the I do? Oh my gosh, I think that every military family needs to hear exactly that narrative. That was so beautiful. I think one of the things that you highlighted in this part of the conversation is that what are those things that you set up ahead of time that makes an individual feel a little bit or very comfortable in their workplace or in their community, in their families. So by setting up these systems where can I bring in these 3 pictures or something like that? Like that's before a crisis moment, right? So building out social supports that actually work prior to some sort of episodic or crisis moment is actually key. And so that's one of the reasons why I absolutely love the thought of isolation. Like what happens? Do you ever look at your network of people, and do you look at them from the lens of who are my strong ties, i.e. my family, my friends, et cetera, and how many of those do you have? And I'm going to apply this to something about in the moment of asking help in just a second. And then some of my colleagues don't like the word that I use the word weak ties, but it is actually a term aligned with social network theory. But weak ties actually being really good. And that is, I love Trader Joe's. I go to Trader Joe's because I just love the way that they talk to me, right?
It's the best place ever. Hey, can I get some help in aisle 5? Can you tell me where this is? No, I'm putting my stuff down right now. We're going to walk together to see if we can find it. And if I can't find it on the shelf, I'm going to go in the back and find out the next time it's going to arrive. It's the best.
Right?
Yeah, the best.
Right? Right. And there's a commercial I just recently saw about the guy in the produce aisle. And it happened to be somebody with different abilities that is the worker. And he notices that the guy comes in and he's smiling and he'll talk about his produce. And then he doesn't talk about his produce. And then it's like, the person with the abilities, I think it's an individual with Down syndrome. So there's like super happy and they're just like, what's going on today? And then finally the guy's like, thank you for asking. I lost my wife today or something like that. So I bring up these weak ties because I think it's really important for us as individuals and then even conversations within our families, our workplace. Where are those systems that we do have ties that we rely on that can just pick us up in that moment? Like seriously, Trader Joe's was mine during the pandemic. I couldn't wait to get in line for groceries because I knew that they were going to make me feel good, right? So where is that? And then even when we look at the workplace, like those weak ties are where your social capital is built. It's where where your next progression is in your career. It might be the next place that you move to because you have people that are introducing you to different places. And so we do a thing called the crisis response plan. It's a suicide prevention strategy that is really about strategies. It's on a note card. You put it in these little quadrants. And it's during a time of non-crisis. We will sit and do this as a training with healthcare providers. We've actually done this in workplaces too. And we'll say, we want you to do this plan for yourself right now because you're not exclusive. You might think that you're the person out there helping, but you're not exclusive to a moment when you need to remember that you have everything that you need to get through this moment. And one of the boxes that we ask them to fill out, there are actually 2 boxes. Who are your social supports? And the reverse of it is that if you do not have more than 1 or 2 names, we have a problem. So that to me is asking for help right there. It's saying we need to build out these systems early so that when you need that help, you already have embedded trust. To your point around shame, that's going to be reduced because you're going to have I trust you. I know that I can count on you. This is going to be a little less hard to have that conversation. So I really do pull it back. But the one thing I want to pause is to say, I also want to recognize when we talk about our veteran community to include the families, generational differences are huge. So as we talk about our Vietnam generation or our baby boomers versus our generation that's serving right now, they actually have very different feelings around asking for help. And so that's important to recognize. And I think we know that already just talking about generational differences. But when I talk to people who are working with active duty service members at this point, and they'll come back and they'll say, that service member changed me. I never thought they would have that view. And it's because well-being has been a part of their conversations throughout their childhood. I've raised those kids, right? And well-being is a part of the conversation. So although I know that we still have challenges within our younger population that are serving that will be the future veterans, there is less of a stigma and a barrier around the conversation that you can't always solve everything on your own. Whereas like our baby boomer generation that are also aging, that are needing like elder care, oh my gosh, it's hard to get them to recognize that it's time to bring in-home care to your home and the VA has support for you. Like that's one of our biggest barriers right now is getting elder veterans that are aging in place to bring in home care. So I kind of went off a little bit there, but I think that asking for help also stands in a bunch of different areas. And if it's for an older veteran that needs groceries brought to their home, that's actually really hard for them to ask for help. I think our younger generation, it's been populated a little bit more. And I don't know if that actually is a barrier of asking for help or not, because their systems and their social supports look different.
I have and it's got a little bit of a sharp under the basket elbow to it. But I have a joke I always make with my producer. I said, "God deliver us from any more old white men who won't drink water." And what I mean by that is there's a whole generation of men who grew up in the 40s and 50s who are still with us.
Yes.
And in all fairness to them, a lot of them didn't drink water because we know what the water that came out of the pipes was like when we were growing up. I mean, I grew up at a time period where we finally got to the point where people were comfortable enough to mix Kool-Aid into tap water, and then filters and all that kind of came out. But a lot of these guys are very, very proud. They're very, very set in their ways. And in all fairness, they're, the brain waves patterns, the idea of those patterns in their brain are fairly set. So you're going to have to kind of take them by the hand and walk them, sometimes showing them not weakness, but vulnerability on your own end, saying, look, I don't know what to do here. I want to help you, but you're not articulating how you want to be helped. So let's talk about ways that you can talk to me, because I am lost here in how I can help you. And in doing that, give them a permission structure to kind of talk with you and say, these are the things that I need. And I love to tell older people this too. There's no ledger that's being built up here. And if there were, I can never repay the debt I owe you. So get busy cashing in your chips is also the kind of approach, right?
Yeah, well, I think what you just identified there is at the core of even what we do at Psych Armor. It seems like there's this big thing that we do around, bridging the military divide, but really it is educating at the baseline level so that you know how to ask the next question. And so like our 15 things, which is our staple course, and it just hit its 10 years this month. We're celebrating that. It starts off by just, how do you ask, have you served? And I bring that up because we know that was a barrier to getting either a military member or a veteran member to ask for help. Because if you're active duty military and you say, are you a veteran? They're going to say, no, they're not a veteran. So communication strategies, and then how you just identified asking that elder veteran or the aging veteran, like, how is it that they want help? It is truly communication strategies. And, any tool that you can have that will help with that, I think is superb. One thing I don't want to miss on either is one of the things that you mentioned way back about the workplace. There's the former CEO at WD-40 had a great view on workplace happiness, and he said he would change the world by creating a happy workplace, because if people were happy at work, they would be happy in their families. They would go home, and then that would just amplify. That would be that catalyst: happy work, happy home. And I think that that's just so true on everything that we do in creating that environment, and also understanding that happy means something different to each individual. So identifying what that means is also key. Going back to your what do you need to be, what kind of support can we provide you, and what does that look like? So it all comes down to communication.
Dr. Tina Atherall, by the way, is the whirlwind. She is the CEO of Psych Armor, and we are out of time. I wanted to ask you very quickly, what events or things you guys have coming up that you want to draw attention to, other than sending people to psycharmor.org?
Yes. So, well, really, the event is that 15 things. So we are spending a lot of time delivering 15 things veterans want you to know, either live or, again, since you can get it asynchronously. That is our premier work right now. We do have some in-person things that we're doing locally here in San Diego, but we would encourage everyone to take a look at that course. It really does dive into a lot of the things that we talked about today.
Psycharmor.org, by the way, and my wife, although I'm currently in New Orleans, we're not too far from your neck of the woods. We're over in Santa Clarita, California. It is great to have you on. Promise me you will find time to come back so we left so much on the table. We can get into particulars for another time. Promise me you'll come back.
Awesome. Thank you.
PsychArmor.org is a place you should head to. We're going to take a quick break here. Roll out the red carpet. Look busy. Get those images changed. Get those smiles on your face because Lindsay Lawler is coming. Or maybe...
Never heard of her.
She's already here. She's here. She's here. I've heard of her.
I know her.
Yeah. Road Gang Radio.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime.
Oopsie.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Hey girl, hey. My husband hates it when I say that, but he's not listening now.
Get
So
over
hey
it,
girl,
Seamus.
hey.
Crank up that volume, man, because the ambassador herself, Our Lady Baroness von Stokenstein of
Hey,
Franklin, Tennessee, is in the house.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, welcome. Good morning and welcome to you. By the way, work environments. Dr. Tina, who was
This
just
is a
on-
hostile one.
Yeah, this really is actually. Dr. Tina, who was just on, and by the way, I see that microphone behind you as the studio over in Franklin comes into focus. Speaking of work environments, which is why I brought it up. I thought, we didn't even get a chance. I mean, it's happened twice today, both with Kevin Lindsay and then with Dr. Tina Atherall, where I just kind of got going, starting to really have a whole bunch of other stuff to talk about. Both those conversations today, Lindsay, could have been the long form. Could have been like, no, stick around. Could have been the Dean Krogh thing. No, stick around. No. Matter of fact, just hang out here for quite some time. But I was kind of curious, as you kind of construct a world that you can not only be productive in, but that you can thrive. In. And rather than focus on the negative, what for you, Lindsay Lawler, my co-host, my friend, my Franklin connection, what for you is a great work environment? What do you, as opposed to what do you not want in a work environment, what do you want in a work environment? What makes it for you?
Well, definitely good partners, and I'm glad you asked because it gives me a chance to make a quick fun announcement right here, if you'll let me.
Go on.
Oh, thank you. I want to give an initial and ongoing shout out to the good people of Acrisure, who are the sponsor of my studio over here in Franklin, Tennessee.
Awesome sauce.
Good people that I look forward to introducing you all to, introducing all of our audience to, and working with. I had a really great, this does go back to your question here in a second, Jim, but I had a really great meeting with them yesterday, brainstorming, figuring out how what they bring to the table can work with what I bring to the table, what we all do here, and figure out how we can marry all these worlds. By the way, they're a financial technology company, and they provide insurance, employee benefits, and other various financial services to businesses and individuals. So I bring all that up. Shout out Acrisure, good people over there. Excited to see what we can build together. Thank you for sponsoring my studio because I've been alone over here in Franklin, and now I don't feel so alone.
You are not alone. No one is alone. Go on.
Thank you. But yeah, good partners. I mean, that's the biggest thing to survive and thrive. I think are great partners. You're only as good as those around you, and you cannot level up unless the people around you also want to level up. I mean that personally and professionally.
Yes,
and
yes.
I was actually really reminded of that last night, Jim. And I'm going to talk about this more in country and Western music news, but Seamus and I went to a really cool event last night at the Ernest Tubb record store, the legendary that's been shut down, and a group of musicians here in Nashville have rebooted it, opened the doors back up on Broadway, and it's now a record shop and venue, of course, the 3-level venue, of course. And we went to it last night, and Marty Stewart and Vince Gill and Winona performed, but I ran into so many people I hadn't seen in a long time. And actually, Jim, my guest that was supposed to be on We Should Write tomorrow had to cancel last night. And I, thank God, was at this event because I saw a guy and I'm like, I've been wanting to have you on the show. Any chance you're available Wednesday? And
Bingo, bango, yes. Boom.
Boom. And so, getting out there, being active, being around people, that really excites and ignites me. And I'm getting back to getting out there again. And it's just reminding me how great partners and relationships are. Relationships to me are everything. You know that about me. I love networking. I love introducing people. I love meeting. I met some new people last night, that this one couple in particular that I'm like, oh, they're going to be my lifelong friends. I know it. And it just feels really cool to foster those relationships and partnerships. So yeah, that's my number one as far as what it takes to thrive in business. People that light me up, people that make me want to learn, people that are doing cool stuff out in the world.
By the way, Lindsay, I want to give a couple of shout-outs here that actually applies to exactly what you're talking about. Our good friend Joe J. says he's jealous about the Florida thing because he's cold. But Trucker Bosun says, good morning, Lindsay. And look under Trucker Bosun's comment. You know who that is, actually. Good morning, Lindsay. Oh, and you too, Jimmy Mack. It's his a first appearance in our chat room, and that, of course, is a young man that you met over at the Degas house, who's a little bit taller than me and has a little bit more hair than I do as well, too.
Is that your brother?
That's my brother.
Is that Brother Ryan?
That is Brother Ryan. Mr. Retro Fits himself. There he is.
He's a hoot. Do you know that we cornered him at one point in the studio? And we're like, tell us everything about your brother and how, meaning you, Jimmy Mack, like, tell us everything. What makes him tick? How do we handle him? He just started laughing. He's like, oh, I got this. Here we go. It was great. It was a great conversation.
Kingdom of Lies. The Kingdom of Lies is where he exists, but he is an amazing father, and he's a really good friend, too. To be honest with you.
He's so fun.
He is a good friend. All my brothers are my friends. I make this really clear. I consider them friends. I like them very much, but he is, and I'm a big believer, as you are, too, that it's like your husband is not your best friend. My wife is not my best friend. They're great friends, meaning my wife is a great friend to me, and I adore Claire's company. Having said that, not my best friend. My brothers are not my best friend, except I would count my brother Ryan in my top 5 friends.
I would count him in my top 2 friends. I just had to one-up you on that. Your brother Ryan's probably my best friend in the whole world.
By the way,
Lindsay.
Can I tell you something, Lindsay? That's a good friend to have, dude. I can't tell you the number of times it's been like, what do you need? I mean, the number of things that happened during that party that happened is like, what do you need?
I need to bury out. Where are we going? Let's go.
Oh,
Say
he's
no
that
more.
guy. He's that guy. Go ahead.
A lot of people at that party made you feel like the only person in the room. I'll tell you what. That makes sense.
That makes perfect sense,
Yeah.
actually. There's a lot of people who have that skill who are at that party, by the way. I mean, it's like, oh, no, you're the only person here and you're the only person that matters. Okay, I want to get back to this this workplace kind of thing, too, because I have been noticing, even behind you, those little details are beginning to pop up. The world is beginning to come into existence. Dr. Atherall, we didn't get a chance to get into the real details of it, and it may be something that people want to call and talk about as well, because if you, as a truck driver, are allowed to personalize your truck to some distant degree, that's a really cool thing, because you are allowing people. Have you noticed? We were talking about Trader Joe's. They have a uniform, but you probably noticed this, Lindsay. They're allowed to do little things to those outfits that make them uniquely
Flair.
their own. And yeah, not just the pins and the flair, but the way the belts they wear. They're allowed to make choices inside of the quote unquote uniform that individualize the experience for them. And I really love those kind of workplaces. I don't mind a culture that says we have to dress a certain way, we have to behave a certain way. A company has a right to ask that. An employer has a right to ask that. But to also say, but hey, bring in a lot of what makes you into the workforce, because we value that diversity. That's what the real meaning of diversity is, I think. In its best and most positive light, is that we want you to be a part of who we are, but we also want you to bring a part of who you are to make us a little richer in regards to culture around here. And so,
dude, yeah, and if you let people express themselves and be themselves and feel seen, they'll do that for others around you. And the people at Trader Joe's put me in the best mood. And can I tell you, I will never, ever, 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 ever forget when Freya was a newborn. My daughter was a newborn. Seamus was we found out about Freya on a Tuesday that she was being born, in the process of coming into the world, and she came home with us on Thursday, which, by the way, that year was Thanksgiving Day. And then 2 days later, Seamus had to leave for some made-up place, Zimbabwe, and literally somewhere Tasmania. That's where he had to leave for Tasmania.
A little nicer than Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Okay.
He had to leave for
still out
Tasmania.
there. That's out there, man. That's
It's
out
out
there.
there.
Yeah.
I still don't believe he actually went there. I think he's either in the CIA or he just goes to a hotel down the street. But anyway.
But then he'd go to Tasmania. If he was in the CIA, he'd go to Tasmania.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
And anyway, and I was like, new mom to a newborn out of the blue that didn't have any prep time, and I was at Trader Joe's with her. She was, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks old. And she was having a melt. She was crying, and I was just tired. I was just tired and out of it anyway. And I just stopped. She was in the cart. I just stopped in the middle of the aisle, and I sat down and started crying. I can't even believe I can't even believe I did that. I was just like, I can't. And this woman from Trader Joe's came up to me. She brought me flowers. She took my cart up to the front, and she's like, "I'll handle it. Hand me your wallet." She checked me out, walked me out to my car, put flowers in my car. It just meant so much to me. And I know that's only because those people also are so supportive, but they have the capacity because they are so taken care of, I guess.
Yeah.
They have the capacity to do that for others.
Well, and that's part of it too. My dad also made a really good point, because he loves going there now. He used to be like, whatever. But now that he goes there, and I think what happened to him is that he felt like he was in a simulacrum. My mom told me a story about my dad the other day.
Simulacrum? What's that word?
Well, it's Jean Baudrillard wrote a book called about the simulacrum, the idea that we go someplace that has been manufactured to look like something else. And it's a simulation of life. It's really, really complicated. That's why they have...
Yeah, sorry I asked.
No, here's the good news. You know why we have big words? Is it so we don't have to have 3 paragraphs. That's the best explanation for a big word. The Matrix is probably the best example of a simulacrum. Because actually the book shows up in the movie. This is really cool, though. So as my dad was there, what ended up happening with him was that he really enjoyed Trader Joe's because he said, for all of the newness of this, he said it feels like the old days. He said that every single person here can run a register, they can stock a shelf, they can do customer relations, they can check the produce, they can unload the truck. Is that everybody is supposed to be everything, everywhere, all at once, and be able to kind of move across the store and be a part of it. And what he said, my mom ended up telling this wonderful story about him, about why he had such a great work ethic, is that his parents made him go to work at 14, and then made him turn over his check to them when he would come home. He never had any spending money. He would turn his check over to them when he would come home. His father actually apologized many years later in life for that. I mean, not apologizing like an I'm sorry, but made it really clear, there were some other strategies we could have engaged in.
You could have turned over half.
You could have turned over half. I mean, there was a lot of stuff in there.
My bad. Sorry, I screwed you up your whole life.
Well, and worse than that is that he wasn't allowed to play sports growing up, and then to watch his brothers actually kind of excel at sports when the family got a little bit more money, that it was a lot of responsibility kind of put on top of him. But he really loved going to school, and he really loved going to work because it meant not being there. And one of the things that my mom was saying about him was that, that school and going to work and working on the floor at the A&P made a difference to him because it gave him a space to kind of see the world in his own way and be out of that environment. It wasn't an abusive environment. It just was a place where you gave up your check. And he was making mention of me at Trader Joe's. He said, everybody here is connected to what they do. They're not just somebody behind a register. They're not just somebody who is stocking the shelf. He said they understand where they work and they understand how they function in here. They're connected to their labor and they're taken care of. And the combination of that makes them aware of what they're doing and the impact they're having on people who have a child that has just come into the world that they are responsible for, and they're wandering the store with a lot of pressure, and they have a moment in time because their employers allow them that moment in time to recognize somebody who needs a little more help. And that's a really groovy thing.
It's a very groovy thing.
I just
Road Gang Radio is also a groovy thing. So groovy that people want to call us and talk to us, Jim.
At 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. If
What do
you
you
call
say?
that number, Dre will answer and say hello, and then it'll put you through to us, and we'll say hello. That's how a phone works, Jim. I know this is brand new information.
Who are we saying hello to, though? Somebody must have called to kind of spark this.
Whoa.
Good morning.
Know what you're about to kill.
By the way,
morning.
Lindsay made that noise, by the way. That was actually, yeah, she's pretty good at that. We're going to record that and put that out throughout the entire show as we get closer to Thanksgiving. Pack Rat.
Let's start at November. Good morning, Pack Rat. What's going on? Welcome to the weird, wild world.
It's Remembrance Day in Canada, and I was wondering if I can do in Flanders Field for you guys.
Please.
Sure.
Please.
In Flanders Field, the poppies blow, between the crosses row and row, that mark our place, and in the sky the larks still bravely singing fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, till dawn, saw sunset glow, and now we lie in Flanders Field. Take up our quarrel with the foe, to you from failing hands we throw, the torch be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not rest in Flanders Field.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. And by the way, let's just remember something else, too. Our good friends north of the border and their friends south of the border, that we have trod a lot of the same earth and fought for a lot of the same freedom across the globe together.
Absolutely.
And that's such an important thing to remember, is that our friends have been there with us down here, and we have hopefully been with you up there in your moments of need. And it's a great remembrance that we share a lot of the same earth, both above and below. And thanks for that, by the way. Thank you for that on your remembrance.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's a very special day, and in some parts of Canada they actually take it as a holiday.
Well, sure. Oh, Canada. And I love your anthem more than ours. I said it. God keep our land. It's so beautiful. The melody is so beautiful. I love our anthem, of course, guys. I am a very proud patriot American. But the Canadian anthem, I love singing it. It is such a beautiful melody.
You better love it. We start it with you every morning.
Right, that's true.
Can I split the difference on it? I like the music of "O Canada" better because of how it is easier to kind of grasp and get your hands around. I like the lyrics of ours better. I think that the Canadian one is a little broad for me. I like the specificity of our national anthem's lyrics, but I love the way "O Canada" sounds when sung. It is just, it isn't a calisthenic act. You don't have to stretch to actually do wonderful things inside of it, if that makes sense.
Is it true that your Star Spangled Banner is actually a waltz? It has like a 3/4 beat?
It's interesting, by the way. It's not, but it's darn near close to what you're getting at. It is actually it's a ballad. It was originally a barroom song. It was sung in bar rooms, and Francis Scott Key in the moment changed the lyrics to meet the moment. That's why it is often better sung together while swaying with a beer in your hand.
Imagine that.
where it doesn't matter how high your note gets when you get to free because you're so loaded it doesn't matter. But that's really kind of the history of it, is that he used a very popular sing-along ballad at the time and put very specific lyrics to it. It's the lyrics.
You're not wrong though. It is in 3/4. Yeah. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2. It was originally written in 6/4 though. I just looked that up. I didn't know that.
Okay. And did you know that just about every Canadian can sing your national anthem?
There are a lot of us that can sing yours as well too, but not as many as the Canadians. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
There's been a few. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say that a few times there were at a hockey game. It's happened at least 3 times where they're playing the American national anthem and something happened with the sound system, and the fans just picked up where the sound went down and they finished the national anthem.
Those are great videos, by the way. I've seen that where the woman actually, her microphone just goes out and she looks at the crowd and they just pick it up, Lindsay, and they bring it home for her. There's some really moving stuff. I thought that the version of the national anthem after the pandemic was lifted at Madison Square Garden was pretty darn good too. Did you ever see that, Lindsay?
I don't think so.
They lifted the pandemic and there was a hockey. It was a hockey game at Madison Square Garden and the crowd was just so excited to be there in a packed house. They all just basically told the person singing the national anthem, "We got it. We got this one. This one.
I just got to tell you a story about a well-known opera singer in Montreal. He's passed away years ago, but back like 40 years ago, he would sing the national anthem and for Montreal Canadiens games. And he would do the American national anthem, and he would do the Canadian national anthem. Rocher Doucette was his name, and he also did the national anthem for the Expos games and the Alouette games. But this guy was so good that he was so electrified that he actually got recognized. He got an Order of Canada. He was so good and so inspiring. Like when he sang that, he just belted it out, and man, it was just hair was standing up on the end of your neck. It was just that great.
You just got to go for it. That's a song you just got to go for it. I love doing the anthem. You know what's really cool about going to a hockey game in Nashville, especially if the Preds make it to the playoffs, which is whatever. But around the playoffs, when we were in the Stanley Cup Finals a couple years ago, it was neat because they'd have a different Nashville quote unquote star sing it every single game. So they had like Luke Bryan and Kenny Chesney, all kinds of people singing the anthem, Little Big Town, et cetera, et cetera. And then the stadium's right there, the arena's right downtown, right off Broadway. So people would do pre-show, pop up on roofs and do performances. It was like quite the spectacle, but they'd have somebody different doing the anthem every time. So that's a little fun thing here we're able to do in Music City. Hey, happy Remembrance Day to you, Pack Rat. We're going to hop on and get this other call, but we always love hearing your voice. You always make us happy. It's always a great phone call. Happy day to you.
Thank you, Pack Rat.
Hey, great. Thanks you, and all the best, Miss Lindsay and Jimmy Mac.
You too, friend.
Thank you, sir. Really quick before we take this next phone call, one of the great joyful things about the Dodgers playing the Blue Jays in this World Series is that every single game had both anthems, and some of the versions were just gorgeous. I mean, in regards to both the spectacle and the way they were sung. And some of them were just really simple and to the point with a guitar and a really cool groovy dude doing it. It was really a great show of unity between the two countries and a reminder that at the end of the day, one of the reasons why America is great is because it has the greatest neighbor in the world right next to it, above it. Straight up. Let's just be really clear. Very few countries are as fortunate as we are to have a neighbor like that.
You're only as good as your friends and neighbors.
You're only as good as your friends and neighbors. And man, oh man, there's a lot of great people who live above us. And like I said before, same earth we have covered both above and below. Phone Master Dre.
Nope. They're gone. We waited too long. They hung up on us.
Who was it, Dre?
Oh, I have no idea. They just were sitting there, and I got on there and Silence, man.
They were gone.
Yeah, they were in Tennessee, though. So, hey, whoever's in Tennessee that give us a call, call us back.
And just in time for the holidays, if you've recently purchased a bottle of Kirkland Prosecco, you might want to hold off popping that bottle of bubbly and read this important recall notice instead. On November 6th, the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission, the CPSC, issued an updated recall notice for the Kirkland brand Prosecco, noting that the bottles can break or shatter, posing a laceration hazard. Oh, I love that. Here's what we know so far. According to the notice, the recall involves certain glass bottles of Kirkland Signature, I can't pronounce that word, Prosecco, DOCG. Those that are part of the recall have the universal product code 196633883742. Did you get that?
Got it.
And
Got
the
it.
Costco item number of, I'm just doing this for fun, 1879870. The recall.
I win!
Do you?
I win a laceration.
5367309.
Oh, by the way, speaking of one-hit wonders, the recall bottles were sold in green bottles with purple foil top and a purple label reading.
Yeah, I know it. I've bought it.
Reading laceration.
May cause drunkenness and lacerations.
941,400 in circulation, man. So they're out there, and bad things are happening to those who pop the bubbly. Don't turn your celebration into the laceration.
Dude, remember that one Thanksgiving? Everything was going so great till Uncle Johnny lacerated himself on the Kirkland Prosecco.
That's like every episode, like every Thanksgiving special in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Somehow, Andy Samberg's dad cuts a finger off. He's like, "Oh God, now it's the left hand."
Lacerated. My birthday was going so well until I was lacerated by the Prosecco. That's random, and thank you for sharing. Good PSA.
Well, hey, it's the holiday season. We want people to actually have a chance to pop the right kind of bubbly. You know what I'm saying? Not the
Hey,
wrong
speaking
kind.
of the holiday season, is this happening in New Orleans? Have you noticed this? People
Yes,
are putting
and
out
it's
Christmas
disturbing.
early.
Oh God!
Oh,
yeah.
dude, they already in my neighborhood and on the coast. Yeah.
And not in a way. I don't mean this in a Christmas is starting early or every year kind of way. No, I mean it in a joyous way. Actually, like people have got their trees up. We usually wait till right after Thanksgiving. We're going to do it this weekend. We're going to put Christmas up this weekend, or at least try it. We're going to at least start to let it trickle in. But it's people have got their lights up. People have got their trees up in their windows. I think it's a sign of hope and unity. I like it.
I'm of mixed feelings about it, okay? I am of mixed feelings about it. I will say this. There is also another trend that I really, really like. A lot of people have repurposed orange lights before Thanksgiving. There are a lot of people who decorate for Thanksgiving, but they do it in a really tasteful manner.
I haven't seen that.
And that kind of puts me into really kind of my issue is I love Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving because it's such a secular holiday. And look, I understand. Look, I celebrate Christmas, and I celebrate Christmas for both reasons.
Both kinds.
All kinds. Which, by the way, we got a great episode of Country and Western Music News coming up, by the way, along with another great episode of Trucking with Oida that is actually in the hopper as well. Just want to kind of add that to the conversation. But I like Christmas for both reasons, both the kind of just, end of the year celebration of we got through another that begins to build up into New Year's. And I celebrate it for, religious purposes, the light at the center of the world, etc. The reason I like Thanksgiving so much is that it's got Friendsgiving and Spanksgiving and all kinds of other groovy stuff that you can do with it. And I often want people to remember that it serves as a firewall because it prevents there from being a war between Christmas and Halloween. That's the great firewall, and it's like we need to take a moment of breath, and people need to have a moment of, thanking the year, as it were, thanking the people they love for the year before we get into the madness of the holiday season. And so, but I don't have a problem with people putting up Christmas decorations the way you're talking about.
It just feels different this year. It feels like it's sort of, I don't know, at least it's happening here in Franklin and Nashville. It just feels like sort of an unspoken thing that people started doing. It's just this year. Like this year it feels okay. Why 2025 it feels all right, it just does. So I'm in. I usually am, we don't put Thanksgiving or Christmas up till like the weekend after Thanksgiving. We normally do it. I'm going to do it early. Plus, Freya's birthday party's coming in, so it'll be, and I'm hosting 26 people at my house for Thanksgiving, so it'll all be up for that. So I like that.
Hey, listen, I respect that a lot more than some of my family in central Louisiana. November 1st, Christmas. Just Christmas trees are up. I'm like, that's
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. The
Take
war's
it
over.
easy.
The war's over. We'll get new parts for your head. Dre and I were talking a little bit earlier. Talked about it yesterday. Talked about it today. I'm not going to let this go. I want to get some really thick pork chops and do this as well. I love cold weather grilling.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, Lindsay. It is just like it is one of my favorite things in the known universe to do. Just a big fan of it. And, well, right on time for that, we got a great guest coming up, do we not?
We're talking barbecue. Specifically Texas barbecue.
Yeah.
This guy has visited over 2,500 barbecue restaurants in Texas alone. How many are there?
I don't know.
Get hungry. Does Texas toast? For or against? We're going to find out, guys. We're talking barbecue. It's Road Gang Radio. Don't you go anywhere. That'd be a really bad idea.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, man, I'm going to get me some thick pork chops with a big old marbling of fat on it and put them on the grill tonight. Gonna probably put a little something on there, maybe some barbecue sauce, something a little bit, not too sweet. You know what I'm saying, Dre?
Barbecue sauce.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying.
I'm going to be honest with you, Jimmy. I need you to stop.
Baby back ribs.
You don't like the little, you don't like the bacon mister?
Okay, weirdos. Guys, our next guest, speaking of barbecue.
Beardos.
Jim.
That's beardos to you.
Beardos to you.
Lindsay.
It's a man who quite literally eats for a living. Like, this guy is my hero, y'all. He somehow made this, like, literally the dream life. Okay, anyway, Daniel Vaughn. He is the legendary barbecue editor at Texas Monthly, the first and only person to ever hold that title. Come on.
You don't have to say legendary. We can just say the guy who does this thing, man. It's implied legendary.
He's legendary.
Dude's awesome.
He's the man behind the magazine's iconic top 50 barbecue joints list, otherwise known as the Olympics of barbecue. And listen, that list only comes out every 4 years, so it's like leap year and presidential elections. What else? What else is every 4 years?
The Olympics.
The Olympics. Oh, this is serious business is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Daniel has visited more than 2,500 barbecue joints, averaging 50 a month. 50 barbecue restaurants a month. How many are there in Texas? I'm baffled. I need to hear more. Okay. So he's the host of the new PBS Presents special, The State of Barbecue, now streaming on pbs.org. It takes us behind the scenes as Texas Monthly puts together the famous list. It highlights everything from Hallelujah Barbecue in El Paso, where they employ the homeless and rebuild communities. We will dive into some more of these fabulous places that they highlight like that. I'm from Texas. I grew up on Dickey's Barbecue, don't judge me. But here in Nashville, we're spoiled with places like Edley's and Martin's. But Texas barbecue, it's its own religion. And today we're diving in the meats, the regions, the evolutions, and of course the great debate. Should barbecue be served with Texas toast or not? That is the great debate. Please make welcome to the show, Daniel Vaughn. Good morning.
Good morning. And I love Texas toast.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. And scene. Interview's over.
Bless your
heart. Thank you.
Daniel, I love Texas toast so much that I've actually pretty much stopped eating it, except on very rare occasions, because it's kind of like a Krispy Kreme donut that's fresh off of the, fresh out of the oven. If I eat one, I'm going to town. I don't even get a chance to get any barbecue in my system. It's terrible.
My dad gets aggressive if we don't have it in the house.
Yeah.
And it's got butter on both sides if you get it at a barbecue joint. So, yeah, double butter and double thickness. Yeah, that's a lot going on there.
Yes, just sop up all what's on your plate. Okay, Daniel, thank you for being here. Sorry that we're idiots, but we're very happy to have you. So good morning.
Happy to be with y'all.
I want to jump in and just say hashtag PBS, hashtag PBS Food, hashtag Texas Monthly, and now I will turn this over to you as well. So what is it like to do 50 a month?
Well, so you said I average 50 a month. That's that's on the high side for sure. So as we're trying to get down to get our top 50 finalized, I had about 100 different barbecue joints. I had over 100 barbecue joints to visit in January and February of this year to get that list finalized and get it turned in there at the beginning of March. So that was a lot of pressure, a lot of travel, a lot of eating. But eating barbecue in bunches like that is really the best way to compare it and the best way to help out those rankings.
Okay, so I said that you have like the dream job, and people hear barbecue editor, and you like eat for a living, and they think that this is a dream job, but it is work. Obviously, this is like a constant work. So, what's the part that nobody realizes, like the grind behind all the glory of shoving barbecue in your face?
Well, I mean, the thing is, yes, I do have a great job. I get to drive around Texas, fly around Texas, and eat barbecue. They do make me write about it. That's the part that is the work part, right? I guess that's the part that I get paid for. I would do the research for free, I think. But, we have our top 50 list every 4 years. But in between there, I'm publishing a couple of stories a week about barbecue joints around Texas and around the country as well, wherever I find Texas-style barbecue.
Wait, real quick on that. Do you know how many barbecue restaurants are on the radar in Texas? Is there a number?
Well, I think in total, there's got to be upwards of 3,000 in Texas. Now, that's going to include, your favorite Dickey's and all of its locations and all those different chains. So, but as far as like independent barbecue restaurants, I would say 2,500 is probably a good round number. So, yeah, there's certainly a lot of it out there, and lots of new joints that continue to open.
Daniel, there is barbecue on the menu, and then there's a barbecue joint. And I'm not excluding chains from this conversation, but what for you makes a place actually a barbecue joint or a place to get barbecue as opposed to a place that has barbecue?
Yeah, well, certainly barbecue or smokehouse in the name is a big help, and a wood pile out back, and the smell of smoke when you pull up. But largely we're looking at the menu, and do you have a cute little box on your menu that's got your few barbecue items, or is it a barbecue menu on printed on butcher paper and black marker? And when we go out looking for all these different barbecue joints, we're ordering up the brisket, the pork ribs, the sausage, the smoked chicken, smoked turkey, pork steaks or pulled pork if they've got it. We're looking at the barbecue, right? So if you don't have a good variety of that, then you're probably not going to be in the running.
Daniel, Jim likes to talk a lot about the different regions of barbecue. You got your Kansas City barbecue, your North Carolina barbecue, you got your Texas, you got your Tennessee, et cetera. So what is your elevator pitch on what truly makes Texas barbecue Texas?
Well, we are the beef state, right? And Texas barbecue is all about beef. For a long time, we were made fun of by the rest of the South for doing smoked beef, and the idea that if it's not pork, it's not barbecue is what you'd hear out of the Carolinas. So we've got our top 50 barbecue list this year, but last year I did a United States of Texas barbecue list, which is the best Texas-style barbecue outside of Texas. And for that, what I'm looking for is those hallmarks of Texas barbecue. The smoked brisket, smoked sausage is a big part of our barbecue history, and the meat markets, using up the leftover meats and grinding them up into sausage and smoking them. So that's always been a big part of Texas barbecue. And then, if you're going to replicate Texas barbecue outside the state, the best way to do it is with an offset smoker. Get one of those giant 1,000-gallon steel smokers that only cooks with wood, and that's a good start right there.
I wanted to kind of also follow this up because this is a strange follow-up, but are there in fact barbecue desserts? Are there in fact things that qualify as uniquely kind of connected to barbecue for an after-dinner treat that kind of separate some places from others and maybe kind of add to the flavor?
Yeah, I think so. There's the things that you often find on a barbecue joint menu when it comes to desserts, like pecan pie or fruit cobblers, things like that. Those are easy to find in all other types of restaurants as well. But banana pudding, I think, is the one thing that so many barbecue joints share on their menu. There's some odd ones out there, like the Nutter Butter Banana Pudding at Panther City Barbecue in Fort Worth, where instead of the Nilla wafers, they actually use the Nutter Butter cookies. My favorite one really is my favorite one is Cadillac Barbecue in Dallas. They just make a really great custard. They don't use that box mix, for the pudding, and they make this like caramel crumble, caramel pecan crumble, and put it over top, and it's perfect. Like the whipped cream is great, the wafers are great, the pudding itself is great. It's one of those that you take a couple of bites thinking that you're going to stop there, and you got to get all the way to the bottom.
By the way, I wanted to share this with both you and Lindsay. I went to a place once and they had a special. It wasn't something they had on their menu regular, but they grilled. They cut peaches in half, took the pit out, grilled the peaches, and then filled the center with vanilla ice cream before drizzling caramel and cinnamon on top of it. And I remember that the taste of the peaches, having been grilled on, having been part of the grill experience, there's something about it, and I feel like the banana thing has a connection to it as well too. I don't know what it is, why certain things complement from a sweet perspective what happens on the barbecue more than like other kinds of desserts as well, if that makes any sense. I'm sorry, I'm a dessert obsessive, and because barbecue has so many
that's fine.
Sweet factions into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, that dessert you were describing sounds like maybe you got that at a place like a barbecue restaurant, maybe not a barbecue joint, but that does sound delicious. I think grilling peaches, grilling apples, there are many different fruits that I think do well on the grill and take on those smoky flavors. Also just the different barbecue sauces that go so well, especially with pork. Interstellar Barbecue in Austin, who just retained their Michelin star here recently, they have a peach tea glazed pork belly burnt end. So they actually they use peaches to make their iced tea, and then they actually cook it down into a glaze, add a little more sugar, and then glaze their pork belly burnt ends in that. So it's not a dessert technically, but I think you might enjoy it.
No, and by the way, that kind of fits into my rubric. I like, things a little bit, that little bit of sweetness to go along with that smoky taste often kind of creates a really kind of spectacular combination, which is what a lot of the best of the bunches do, because the follow-up question I had, because a number of the places you look at are not entirely what we would call traditionally American. Part of the great thing about barbecue, like so many other American institutions, is that it's a space that provided certain foundational things are done. You can introduce elements of other cultures into it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, here in Texas, we have a lot of that Tex-Mex flavor, and seeing house-made flour tortillas show up on menus instead of cheap white bread is always something that I look forward to. And lots of salsas and different sides that go well with Tex-Mex cuisine. But in our top 50, we have a few places that are doing, really outside the box sort of barbecue, like at Redbird Barbecue in Port Neches, down near between Port Arthur and Beaumont, down there in the southeast corner of the state. They do their specialty dish is their kubedeh sausage, which is like an Iranian sausage, which is usually really loosely packed around, or I say it's ground meat that's loosely packed around a skewer and grilled. Instead, they take all those ingredients, put it into a casing, and smoke it. So you get that like oak smoke flavor and that good snap from the casing, and then they wrap it up in a house-made pita with their cucumber Shirazi salad. So just certainly a different way to deliver that smoked sausage flavor, but certainly a delicious bite of Texas barbecue. KG Barbecue is another standout. It's a food truck in Austin, Texas, doing Egyptian barbecue. And you're going to find pistachios and pomegranates all over the place, and a lot of smoked lamb too, which is one of those things that, if you look at the history of Texas barbecue, smoked lamb was a really big deal in those early meat market days, and that's one of those things that's really fallen off the wayside. I think a big reason is just the expense of lamb, but they've made it a real focus. Kareem El Gaesh is from Cairo, Egypt. He's the owner and pitmaster there, and lamb chops and pulled lamb. You got smoked lamb ribs with a za'atar seasoning on top. So a whole lot of fun on that menu.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because I'm going to talk about some of the human interest stories. First, by the way, people are commenting, Daniel, over in the chat. Several people are saying they use their Texas toast to make their French toast, by the way. Trucker Boson also said he uses pineapple vinegar in his barbecue sauce. Pro tip. We're talking with Daniel Vaughn, and you can hear and see more about the special if you go to pbs.org. It's called State of Barbecue. So, Daniel, some of these, what's cool about this is because you can, I would think that unless you add these human interest stories into it, it'd be a struggle to continue to find ways to come up with new ways to talk about barbecue. But you really highlight some of these special people, like the gentleman from Egypt you mentioned, who I saw he was in finance. He quit and took all he knew from Egypt and brought it here to the States. You have Hallelujah Barbecue, which I'd love for you to talk about, which is really invested in feeding the community and helping people around. So talk some about the human interest stories that make each of these places continue to stand out.
Yeah, Blake Barrow founded Hallelujah Barbecue in El Paso, and before that, though, he founded the Rescue Mission of El Paso, which is there to provide resources to the homeless. And one of the resources that he now provides is employment at Hallelujah Barbecue. So the only employees there are those that are actually living at the mission. And those employees also helped build the building, helped renovate the building. And they help cook the barbecue and help serve the barbecue as well. And when you go eat there, each table has a little table tent with a little bio of the server that is your server for the day. And, just gives you that human connection to these folks. It's certainly a great mission that he's on. And, the other thing about what he's done there is he took this building that is just a great metaphor for his mission with people. Which is, you had this old building that was dilapidated, had just nobody had shown any interest in it in many, many years. The roof was caving in, and he saw potential in it and fixed it up and renovated it, and now it's this beautiful restaurant. And they also serve really great barbecue too. They're 13 habanero sausage, which just means that in every 60-pound batch of sausage that they make, there are 13 habanero peppers in there just to give it the right amount of spice. That's one of my favorite things there.
Come on.
And so, I write a lot about food, obviously, because I am the barbecue editor. People want to know about the barbecue, but it is those human stories that I find most interesting, and I think the readers and those who are watching these shows find more interesting as well. I mean, Smoke and Ash Barbecue in Arlington. You have a guy from Texas in Patrick Hicks. He meets Fasika Hicks, his wife, who is from Ethiopia, and they decide to open a barbecue restaurant. It does okay, but Fasika's a really great cook, and she got a little bored, and she started making Ethiopian food and really selling it, using their barbecue restaurant as a ghost kitchen for the Ethiopian food, and it was takeout only. And then they saw the potential of mashing those two up. Why not serve a smoked chicken dorawat, dorawat being a stewed chicken dish that's really traditionally Ethiopian. And instead of making it the traditional way, they use smoked chicken instead. Instead of serving it with white bread or Texas toast, Fasika brings in teff flour from Ethiopia to make her own injera, which is like a spongy, kind of a spongy sourdough almost. It's soft, and it is an item that you use really to eat the barbecue. You take a little square of the injera, tear it off, and scoop up all the different sides and all the different barbecue. So it's a different way of consuming barbecue and a little different flavor that goes along with it, but it certainly works.
I wanted to ask you too, because you're talking about a lot of different effects on the palate, and to kind of talk about the way you go about doing your job, because eating barbecue is a wonderful pastime and it's a great joy. It's also how you make a living, and you talk about the idea of having to write about it as well. And I was kind of wondering about your method, and some of that actually comes out in the special, but talk a little bit about how one goes about eating and tasting for a living as opposed to gorging as a pastime. Because there is a difference here, and it's important that when you have to eat this on a regular basis, that you eat in a way that allows you to continue to enjoy it. How do you maintain the sort of eating habits and the sort of eating hygiene, I guess is the best way to kind of call it, that allows you to do this successfully?
Well, first off, don't wear white. So that's a good start. But, I think a lot of it, when it comes to food writing, I think one of the things that people don't understand is just it essentially comes down to observation skills, right? So it's harder for me to go out and really pay attention to a meal with a group of people, because I want to have that conversation and the back and forth, and it's so much easier to do it alone, so that I can really concentrate on the surroundings. What does it smell like when I walk in? How does that brisket look when it hits the cutting block? Before they slice it, and how are those ribs looking? Are they, is that sausage, does it have a dried out looking casing? Does the other sausage look better? Should I order that? Looking at other people's orders on their tables on the way in, to try and get an understanding of what's looking good for the day. And then asking, usually you're going to have a cutter right there in front of you, somebody who's slicing the meat. That's the way most Texas barbecue joints are set up, in that cafeteria style, where the first person you talk to is the meat cutter, and asking them what looks good today. And if they're honest, they'll tell you, and if they're not, they're going to say everything. And so it's good to get that sort of feedback too. And so, obviously looking at the prices, I want to know how it compares everywhere else. I want to know how what specials they've got that day. And if they've decided to put it on special, then they are probably paying a little extra attention to it. So it starts with that, and then sitting down, eating the food without eating the smoked meats without a fork and a knife. I want to tear into it. I want to pick it up. I want to feel it. Is it moist? Is it tender? Does it break apart pretty easily? Does it fall apart? Is it mush? So that texture part is really important. The smell, taking a bite of it, how does it carry the flavors well? And are those flavors in balance, right? So with barbecue, you've got smoke, you've got the meat, and you've got the seasoning. Sometimes you've got the sauce in there as well. In Texas, usually we serve that sauce on the side, but regardless, you've got all those elements. Any one of those elements overpowering, or any one of those elements just not there, right? If the smoke's not there, it's going to taste like roast beef. If it's all smoke, it's going to taste like an ashtray. I don't want it to just taste like a salt box. So, looking at all that, and then the sides, and with the sides, do they complement the barbecue well, or is it all heavy? Is it all too light? Is it, what does the menu look like as a whole? Does it all work together? And then, of course, the desserts. You got to get down to that, those banana pudding, the cobblers, the pecan pies, or you go to Burnt Bean Co. in Seguin and get one of my favorites, which is they do a peach cobbler taco. And so they fry a buñuelo. It's got cinnamon and sugar on the flour tortilla, and they put the roast peaches and the caramel sauce and homemade ice cream right in there, all together, and you got to quickly scoop it all up and take a bite, and it's incredible. So, yeah, I'm looking at a photo of it right now. I'm scrolling. And sorry, I had to
weird fantasies with Daniel. Weird fantasies
That's
with
right, that's
Daniel.
How about weird shared fantasies with Daniel? Because I'm like, why don't I have that picture, and when can I get it? By the way, my number is, please text it to me. I can spend the rest of the morning kind of just longingly looking at that. Lindsay
Daniel,
and I
want
can
to
host the
know
show
more.
together.
I want to know more about you, Daniel. First of all, do they know who you are when you come in, or are you kind of like secret shopper when you go eat at these places?
I've been doing this for 12 years, and I host our barbecue festival every year. I host different barbecue events all over the place. So I'm anything but anonymous. I am a known quantity. Most all these pitmasters, when I walk in, they know what I'm doing there. And they certainly know when it's top 50 tasting season. Yeah, the other really important part about our team is that for the top 50, we do send out folks from the Texas Monthly staff. We all get together for a big meeting to reintroduce everyone to our tasting rubric and our score sheets, and they all head out and they take down their scores so that we've got an experience from someone who's not me and an experience from me at all these different barbecue joints to compare and contrast.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're eating. I want to know about, are you Dallas-based? Is that correct?
Yeah, I live in Dallas.
You're okay. Which is where I'm from. Actually, do you know Oaked? I have a friend, my friend Kelly Raspberry is an investor in Oaked Barbecue. I don't know if you've ever been there.
Yeah, I do know Oaked. Yeah, they've got 2 locations now.
Yeah, okay, great.
Great
okay,
desserts.
so if you're you, Daniel, you and your family, or you and a friend, whatever, you're gonna go eat. This isn't for the magazine. This is just you as a random Dallas man
Having a good time.
Having a good time. Where are you gonna go, and what are you ordering?
Okay. Well, let's start off with the fact that my wife doesn't really like barbecue.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay.
God, you must love each other.
How's it
Good
still
God
work?
Almighty. That's a beautiful relationship. Good God Almighty. I understand, by the way.
It was a whole lot tougher to deal with when this was a hobby and like a weekend obsession, and I would take the family out on barbecue road trips all the time while I was still working as an architect. But now that it's my full-time job, it's actually a little easier because I've got my job. I go out and eat barbecue. She's got her job, and then on the weekends we can go get tacos and burgers. But the one place that we can always agree on is going to Slow Bone in Dallas. It's one of my favorites to take people to who come into town and want to go eat barbecue with me because they've got such a huge variety of stuff. Like they have the best fried chicken in town, and so if I'm not feeling like barbecue, I get the fried chicken. My wife doesn't really like barbecue, but she loves their smoked chicken. And they do these smoked half chickens, and they do them in a really unique way where they smoke them really slow, and they don't get them quite done. And then they put them in the cooler, and they chill them overnight. And the next morning, they have a sheet tray full of these half chickens. They have a super hot oven, convection oven, and they put those chickens in tray by tray and heat them up very quickly and finish cooking them. And so you have this like fresh, crisp skin. It's super juicy, and they only do them one tray at a time so that they always have like hot, perfect smoked chicken. So that's one of her favorite things there. And then they've got all these really great sides. They have a mac and cheese that's got like a little bit of pureed mushroom in it, which is a little strange, but it works really, really well. They have this Brussels flour, which are Brussels sprouts and cauliflower au gratin. So there's more cheese and butter in it than really anything else, but you feel like you're getting your vegetables. And then they have one of the most like undercover desserts. Like they do cornbread, and so they have leftover cornbread, and they make a cornbread pudding, and they do a caramel sauce over top of it. And in a cup, it does not look impressive. It is beige on beige. It's beige all the way through. It's just, but you mix cornbread and sugar and butter and cinnamon and put a caramel sauce over it, and it is magnificent.
They also, by the way, have queso and shells, which is Shiner bought queso with roasted green and red chili, scallions, and pasta shells. And then they do a chili mac, which is brisket chili layered with their queso and shells. I'm dying right now. And by the way, they are taking Thanksgiving orders right now. So big shout out to Slowbone getting all the recognition today. You might want to send them this segment, Daniel.
I'll be dead in a half
hour. If you want a Thanksgiving tip, certainly you can go out to your favorite barbecue joint and get their smoked turkey, but just buy a smoked turkey breast, a whole one from your favorite barbecue joint, and roast your turkey, do whatever you want, but have that to serve as well, so that all those people who've got to have that white meat, you've got a big old turkey breast there. It's easy to slice, it's easy to serve, it's easy to reheat. It's just like this perfect thing to have along with all the other Thanksgiving fixings.
It just inspired me. I'm having 26 people at my house. I'm getting 26 breasts.
You should do that. By the way, just to let you know, Daniel, one of our commenters said, if you ever need a sidekick for knocking out those family meals or catering, look no further than me. Forrod says, please sign him up for whatever you got in mind. Daniel, thank you so much for making time in what is an incredibly busy time for you. We really appreciate it. Guys, you can find them. It's the State of Barbecue on PBS. Lindsay, give them the socials. Where can they go? What can they do? And how can they find out about it?
Well, find them at pbs.org is where you can find more. Find the hashtags PBS, PBS Food, and hashtag Texas Monthly. Anywhere else we can send them, Daniel, to find more about you?
Well, if you have any questions for me, I'm at BBQ Snob on X and on Instagram.
BBQ Snob. I like it. I like it. Daniel Vaughn, head on over to pbs.org to find out about State of Barbecue. And happy early Thanksgiving to you, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
Same to you. Thank you all so much.
We will be right back after these messages. It's the return of a guy who dropped in yesterday. We're forming a partnership, Lindsay, and we want to unpack this wonderful app, Truck On, which RadioNemo will be featured on. Can't wait to have this conversation, a chance to dig in with a friend. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! We are lifting off in that final live hour of Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler, live from Fastport Studios.
Well, here we are. Fastport Studios over there and the Acrisure Studios over here.
Yes!
And I think those are people that need to meet each other, by the way. I think Acrisure and Fastport need to know each other and do some dreaming and scheming. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
Making friends over here.
People are getting together all over the place. And by the way, it ties in beautifully to what's next here, by the way. We got a chance to talk to Keith yesterday, but in the short form, didn't get a chance to dig in as much as we would like because, after all, Nemo Nation is here today, gone tomorrow. Bing, bang, boom. just moving along. Keith Wan, by the way, is the founder and CEO of the Wan Group. He's an attorney, an entrepreneur. He's a tech innovator. His career is actually 4 decades across law, business, and software development. He's the author of the GTE Guard Warranty Portfolio. And for the purposes of this particular conversation, he is the creator of the Truck On mobile app and the developer of BizTech technology platform, and a friend, a genuine friend who has always been incredibly kind to us when we go places, a great conversationalist, and an all-around good dude. And Lindsay, tell Keith Wan good morning.
Keith Wan, good morning. Nice to make your acquaintance and be your new friend. Thanks for joining us this morning. Let's truck on, shall we?
Let's do that, Lindsay. And, I tell you, I really thought Jimmy and I were close friends, but with that intro, he made me sound old. I'm going to go with just experienced. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Come on,
Just be my friend. Just be my friend. Don't worry about him. You and me. You and me.
He's an archive friend.
Gotcha.
He's a friend that goes into the archives. We actually can pull out a lot of stuff and information on Keith as he joins us this morning.
Experienced. Wise and experienced.
Yeah.
How about that?
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Yes. Go with that. We got a chance to kind of do it quickly, kind of bing, bang, boom, boom, kind of yesterday, but I kind of wanted to give you a chance to do a little bit more breathing into this, to talk really about the app, but just the idea of the need that so many truckers have. It's not just an app situation, it's kind of a lifestyle thing too. There's so many different separate things that truckers, and many of whom run their own businesses, sometimes more than one business, need. And what you're trying to do here is turn a mobile phone into a mobile office. And I would love you to unpack that again for us. Then we got a whole bunch of fun stuff we're going to talk about.
Yeah, Jimmy, you hit the nail on the head. I've been blessed, all kidding aside, to have a very long career that started years ago as an assistant attorney general in the consumer protection section of the Ohio Attorney General's office. And you kind of get a different viewpoint when you got a law degree and you're in business and you're doing these things. And when I segued into technology and wound up in commercial trucking, the first thing that strikes you is how dependent we are as a country on this supply chain backbone and the lifestyle of these men and women that are, in particular, over-the-road truckers. And I know today you talk trucking and you got everything down to the people doing last mile that are, delivering packages to your home, think they're truckers, right? But for most of what we're talking here, it's the over-the-road, the people doing the long hauls, and they're operating businesses. People don't realize that they see some of these big trucking companies that many of the folks driving for them, they're owner-operators who are leased on. They're running their own business. That's their truck. And they have a huge financial investment in, think of being on the road, going cross-country and trying to run a business. And everything today is mobile. We're using the cloud. We're using technology. And I just thought there had to be a better way, an easier way to simplify it. There are many folks that have a product or service, do something really well, and they build an app or a platform or a portal for it. But these truckers are on the road trying to go to umpteen different places. And I thought, what if we just did the right thing and I built something that's free out there that aggregated it all? And then I'm going to segue to what we're blessed to be doing now. These folks are on the road. They got a lot of downtime. They need entertainment. What a better thing than to take RadioNemo and start streaming it through the app for them, which we're really proud to be, launching that today. It's a cool thing.
Nice. It's very cool. And what's interesting about this, Keith, is you know as well as anybody that truck drivers are, especially the guys and men and women who've been doing it for so long, are kind of like more technology, and we used to how it used to work, etc. But what you're doing, even though it is technology, but you're putting it all in one place, as opposed to being like, here's 19 gadgets that you need. You're with your app. It seems to me that everything they could ever need is all in one place. So what are some of the tasks that drivers usually struggle with, that you hear on a daily basis that they struggle with, that Truck On is making easier for them, specific task wise?
Well, let's start with two things. Great lead in for me. Thank you. There's two things. It's keeping the trucker in the truck and the truck on the road. So that's key. So that trucker has to be in the truck driving. It's got to be on the road. So the first thing, keeping the truck on the road. What are the things that go with that? we've brought stuff in there like the new CTE Guard warranty. We've got integrations with diesel laptops for the decoder tool, Casper for truck, being able to disinfect technology for the truck. We've got a stop fire product. All this, you just click on the buttons and go where you need to do. If you're in there on the health side, if you're older, are you looking for a Medicare supplement or Advantage? Do you need health insurance, vision and dental? Do you need your drug tests, prescription discounts? We've got some stuff in here for, digital health for truckers and being able to do that on the road. If it's for your business, everyone needs financing and money. So we've got some links and applications for warranty financing or line of credit or truck insurance or accounting. We're talking to some national people that are legal networks. Are you doing you need a US DOT number application? Do you need training? So we've just tried to take the best of the best that's out there and people that do all these things for a living every day and bring them to one place so a trucker can open the app, push on a link or button, and go right to what they need seamlessly without having to open 15 apps and worrying about all that stuff and logins.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, that we talked about. It's, in some ways we made the case that it's the app to eliminate the apps. That's one of the great things about
Why have 20 apps when you can have one?
When you can have one, and
truck on.
And that's exactly it, Lindsay. That's exactly no, but I mean that's a really kind of great point. Is that it what it does is it's almost like an office organizer in the same way that you turn you turn their mobility into a mobile office, you turn their mobile phone into a mobile office, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I know where to go to get this stuff, as opposed to wait, which app is that? What am I pushing? What am I pressing? And it's like it is access. It is the ability to be, much like RadioNemo is in regards to a media platform, the ability to be everywhere all at once. Correct?
Jimmy, exactly. I'm going to tweak one thing you said when we talk about eliminating the apps. We're not trying to eliminate someone's app. We're eliminating the need to have to download all these apps and go there. There's great apps. I'm here at Women in Trucking, as you know, and I met some ladies at breakfast this morning, and they're doing something, Truckers Against Trafficking. And they've got a great app and some stuff, and we talked about it. I said, well, tell you what, love the cause, love what you're doing. We'll just put the link right in here. I'll launch your app through our app. So if people have great apps or they've got a great portal, whatever it is, we want them to keep developing, do what you do best. We're going to create the pathway so that the trucker can get to everything through one spot. So keep building great apps and portals and products, and we're going to give them the Everything app to be able to access it all in one place. Make it easy.
Boom, making it easy. This is what we like. Okay, so here's the other thing. Most truckers, there's a lot of people that would like to become an owner-operator, but that's sort of the idea of that is daunting. And so, what are some of the things here that you're able to do that streamlines, maybe giving somebody the support to make that leap if that's something they're interested in? How can Truck On support people stepping into the owner-operator world?
Well, okay, again, great question with it. First and foremost, this is ever expanding and growing. So we hear things that truckers are looking for and need, and we're constantly adding it to the app. By the way, I want you to know I've got people, Jimmy, that are pinging me right now saying that they are online listening to this particular show right now through the app. So
yay, hi there, you.
People are listening, so they're listening today. If you were to go into the toolbox, and this is, again, we don't call it education and training because as people get older, they don't need to learn, right? But they do need to learn. So we call it the toolbox section. And in there, we have presentations, videos, articles, guides, recordings, and now RadioNemo. So you can get your entertainment or information there, but you're asking about what do you learn there? Well, in there, we've got a business guide for self-employed truck drivers. We've got an article, you sign the contract, but do you know what it said to help you with contracts? If you go to the guide section, what do you need to know about DOT medical cards? Tips on helping you pass a DOT physical. The quick start guide for a trucker becoming an owner-operator. The owner-operator's guide to incorporation. Trucker CFO's got a comprehensive business guide in there and a guide to tax season. So all of the things that you need, or as I hear people say, well, we need this, or we'd like to have access to this, that we look for that type of information or that resource and we bring it in. So it really is a great thing if you're looking to start, to be able to do some research and get some tips on these are the things to put yourself in place and to make sure that you're in a position to start a business. And do I have then the right capital, and do I have the right entity, and all the things you would go through and do that could be daunting, that you don't have to pay money. We've got people that are experts in that, putting articles and information and videos in, and you can learn how you learn. If you want to watch a presentation or a video or read an article, you can do that in the privacy of your truck or home or whatever, and learn at your own pace and get the confidence and make the decision. Yeah, I can make the leap to become an owner-operator.
Let me follow up here really quickly also to ask this, because intuitiveness is also really, really important. And by the way, I'm setting you up here. I hope you know I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm actually setting you up. Intuitiveness, being able to kind of navigate these things. A lot of people, we were laughing about this a couple of weeks ago, the idea that when people play video games or people actually get a new piece of equipment, there's nothing better than actually feeling like they can figure it out in an awful hurry and get down to enjoying what they've actually got, as opposed to being like, okay, will I be tested on this later? Talk about how easy this sucker is to use. Just kind of breathe into that idea a little bit.
Well, it has to be easy. And people, I look at what I like to use. I mean, I hearken back, Jimmy, to a comment that Steve Jobs made years ago that resonated with me. And he said, we build the products that we like to use ourselves. I like things that are easy to use. They're easy to navigate. So I thought, if I'm a trucker, how do you divide this up, right? Now, I could put as many buttons on here as you want, but I thought, what do you need? I need stuff related to my truck and my health and my business. And then once I'm there, once I've got a business and I've got my truck taken care of and my health, what do I do? Well, what are the things that I do every day? So in my day, what are some of the stuff, if I'm a trucker, that I'm going to be doing? We put them in. You want to plan your route and your weather. Are you looking for route weight restrictions? Do you have to do your pre or post-trip trucker trailer inspection? So we put that in. That's something you do every day. Now I'm up and running. Now that I've got my day started and I'm out there running, I've got the section called Truck On, right? So what do you do to Truck On? I'm looking for a travel center or a truck and trailer parking or a hotel, roadside assistance, truck maintenance, and I just put them in those places. And then when all else fails, I'm sitting here now and I just want to learn and do that. I go to the toolbox. And we have a section that we just launched, and for certain providers and services, it's called My Concierge, that for those vendors, Jimmy, that give us or supplier a code, they can actually put it in there. When they push the button, it sends an email to that particular entity, and they can pick up the email, and the trucker's then talking live audio, video through our proprietary technology in the app. And it's like the great help desk. And we're building that out with different services, so it will be there as a use, not just chat, not make a phone call, but push a button, audio, video, and you're able to have somebody there for certain types of services we're launching. So, as you say, it has to be easy. So what are you trying to do? Is it my truck or my health or my day or trucking on? Do I want to learn? Just click on the icon, go to that section, and find the item or the area that you want to learn more about or view. It's there. It's that easy. So easy to navigate.
Well, again, I think we're sort of beating a dead horse, so to speak, but because it's worth reiterating that this is literally your one-stop shop. So I'm curious where this is going. Like, is there anything, not to say necessarily point out a weakness, but is there anything you don't do besides drive the truck? Like, or I guess the real question would be, who else do you kind of work with to balance out what you guys do? Or is the driver who you work with specifically?
We work with I would say the driver or owner operator, depending which vernacular we want to use. We work with the companies and the fleets, and we work with the organizations and that are here supporting the industry. So it's really different. Okay. I'll give you an idea. Like I just said, I talked about the truck on portion, and then I segued over to what we call the live concierge. Now, we built this with an eye toward servicing the trucker and the trucker's needs. Well, now I have some of the fleets and companies coming in and saying, wait a minute, Keith, we really have no way to communicate with our drivers other than they pick up the phone and they call a dispatcher. You mean to tell me that we could communicate with our drivers through the app? I go, well, I hadn't planned that, but theoretically, if we had Jimmy Mac's Trucking, yeah, I could put JMac as a code in there, and when they hit the code, it goes an email to you, and you could talk to your drivers through the app. Well, what would it take to do that? So we're starting to look at things that, as it evolves, may not have been the target, but it's now helping solve issues and other things that are in the industry that it wasn't the initial goal. The goal was to give these tools to the trucker to keep them on the road and make them productive and make them effective and efficient running a business. And now it's really becoming a more of a solution for various problems or solution or situations in the industry. So as it evolves, it'll go wherever it needs to go. If there's an effective and efficient way to deal with a problem or an issue that's in the industry, we'll take a look at it.
Keith, we're gonna run out of time here, but I wanted to make sure you're at Women in Trucking, where we've all gotten a chance to talk on many occasions. You know that we're in the midst of our own startup over here with a legacy brand, so we're not doing as much travel these days as we kind of amp up for the next phase of our great travel adventure. How is Women in Trucking going? And then I want to give you a moment to tell people, in your own words, how they can get the Truck On app. So tell us a little bit about Women in Trucking, and then let us know how we can get the app.
Women in Trucking is as good as it's ever been. You look at it, well, I will tell you, it's myself included, a little bit of difficulty traveling what's going on in the country, but Jimmy, we'll leave that for another day. The show's a great show. This is one of the most dedicated and active groups that you'll have. For those of us that have been to a lot of trade shows, they show up early, they participate, and they're really this group really looks at how to bring solutions and empower the trucker. I mean, a lot of folks that are women in trucking and think, well, it's really just solely about, women's issues in trucking. And while that's the focus of the group, they're really dealing with issues that are across trucking as a whole. And I'll give you an example. The concept I had for really doing the truck and trailer parking at hotels and all that came out of being at the conference last year, where I had, female drivers coming up saying, Keith, this is a real issue for us. We need a solution. How do we aggregate this? So it's as good as ever. The attendance is great. The participation is great. And for those that haven't been here, you should definitely check it out next year.
Definitely. I was just going to say one thing that I know, Keith, I don't know if you notice this. I always feel like when we go to Women in Trucking, there's different kinds of conversations going on. There's very thoughtful conversations going on. And you could, listen, I'm not going to say you could tell it's led by women, but it's just different conversations going on. But I love what's happening there, why I bring it up. And then also what you're doing, Keith, with Truck On is the whole thing. Actually, I had a meeting yesterday, and this was the same idea again. It's like, go to the trucker, go to the driver, find out what they need. Ask them what they need, not necessarily the people behind desks trying to figure out what they need. Just ask them what they need. They will tell you, and they want to tell you, and that's what you're doing. So praise be to you for that. And tell everybody where they can get the app.
Well, they can get the app. The app is in both the App Store and the Play Store. It's Truck On powered by BizTech, and download it and feel free to give us feedback, give us comments, what you like, what you'd like to see added. It's continually evolving, and it really belongs to the community, not to us. We're just the ones that brought it there.
Keith, we're going to be talking to you more and more. A lot of promotion going on here. We want people to find out how they can turn their office, their phone into a mobile office as well. And we want people listening to RadioNemo.com. We can't thank you enough, my friend. Enjoy the rest of the conference. We will see you sooner rather than later. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you both. Always a pleasure. Have a great day.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. There's still about 10 minutes if you want to get in on the conversation. If you want to comment about Truck On. Very cool that you can listen to us. One more play. It's like it's sort of like good news, bad news, Jim. You can hear us everywhere, which is great. But then it's like figuring out the messaging behind it is a little tricky. That being said, one more place to listen to us is one more way that we're doing exactly what we're talking about. It's like find out what works for the driver. If it's easiest for the driver to listen to us through Truck On app, great. We just want to be anywhere and everywhere that makes it easiest for the driver, which is also what he's doing, which is what so many of our dedicated partners, like the good people of Fastport, the good people of Acrisure, that's what they're doing. Like the people that get it right are finding out what does the trucker need, and more importantly, what does the trucker's family need as well, because if the family is supported, then the trucker is able to focus actually out on the road as well. And I think that's a big piece.
Well, and that's what we talked about with the good doctor earlier on this morning. Yeah. Kind of discussed the idea of that there are two things, that the people who are at home, whether it is a veteran space or a professional trucker space, the people at home have to understand what the service member is doing, and the service member or the professional has to understand what the people at home are doing. The more ways you can get them interconnected, the more ways that both parties understand what is needed for the best sort of balance to stop the inflammation of stress and friction and improve not just only financial outcomes, but improve health outcomes as well. And it's a really big deal. The more we can figure out ways to be connective in non-toxic ways, the healthier the overall community will be, which means individually we'll be more healthy. And I know that sounds kind of up with people and sort of new age speak, but it's the absolute truth. I mean, we started off this half hour, the previous half hour, by talking about what a good work environment is, and a good work environment is one where you feel like you're home. If home, in fact, is a healthy place, and vice versa.
I am home at work. I'm in my slippers right now. Don't look down.
This is where you make it.
I will
party on top, slumber party on the bottom.
I will say, and by the way, I love that approach. One thing I don't like is people who go to work at home and don't put any sort of effort into how they look or how they present themselves. But I don't mind tweaking it for the home environment. It goes back to the Trader Joe's thing. I don't mind that somebody's at home dressed a little more comfortably than they would be in an overall office. The thing that drives me crazy is when you show up to work, quote unquote, like you're from Lower Slobovia.
Slobby McSlobberson.
Yeah, I mean that's
and the slob tones.
That's not a good time. Nobody's having a good time.
No, I don't focus that way either. Like, I mean, luckily my studio out here, I can walk to a separate space, so it kind of feels like I'm I come in, I get everything I need in here, so I don't have to get up, and I treat it like I'm going to work, because I am. First of all, because I am, but I do get dressed, I do put on makeup, and I make my coffee out. I need to get a coffee maker out here. That's next on the list. But yeah, and treat it like you're going to work. And I would say same with the driver. If we're being honest, you talk a lot, Jim, about the drivers that are wearing the flip-flops and the sweatpants, and like it's that's not setting yourself up for success. Like, not to slam you, you can do a little more that you don't realize how it's affecting you mentally. If you're in a cut up t-shirt and flip-flops, and then you walk and you pull up in XYZ company's truck and then get out of it and walk into the store, for me specifically, Jim, because you know how passionate I am about people outside of trucking understanding how great trucking is, but that is not doing us any favors by getting out of your truck looking like you just woke up. That doesn't give me confidence in who's driving down the road next to me if you don't care enough to go to work and put some effort into it. I'm not saying you have to be Snazzy McSnazzerson, but like, put yourself together, put on some pants. You can do it. You can do it. You can go to Goodwill and buy some nice pants, by the way. I do it.
And by the way, and I say this all the time. In my car, I have a sports jacket on a coat hook, on a coat hanger in my car all the time.
You never know when you're going to get invited to a party.
You never know, and it's always really good. And by the way, a gym bag is a wonderful thing, not just for the gym, but to have a change of shoes. Because
does that feel weird to you when you say gym bag?
No, in matter of fact, I don't go to the. A lot of people when they go to the bathroom say I'm going to the John, but I've just changed it. I just say I'm going to the gym now.
Going to the loo.
Isn't that weird? I always wonder about, like, I have a friend named Wendy, and I always wonder, is it weird for her to watch the weather report? Like it's gonna be windy. Like I don't know. What are other words? Gym, going to the gym. That must be weird. Nothing is Lindsay. Nothing is Andre.
My name rhymes with a lot of things.
And by the way, there's a lot of people who aren't what I would call Anglo-Saxon inclined. People who come from other ethnicities. People whose name is Wen and New. A lot of
Mark.
people.
You missed the mark.
You missed
does
the
that
mark.
Does that make Mark?
It's really
or Brad.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing though how it doesn't? That very rarely does it happen. It's only when you think about it that it gets weird.
I asked multiple people and they say that. It never even dawns on me. I can't imagine saying I'm going to the gym and my name is Jim and that not hitting me, smacking me in the face.
Hey Jim, you going to the gym? You know, I mean, it happens from time to time.
How do you not hear that? That just rattles my brain.
You hear it so much you don't hear it anymore. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, well, I got brothers. They're always like, so how is gym? When I say I'm going to hit the gym.
I'm going to hit the
gym.
gym.
Why are you doing at the gym? How's you and Jim's relationship?
Hardy.
Har. Get off your tuchus, you lazy.
I love to hit the gym.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You managed to work in tuchus, Dre. I'm just thrilled to be here.
I just work here.
I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled for country and western music news. What's coming up next? I'm going to tell you about a legendary establishment that is reopened. It's seen the light of day again, and I got to go witness it at the grand opening party last night. And a couple other great stories about Vince Gill, who's getting a big honor. And how do Trisha and Garth Brooks make it work? Well, I'm going to tell you. Don't go anywhere. It's country and western music news.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Tuesday.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we're seizing it. We're seizing it hard over here at the Day Guy House, also known Fast Sports Studios. Ain't that right, Jimmy Mack?
OOIDA's Truckers for Troops campaign is underway. Since 2007, more than 800,000 smackaroos have been raised to send care packages overseas to active duty military and in recent years towards veterans who need it here at home. Since it's day one of that week-long campaign, our friends Ashley and Scott figured it might be nice to talk to a few people who have been involved with Truckers for Troops since day one of the event itself. Brad Hennon, Nikki Johnson, Jamie Jones, and Narita Taylor explain how it all began, what those early days were like, and how all the money raised over the years has been a big thank you to all who served. It's Veterans Day on Trucking with OIDA.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
There she is! There she is! Look at her! Look
These
at her!
guys, no autographs, please.
Oh, my God. I gotta get that signature.
Oh, God, it's so exhausting to be wanted.
Go on.
Welcome back to your country and Western music news because, boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
You really do sound like if Mr. Ed was a minister. Was a Baptist preached.
We had a story about a horse this morning.
Or 900 pounds, pony in a pool.
Okay, anyway. So I'm kicking off today's country and Western music news.
Kick it off!
Oh my God, you were so loud.
Yeah,
I'm kicking it off with an event that I went to last night. Guys, I got out on the town. Mama and Daddy stepped out last night.
Mama left the house.
I also did not get home till I think it was 1 in the morning.
Mama tired.
Look great, though. Look great.
Oh, thank you. So again, go on. No, so we went to the reopening of Ernest Tubb's record store. And it was a really cool event. I'll tell you about it in a minute, but first a little backstory on Ernest Tubb and the record store. Ernest Tubb himself, by the way, he is nicknamed the Texas Troubadour. He was, of course, a singer, songwriter, and one of the pioneers of country music. His biggest song, "Walking the Floor Over You," that song specifically, they say, kind of marked the rise of that honky-tonk style of music. Which is obviously so big today. And I loved when I used to sing at Tootsie's Orchid Lounge for years, and I would say, "Welcome to the world's most famous honky tonk." I just love saying honky tonk. It just sounds fun. Honky tonk, queen yourself. Honky tonk. So, okay, so the legendary Ernest Tubb record shop, it's making this historic return to Lower Broadway. Last night was the event, and actually was the pre-opening. This Thursday, the doors officially open to the public. It's a landmark where icons like Loretta Lynn and Hank Williams, Dolly Parton, Johnny Cash, Elvis Presley, they have all performed there, Jim, and they're restoring it to both preserve its original charm, but they've made new additions. Of course, now there's 4 levels and there's honky tonk on every floor. Of course, it's got a 4-story bar, it's got a record shop, the rooftop honky tonk, and this exclusive lounge that's in the basement. So Ernest Tubb's record shop, it was established in 1947, and it wasn't originally actually just for the vinyl shop. They also had, at night, they would do this impromptu performance during the Ernest Tubb's Midnight Jamboree. So basically, Jim, what would happen after playing the Grand Ole Opry at the Ryman, artists would then head over for late night sets that they would broadcast live on WSM radio. Super cool. So
very cool. Very cool. I love
right?
that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
Just love it.
Fresh off the stage at the Opry, and now doing a late night jam. No one does late night jams anymore either. I'm in bed, so bring it back. But can we do the late night jam at 11 a.m.? That would really help me out.
Ooh,
not
jam
as
in
cool.
With coffee.
Come on,
Love
Irish
it.
coffee.
Love
So, a focus of the shop's restoration, by the way, was so it shut down in 2023, about 2 years ago. Or it shut down in 2022, sorry. And then in 2023, the Kenny Brothers, they're a restaurant group here in Nashville, they teamed up with Isla Toshinsky, who is a Grammy-nominated musician, and they are working with Dale Tubb, who is Ernest's grandson. It's taken them 2 years to really do it properly. And it really does combine the two. There's a new sign that it hits the old elements but brings in a little new. So the first floor, when you come in, is a Broadway-style honky-tonk. But last night, and my hope is that they're going to stick to this. There was, somebody playing stand-up bass and fiddle, and it was a legitimate old-school honky-tonk band. They were even dressed the part. There were nudie suits. The whole thing was happening. So I'm going to assume they will stick to that. And the other... Robert's Western World and Layla's Bluegrass Inn kind of try to stick that. Layla's can get more rockabilly, whereas Robert's down there, that's where the locals will go if you have to go downtown.
Okay.
But Alan Jackson's bar, AJ's Good Time Bar, he does do a good job. He says you will play 80s and 90s and early 2000s country in here. And as rumor has it, I have a friend that works there, says that Alan Jackson, he has a TV in his house that will stream the bar so he can check in and at any given moment, if they're not playing legitimate country music, you're fired, you're out.
You're out.
So,
hit the bricks.
So I like, it feels good that we're restoring some of that, to downtown, Jim. But anyway, so the first floor is a honky tonk. The second floor is a restored version of the original Ernest Tubb record shop. And it's got, rows of vinyl on these old wooden shelves. And it does have a small stage where they can do live acoustic performances, in a more intimate setting. The third floor is the private event space where we were at last night. And then there's a rooftop bar, of course.
So cool. That's so cool.
And then there's also a basement that's got 47, which is like an exclusive lounge kind of speakeasy. Okay, so the event last night, it was tricky because all that being said, now these also it's like shotgun. It's long and skinny. And so kind of like you've been in the music loft, it's same that setup where the stage is up front and then it's long and skinny. So if you're kind of hard to see, but they do have, TVs around. So if you're in the back of the bar, you can
but
see.
Odd.
Intimate but odd. Yeah, because it's just long and it's just a little wonky. And for last night, it was obviously packed. It was an invite only, but it was packed, of course. Marty Stewart performed, Vince Gill performed, Winona performed. And what was so cool, there was no really announcement. Vince Gill, speaking of just badasses who just kind of steps on stage, he was singing Go Rest High on That Mountain and nobody knew because everyone's in the bar drinking. All of a sudden you're like, oh my God, Vince Gill is on stage.
What?
And I like, they didn't, there's no pomp and circumstance around it. Marty Stewart just kind of walked right through the bar. I'm like, what is happening? But I think that kind of goes with the throwback feel. There was less pomp and circumstance. Like you just jammed, you showed up, you played. And Vince Gill is one of those guys that does that.
I hope we were turning. I hope there's a lot of things right now that we're really in flux as a country and as a culture and all that. I hope it's one of the things that actually returns to us. The idea that it doesn't have to always be a big deal. That big deal is happening, if that makes any sense. That everything doesn't have to have an entourage and bodyguards and somebody stepping in front of me and being like, hey, the talent needs to be left alone. Go on, please.
What was that?
Go on.
The talent. They're just like us. They put on their nudie suits one leg at a time, guys. Like, just let them be.
Man. Let them be. Let them be.
So it's really cool. It restores my faith a little bit in downtown Broadway. It gives me joy to see this coming back. It will officially open its doors this Thursday to the public. It's open daily from 10 a.m. till 2 a.m. You can head on over to ErnestTabRecordShop.com. 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Do they serve breakfast?
Because it's also a bar, dude. Mm-hmm. All the honky tonks down there open till 2 a.m.
Well, the 2 a.m. doesn't twist me. It's the 10 a.m. That's the odd part. The 2 a.m. I'm down for.
Oh, dude, people are. That's it. I'm writing a song called 10 on a Tuesday because there are people that will be in there. And I always used to say this, like, why are you here at 10 on a Tuesday? And then I'd be like, well, I could say the same thing to you.
It's a good name for a bar.
Here? 10 on a Tuesday.
I kind of like that, actually.
Well, in convention here in Nashville, like you come to town to go to a conference for work, but you're just waiting to get out and hit the bar. People be like, I went to the 7 a.m. meeting. Now I'm heading to the bar at 10 a.m.
Yeah, give me a Bloody Mary. That makes it okay. If I'm drinking a Bloody Mary, it's okay to be here drinking at 10.
Yeah, you get it.
It's tomatoes. It's healthy.
Should have had a V8.
Breakfast.
With vodka in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we go.
Keep your diet straight.
Okay.
I had some vodka last night. Ooh, blah, blah. Okay, so anyway, speaking of Vince Gill, who performed last night, love me some Vince Gill. He's taking home this once-in-a-lifetime award at this year's Country Music Association Awards, which, by the way, are coming up November 19th here in Nashville. Vince Gill, who is 68, by the way, he will be the 2025 recipient of the Willie Nelson Lifetime Achievement Award. He'll accept that at the awards following a special tribute performance. I'm very excited about this.
I'm very excited about this.
I'm very excited. And according to the award ceremony, the Willie Nelson Lifetime Achievement Award is awarded to an, and I quote, iconic artist who has attained the highest degree of recognition in country music, and it's had a positive impact on the country genre and the industry at large. And Vince Gill, I mean, I don't even know what you say about it. He is, outside of knowing his own, like you know his own songs, obviously. You love all of Vince Gill's music. But I don't think most people realize how many songs Vince Gill's singing. If anybody in this town could say you can have one male sing backgrounds on your project, everyone in town would say Vince Gill.
Vince Gill.
And he loves it. He loves to do it. He knows better than anybody how to work your voice, like to stay. Because here's the thing, Jim. It's a real tricky thing to remain yourself, your God-given talent, but also blend with somebody else. And he just does it better than anybody. And he sings like a freaking angel. And I just want to smooch him big time. I tried last night, but I was asked to leave.
When I was more involved in the performance and entertainment scene down here in New Orleans, one of my favorite things to do, and it actually became kind of a story unto itself, was that I would go into the chorus for musicals. I would show up as bit players in Shakespearean crowds. If people called me and said somebody
Whether they
dropped
want
out-
to do or not.
Oh, I just walk on stage. People are like, what's he doing there? But there was one time where I came within 5 minutes. A guy actually sprained his ankle really bad, and I actually was actually brought in to learn the role of Daddy Warbucks, because I can actually tap dance.
Oh, I could see you playing Daddy Warbucks.
And-
It's not just the bald thing.
Yeah, and I literally was in the midst of learning tap dance when he actually had a faster recovery than he thought he would. I think he didn't want me on stage. He was terrified. I'd replace him. That's what I think was going on. Vince Gill, though, always showing up, always being there.
Gotta love him.
I love that. I love that.
Well, he's in the Eagles. What doesn't he do? He's married to Amy Grant. They make beautiful love, I'm sure. I don't know what that was for.
You could have stopped. You could have stopped. And there were so many places you could have gone. You could have had Peter Cetera stuff that was worked in there. Nope, we went right there. I love you. I'm proud of you.
I hope they do. They're a married couple living their best life. Okay.
Next time I fall in love. Sorry, go ahead.
So he is a Country Music Hall of Fame member. He's an 18-time CMA award winner. He's a former 12-time CMA Awards host, and just one of the biggest forces here in Nashville. So some people that have previously been awarded the Willie Nelson Lifetime Achievement Award, by the way, are Kenny Rogers, Johnny Cash, Dolly Parton, Chris Christopherson, Charlie Pride, Loretta Lynn, Alan Jackson, and George Strait.
He doesn't say hold my beer. He says hold my trophy.
He says, never mind.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
stopped.
There's an opportunity to stop here.
I did.
Take advantage. Go on.
Vince, by the way, has been performing for over 50 years in country music. And CMA has actually dubbed him, and I quote, one of the most accomplished and respected artists in all of country music.
It's insane.
So-
He doesn't look like he's been doing it for 50 years. That's the other thing, too. He looks great. He looks great.
Vince Gill killing it. Speaking of Vince Gill, he's friends with Garth Brooks, I assume. I don't know. But Trisha Yearwood has opened up recently about her marriage to Garth Brooks. Now, this is something our truck driving audience can definitely relate to, because while speaking at her, it was called In Her Own Words, an evening with Trisha Yearwood that just happened in New York last weekend, I guess. So Trisha, who's 61, by the way, she talked about how her life changed after marrying Garth Brooks back in 2005. So she said, when she married Garth, she married him, and then she moved to Oklahoma. She said, and I just stopped. I stopped doing everything I was doing. She said, I wasn't touring 200 days a year anymore. I was a bonus mom to 3 children and just trying to make a marriage work, because she says, because I had learned that marriages don't work if you're never together. So let's expand on this, because it's important. You obviously have to be together, but also whether you're a touring artist or a trucker or a traveling salesman or whatever, you have to leave and travel for work. And Seamus and I, as I said to you, pre-COVID, Seamus was doing 23 countries. I think it was 23 countries a year for the job he was on. 23 countries a year. So he was gone, and gone long stints for, weeks at a time. And COVID was like good news, bad news for us in that regard. It meant he was home. I mean, work stopped, but he was home, so it was great. But I like that Trisha is bringing this up. They met actually back in 1987 during a demo session, but they were married to other people. Brooks married his first wife, and then once they divorced, he and Trisha started dating, and they got married in 2005. Jim, you and Claire spend a lot of time apart.
Way too much time now.
This one is not it's starting to not be okay.
This is not okay. This is not okay. As a matter of fact, as soon as it's not okay. It's not okay. But I understand. Go on, please.
Will you be flying home anytime soon, or flying her there?
I am flying home very soon, come hell or high water, as Chris Pine and Jeff Bridges made a movie about. I will be flying home soon.
Okay.
Soon.
Okay.
Go on.
Garth and Trisha, of course, collaborate musically. They do get chances to work together, and I think that's her point. She's like, when we are together, we are together. She's like, because we do spend time apart, but they plan stuff and they make it that quality time. And Seamus and I do that. Like, but honestly, our quality time is quiet. Like I talk for a living and sing for a living, and Seamus travels and deals with a lot of people, and he has
action. He's in the action.
He's in the action. Has to mic up crazy people. So like, my happy, comfortable place is he's the only person in the entire world that I can sit quiet with. And for a lot of time, I was like, does that mean we don't have anything to talk about? And I'm like, oh no, that means that this is a comfortable, safe space where for once I don't have to have nervous energy and talk. Now, by the way, I still do it. I talked quite a bit to him on the drive down and the drive home last night. He will tell you.
It was exciting. That's exciting, though. That is exciting. I mean, that's a wonderful night. What a wonderful night you guys had.
It was wonderful. But, just spend quality time with your people.
Really quickly, I'm just going to say the what I miss the most is sitting on a couch with 2 PlayStation controllers and just having a snack that we both agree upon and quietly getting angrier at the game and loving each other more. I miss that so much. It is really starting to hurt. Just want to put that out there.
Aww.
I'm going to put that out there. That's it. That's the end of that. Move on.
Fly home Friday.
I will tell you as soon as I can. Yep. Go on.
Okay. Moving on. Yeah. Trisha, by the way, has a new album called Christmas Time that comes out is this Friday the 7th? Yeah, it comes out this Friday. And it's got classic hits on it like Christmas Time is Here, You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, and Santa Claus is Coming to Town. The opening track on the record, Yearwood said it has special significance in her marriage with Brooks. She says, I had a short list of things that I was like, if I ever make another Christmas record, I want to do that. And the first song you just heard, Christmas Time is Here, was the first song on that list because of A Charlie Brown Christmas. It's her favorite album. It's her favorite movie. And she said, I haven't really heard a ton of people record that song. And so she said, that is the title track. She said, I actually walked down the aisle to that song because we were married in December. So that was her wedding entrance song, is Christmas Time is Here. That's actually very sweet.
That's fantastic. By the way, our wedding entrance song was the opening theme to Star Trek The Motion Picture. So
mine was Baby Got Back. So,
that's pretty great, though. That's pretty great. I mean,
I like big butts. And again, that's what I came down the aisle to.
Is that a fat joke?
Yes, as my wedding runner was floating away. So go buy that Christmas album. It comes out this Friday. I can't wait to hear it. I want to listen to it while I put my Christmas decorations up this weekend, by the way.
That's a pretty terrific idea, by the way.
Thank you.
I love that. That's really good. Getting the whole mood, man. I got to tell you, the place here today smells a little Christmassy. Dre got it nice and clean, and he actually used some incense and some really great scents, and it's terrific in here.
He's incense and great scents?
Yeah. Incense and great scents, a bottle of wine. Okay,
you are the real housewife of New Orleans, Dre.
Yep. Phone Master Dre.
Yep, I'm the managing housewife of RadioNemo.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Jason Aldean and his wife Brittany Aldean.
So excited.
So excited about this story.
I want to love you.
Okay. Jason Aldean's wife, Brittany Aldean, is one of 3 duet partners on his next studio album. I'm like mildly annoyed by this, but whatever. The couple, they've recorded a song called Easier Gone. It was co-written by not them. And Jason's his next album.
I like that group a lot. Go on, please.
His next album is called Songs About Us. It doesn't come out until the beginning of next year. Luke Bryan also has a duet with him, and David Lee Murphy does a cover of the Might Be Little Dust on the Bottle, one of my favorite country songs. He does that. So Jason Aldean married Brittany back in 2015. They have 2 kids together. And since they got married, I guess, they say, that fans and social media have been pestering them to cut a duet with his wife.
Oh, yeah. That's
Everybody's
been
bothering them. I know. It's been so hard. They're just on me all the time. Jason Aldean says that we will one day, perhaps, if we find the right song. So the song Easier Gone, which was written by Josh Kerr and Jimmy Robbins, wonderful songwriters here in Nashville, as well as Charles Kelly and Dave Haywood there in the band Lady Antebellum. Sorry, Lady A. And so this, and Brittany Aldean, by the way, she was an aspiring singer when she met Jason Aldean, but she's never released any of her own music. Tell me how you're aspiring singer then, if you've never done anything. I aspire to be a horse. You just say I'm aspired, but never do anything? What does that mean?
I'm just going to stay out of this one.
I'm with you. I aspire to be a rodeo clown.
I am with you. I am with you. I'm just going to say that because right now, yeah.
You look angry.
Yeah, I am. I'm kind of angry. It makes me a little angry. It's like, it just makes me a little angry. Yeah.
Well, this is how this outlet put it. It says she was an aspiring singer when she met Aldane, although she never released any of her music. Leaving a 2012 audition on American Idol is her only evidence of musical talent. That is somebody else's words, not mine. That is Taste of Country's words. That is her only evidence of musical talent. But she did well enough in her audition, by the way, to move her on to Hollywood. Whatever, she's pretty. I say I don't say mean stuff, and I'm sounding a little mean today. I'm a little ruffled.
I call it sharp elbows under the basketball.
It's just because I saw such amazing talent last night. That's all. And I saw so many people whose names you don't know and playing on Broadway. I myself played on Broadway 10 years. I have friends that have been playing down there for 20 plus years. And they are some of the most amazing talent that you will never know unless you come to Broadway in Nashville. And some of those people are okay with that, by the way. Some of them aren't trying necessarily to do anything more. Of course, everybody ultimately wants that. Some are happy. There's a guy named Styx, by the way, who plays drum. That's not his real name, by the way, but he goes by Styx.
Should be.
It is. I couldn't tell you if my life depended on it. I couldn't tell you his real name. He's Styx, Styx, and he plays drums. Herbert Styx, and he plays drums for my buddy Jake Maurer. He's probably, I don't know, he's in his 80s for sure. Still sitting on that throne at Tootsie's, playing drums. Only in the afternoon, doesn't do the late night gigs. But you walk in, and he's so funny. He won't alter it. Like if they play a rock song, he will still play it straightforward country, beating his little snare back there. But I don't know how many people have maybe tell us in the chat if you've been to Nashville, to Broadway in Nashville. But it's something you have to like really spend some dedicated time. It's harder now because there's so many bars and they all have a million levels. And like when I started playing back in my day, you had to like audition to get a spot down there. And then you had to stay up on your game or else they'd boot you. And now it's like they need so many people to play because there's 40 bars with 4 levels.
What are you doing?
40 bars, 4 levels, and 4 shifts a day for 4 hours.
It's time to put your band together, dude. Here it is. Here's your moment.
Maybe.
I'm not even being funny. I mean, I'm thinking about this. Now, you have to do it very carefully. You can't just, I'm not going to tell you how to do this. You know how to do this. You know how if you wanted to, how you would have to do it. I'm going to leave it at that because that's not fair. You don't need this from me. Absolutely.
I'd do it if there was a place in Franklin. I don't want to go downtown anymore.
I get it.
The problem.
I get it. My dad said something that actually is applicable to all of this, and I think you'll get this. He was talking about what makes a truly great president, and he said you got to be one of 2 things: mean or crazy. He said you can't be both, but mean or crazy. If you're not mean, you can be crazy. If you're not crazy, you can be mean. And then he kind of stopped and he said, I think that's kind of like what makes people incredibly successful. You've got to be mean or crazy. And you've got to embrace that about it. And I think a lot of people who are great, who are incredibly talented, are neither mean nor crazy enough to make that final step, if that makes any sense.
I got to get crazier because I don't want to get mean.
I'll tell you what, make a deal with you. You ready for the deal?
I'm
right
ready.
Here on this show, guys, fame and glory await Lindsay and Jimmy from this moment on. You take care of the crazy, I'll take care of the mean.
Okay, deal.
It sounds pretty good, doesn't it? It kind of works. Lindsay's wonderful. She's a little crazy, but she's wonderful. Jimmy's completely there. Yeah.
Don't mess with him.
He's completely there.
I like it.
I'm the second to last person you ever want to see. I'll just put it right there.
I like that. That's what a good manager would be.
Yeah. It's like, Lindsay's lovely. She's nuts, but he's not crazy, lady. He's nuts. That's it. On this day, on 11/11, on this Veterans Day where we celebrate so many people who, literally have put themselves in harm's way, you and I are making a commitment to be mean and crazy
for them.
And mean.
Do it for them.
We're doing it for our people. I'm doing it for everybody.
Thank you.
By the way, Trucker Poston said that's why Ross Perot never stood a chance.
He's not mean or crazy?
He's both. You can't be both.
Understood.
You can't be both. You can't be both.
Can't be both. I got it.
That's why you get a lot of crazy presidents with mean chiefs of staff. Go on.
Oh, the guy behind the guy. All right. Well, I guess wait around for Jason Aldean's new album, or don't. I don't care. Finally, speaking of marital duets, on this day in country and western music history in 1973, the Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge album.
I like this couple. I like this.
I like this one. Their album Full Moon was #1 on the country chart. That duet album was the first of 3 duet albums that the couple did. They married the year before the album's release, and they went on to make 3 albums together. So, hope they're making beautiful music. I don't know if she's still alive or not, actually. So either way, I hope they're still making music together. Maybe he's sending her songs from above.
I hope when she goes and becomes queen of the kingdom of sleep, as she probably does if she's still with us, that he is in her dreams and they are singing magnificently for that moment when she makes her way across the great waters and joins him on the wintry shore. How about that?
I'll tell you what Chris Christopherson was. Not mean, probably crazy in the best of ways. That's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack. That's Phone Master Dre over there keeping us on the 1s and the 2s. Jim, Trucking with Oida coming up next. And also, by the way, tomorrow, my guest on We Should Write will be shifted. It's somebody I ran into last night. Literally, I got a text. We can't do the show. And I looked up and my friend Chris Blair was standing right in front of me. I was like, what are you doing Wednesday at noon? I've been wanting to reconnect with him anyway. I'm going to do it on the radio. He is a singer, a songwriter, an entrepreneur, an artist manager, and most importantly, a philanthropist here in Nashville. And he is the founder and owner of the Listening Room Cafe, which is an iconic venue here in Nashville. He's got multiple spots, but the one downtown, it's iconic. And he is friends with so many songwriters, so many artists in town, very well respected. And it's neat because he's one of those, I'm not only president, I'm also a member. He writes songs and owns the venue that supports the people doing it. It's an actual listening room. It's going to be a fun conversation. So please check that out tomorrow on We Should Write. We'll be back tomorrow on Road Gang Radio here, as we are every day from 7 to 11. Jimmy Mack.
Scott, Brad Hennon, Nikki Johnson, Jamie Jones, Narita Taylor, and Ashley are talking about how Truckers for Troops got started. We'll be back with them.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Thank you for all you do. Here from Missouri, we're all thinking about you every day.
Thank you for your service, and we appreciate you taking care of us.
I am so grateful for your sacrifice and your service. Thank you.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA and the start of our Truckers for Troops campaign.
Since 2007, OOIDA members have raised more than $800,000 to send care packages overseas to active duty military and in recent years toward veterans in need here at home. We're about to talk with 4 people who have been instrumental here at OOIDA headquarters in launching this campaign and making it what it is today. But we're going to need your help making this year's Truckers for Troops campaign take off.
There are several ways to donate. One is by joining OOIDA or renewing your membership. From now through Sunday, truckers can join or renew for a discounted rate of $35 for 1 year. 10% of dues will go towards Truckers for Troops, and OOIDA matches those funds. Members can also donate directly to the fund by going to the website ooida.com/T4T or by calling 816-229-5791 during business hours and letting the operator know you'd like to donate.
We're going to have coverage all week long to commemorate Truckers for Troops, and the underlying message throughout is going to be giving thanks and support to the brave men and women who raised their hand to defend the Constitution, whether they're still in the military or are veterans. So without further ado, let's start at the start of Truckers for Troops, which takes us to 2007. And for that trip down memory lane, we've got a full house today. We welcome in Jamie Jones, Brad Hennon, Narita Taylor, and Nikki Johnson. Thanks for joining us. Let's go back to the beginning here. The year is 2007. The iPhone launched. The final Harry Potter book was released, and Truckers for Troops was born. Who was here for those early days? Raise of hands. I guess not great for radio, but we've got, yeah.
Yeah, I think we all were. I was the only one, I think, here that was on the radiothon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was wild times because
It sure was.
we didn't know what we were getting into.
No.
Yeah.
We had a great idea, we thought, but that was it.
Yes.
And let's talk about the idea, because before we get into the details of what it became and what it is today, I think it's important to kind of go back to that beginning stage and the idea, where this idea came from, because it has grown so much and it comes out of a great place. But do you recall, maybe, Nikki, how the idea kind of came about?
Well, it's just natural that there are veterans in the trucking industry, and we saw the need for care packages overseas, people missing home. And we thought, if I remember correctly, we could get $5,000.
That was our goal.
That was our goal, that we would be doing great. And lo and behold, I think it was somewhere around $52,000.
A little more than $5,000.
And we're like, what do we do now?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's like when you drop those little animals in the water and all of a sudden it's bigger than the bowl, you're kind of like, what just happened?
We're going to need a bigger bowl.
But the other thing, and we had the iPhone, Harry Potter, and all that other stuff that you talked about. I think it's also important to understand where we were with military activity at that time. And not only did we have future members who were actively serving in war zones, we had veterans who were members who were going and contracting with KBR. And
I had forgotten.
Yes. And they were hauling mail to the troops.
Absolutely.
And they were talking about how excited the troops got when they got mail from home.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they felt like that was, even as contractors, they felt like that was their mission, was to deliver something from home. And I think subconsciously we realized that and grabbed onto it.
Yes. And we do things big around here. We didn't send the free USPS box. We went and got donated boxes, I think from Zarda one year. Zarda Barbecue is a local barbecue place here. And the boxes were huge. And we just remember how excited they were when they got those and the sharing that took place.
Yeah.
What was like when talking to the mail room and talking to the ones who worked there and, showing them these boxes?
Yes.
What was that like when they heard the logistics of that?
And maybe, Brad, that was your moment where you're like,
wait a second.
How are we going to do this?
That's where we emptied the garage.
Well, and that's kind of where I came in, is the logistics part of it, where whenever they was ordering so much from Dollar General, Dollar Tree, that we started to have to take the box truck up there to unload stuff off their dock. And then from there, I think in the early days, you guys were like 50 boxes or something, and you guys were coming in on the weekends to do it.
Yes. And as I mentioned earlier before we started this recording, that we were shopping with carts and filling those with Dollar Tree and Dollar General items. So you can only imagine what that was like.
Dollar General.
Things were $1.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. Yeah.
I would have hated to be in line
We were
behind
just
us.
thinking that. Or the cashier.
I would be like, you only have 50 things. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, what are you doing? And that's when insert Brad, like, we need help. We need a better way to do this.
Yeah,
And you figured one out?
Well, and so eventually after we went from the 50 boxes in the cafeteria on the weekends to, okay, so we need an assembly line. So we set up an assembly line in the garage and start dealing with everything with pallets.
Yes.
And then we was processing 300, 350 boxes in a day. That was going out the door. So it grew really quickly.
It sure did.
That's wild. Yeah, that's great.
And what I'd like to point out is this was our determination to do this ourselves. We will not outsource any of this.
Every dollar.
It's not necessary, and we know we can do it. So
Yes.
that's what we're talking about here is our determination to make sure all of what is donated goes towards the packages themselves.
And we had so many. I mean, the team here at OOIDA bought in so hard.
They sure did.
And they still do to this day. And that you were never looking for volunteers. It was never. We were turning volunteers away, and it got to the point. It was so big that members, even if they knew they were coming through the area, would ask, "When is Truckers for Troops packages? When's that happening?" And we had
Yes.
members coming in and helping pack.
We did.
Yeah,
Yes.
and like when we had the assembly line in the garage on that day, and we had, I think people were rotating in and out every shift or every hour.
Mhm.
In shifts because everybody wanted to help, and it's like, well, we don't want to turn anybody away. So
Well, and it was 30 degrees in the garage.
It was
Let's be honest.
freezing.
1 year.
Right. That's incredible though. And Nick, you talked about the expectation in those early conversations. You thought, oh, maybe we'll get $5,000 and we'll start this thing off kind of small, and it obviously exploded really quickly, which every time we do one of these every year, it always comes back to me just the generosity of the truck driving community, especially
Absolutely.
back in 2007, as Jamie, you pointed out, there were, wars going on, and there were a lot more men and women overseas, doing what they do. But that must have just been an overwhelming feeling for you all too, to realize, oh my gosh, like we've got a community here that really cares about our men and women overseas.
I think it's something we've always known it, especially the media arm, because we showcase it every opportunity that we get. But when we saw it in action, because 2007 was right on the cusp of the 2008 recession.
Yes.
And so then we hit 2008 and we're like, well, we sure aren't going to top last year. And
it kept on going.
It kept on going.
Yeah.
And
there was a true need, and they were it was close to their hearts, and they were very compassionate about that.
well, so many of them, again, you referenced it. It's that connection.
Yes.
They were veterans themselves. They had children serving. They had, they knew the importance of those packages.
Mhm.
And I think that's what made it all the better.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Those are, go ahead.
You go ahead. You're good.
Those early care packages, Brad, and you all were talking before we turned the mics on here. The care packages, and we can talk about this a little bit later too, not as big a focus now for good reason. Jamie, as you've pointed out before, that means we have fewer men and women overseas who are fighting in active war zones. But those early care packages, the number of things that would go into each box and the types of things that would go into each box.
Weirdness.
The weirdness, but it was with the purpose, though,
It
right?
was.
Everything
Yes.
was well thought out, and you
Yes.
were trying to give them a variety of different things. Brad, do you remember what those early care packages had in them?
Well, it was always a mixture of stuff. We had places would donate books, so we would send books. We always had some snacks, beef jerky, M&Ms, things that they may or may not be able to get get over there.
Hot sauce for the MREs. We did that some. Yeah.
We did the hot hands things at one point. But then we also did some fun stuff like silly string and footballs and, something to little R&R.
Uh-huh.
The squirt guns.
Oh, yes. I forgot about those.
Oh, that's one of two of my favorites. So Tennille Flick, the traffic coordinator for Trucking with OOIDA, her brother was serving at this time.
Yes.
And two purposes from the silly string and the squirt gun. One, the silly string, they used it to find tripwires.
I love that story.
Yes. I mean,
and that wasn't the design when you sent it
that
over
was
by
the
any
design.
means.
No.
But they're so creative and they
well,
know how to use it.
Necessity's the mother of invention,
Right,
that kind of thing. But to know that we were literally helping to save lives with these care packages was huge. But the other one, Shane and his unit got the squirt guns and filled them with, I think, and forgive me, it was like Canoe or Aqua Velva.
I think that's what it was, yeah.
And had a squirt gun fight in their barracks, and they said that thing reeked for weeks.
I can't even imagine. Yuck.
Yeah.
My personal favorite was the self-heating coffees.
Yes. Everyone
love
loved those.
Can't get them anymore
You
now.
cannot.
If anybody has them, I don't know anyway.
Yes.
Are
those
they
were
illegal,
fantastic.
Narita?
No, the manufacturer couldn't make
didn't
them
make them
anymore.
anymore. Oh, really?
It was really weird.
Well, they got bought out, and then whoever bought them didn't continue, but it's patented, so.
So we tried for years to get those.
The focus, as we talked about, has kind of shifted, I guess a little more toward VCP and Veterans Community Project, which we'll talk about here. But the care packages, they do still go out, Nikki.
They do.
And we are always looking for people.
We are always looking for addresses of your loved ones, friends, acquaintances that we can share a care package with. And our care packages are big. They are for sharing. So we would love to hear from anyone that has an address, and that is at troops@ooida.com. And if you send those addresses in, we would love to fulfill a package.
And one thing we've always stressed is we want these to go overseas. And I'm going to make a plea, and I'm doing it here live. I'm going to spring one on everybody. No, I have family in Alaska, and the Delta Junction Air Base is essentially a frontline air base. I mean, it's literally a skip across the strait to Russia.
Sure.
So I think they qualify.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I
we share the love.
I'll chime in, Jamie. And, in a lot of the research I've been doing, trying to find ways to expand our ability to send more care packages, what I've learned is that just because someone is domestic or, stateside, that doesn't mean that they can leave base, or the nature of their assignments may be such that they can't go and get M&Ms and silly string. So, there are, I think, some legitimate needs in that area as well.
So plead your case when you send in a name. That's what we're saying.
And times are tough today. Not everybody has the funds to send care packages. I mean, the shipping cost alone before even packing the box is outstanding. So,
Brad knows that.
Yeah, for sure.
So yes, send those addresses. We would love to be able to help send a piece of home.
Jamie, there's something I wanted to ask you. You mentioned a radiothon, which I'd be curious at what age cuts off people would know what a radiothon is.
Well, and I actually corrected the term because for years it was called a telethon. And I was like, dude, we're not on TV. It's a radiothon.
Jerry Lewis is what it reminds me of. The Jerry Lewis telethon.
But talk to me about how, this sitting around this table, I think this very table, how that played a part in getting the word out about what OOID was doing.
Yeah. And for those of us of a certain age who know what a telethon is or whatever, there was kind of a rough kind of format that you followed, and you had to hammer on the number. And God love Mark Reddick. He leaned into that so hard, telling the phone number to call and all of that. But back to that first year, what we didn't know and what we didn't expect was for membership to be coming to us and giving us content on the fly.
Yes.
And people calling in with their stories, and we were, it was kind of like some of the journalism two source rule and all that flew out the window, and we were just like telling these heartfelt stories. And then after the first round of packages came out, the next year we had letters and photos and all of this. And so it was so easy to tell these stories. But I think the heart and soul of it, especially in the beginning, was Reed Black. He was an Army veteran, served in Vietnam, and he recently passed away. I am not going to cry, but he was so proud of his military service and the care packages, especially to a Vietnam veteran who didn't have the ticker tape parades and didn't have that welcome home.
Right.
It meant more to him to lean into this 110%. And if you were tired or whatever, or just bummed out that day, you came in here and sat down and you just borrowed his energy.
Yes.
So, and that's what made it, I think that's what made it so special and easy to buy in 100% to the cause from the drop.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we're a bit competitive around.
I was going to bring that up. I was going to bring that up.
Just a
The
little bit.
branches
Just a little bit.
competition. Who wants to go through the branch? Jamie, it's probably you because I think you were on the
I'm
losing
one
end of that.
Well, and I initiated it. Stupid me.
Walked into that one.
Okay, so I referenced Reed being an Army vet, and he talked about his service, and it was
A proud Army vet.
very proud,
yes.
and never to diminish that. I don't want to say that competition and games and stuff like that was meant to diminish that.
Not at all.
But he just would, we were 3-4 years in, and he would just go on and on and on. And I was like, that's it right here, right now. I'm going to bet Reed Black that one other branch of the military, because people would call in and say, go Army, go Navy, or whatever, when they would make their donation or join or renew or whatever. And they started keeping a tally board. And, of course, Army ran away with it every year. And so the first year I said, you know what? Any other branch beats Army, you have to wear a Jamie Was Right t-shirt all day at work. I lost. I wore a Reed Was Right t-shirt all day long.
There's photographic evidence of that as well.
Certainly is.
Yep. And he's very smug in that photo with me wearing that t-shirt. And it went on a few more years, and I finally stacked the deck, and I put every other branch against Army, and
including the Space Force in
I
recent years.
I made up Space Force at that point because we didn't even have Space Force yet.
Yeah.
I was making stuff up, and so I finally won. And he brought the T-shirt in. The one that he wore was a camouflage, thermal, thermal underwear, kind of, what I'm talking about. But it was camouflage, and you could barely read Jamie Was Right.
Smart, very smart.
He was definitely very clever. So we haven't fully settled on the name, but I do, when you join or renew or make a donation and, throw your support behind a branch of the military, this is definitely dedicated in Reed Black's memory now.
Absolutely.
And, I think any of us who were lucky enough to work with him, he touched lives, and
he was a gem.
He was.
For sure. Yeah. And the beautiful thing about this, as it continues, I mean, these stories that you tell about Reed will continue and live on, which is the beautiful part about that as well. It also speaks, and just to kind of go back to what I brought up earlier, but hearing you talk about how proud he was as an Army veteran, and the pride that our veterans feel, again, just the tie-in with the trucking community, and there is such a strong tie-in between veterans and truckers in the trucking community. This is a perfect example of how those two things come together in so many different ways, and you see it in the donations and the stories that come in and everything else. It really does give you a sense that there is a larger community working here, which is beautiful in a lot of ways. Yeah. One of the things too, and Narita, we talked about the Veterans Community Project and the pride that, is out there. there are far too many veterans who are struggling right now. In recent years, as care packages have kind of become less of a focus, there has been a shift, I guess, is that kind of the right way to say it, I guess, toward the Veterans Community Project. Narita, why them? Why were they chosen to kind of take on some of this donation money that comes in?
Well, first and foremost, they make it easy for us to do that. They,
Yeah.
they're headquartered here in Kansas City, but they're expanding nationally gradually. Their goal is to be in each state, and they have been gradually doing that, which we've been able to follow along and go to their new locations and bring a new kind of care package in the form of backpacks to help with what they do in providing services to unhoused veterans. And the other reason is because they are an organization that is able to help all veterans regardless of discharge status, regardless of red tape. So they're kind of filling in the gaps that the VA, the Veterans Administration, can't do. So they're there to help all veterans.
I like it how they say if you raised your hand and swore to serve.
Serving all who
Yes.
served.
Yes.
That's one way they put it too. Yeah.
That's so tremendous to me. And I don't know. I think the allure to VCP for me with their tiny home projects and everything, getting them out of those tiny homes into a Habitat for Humanity's home, getting them back on their feet. I mean, that's the least we can do for somebody who, is defending us and our Constitution. But VCP's a wily bunch, and I think that's why OOIDA and VCP
We get along pretty good.
Yeah, we're kind of the rowdy kids in the back of the classroom going, "We'll do it our way."
Well,
That's
and
right.
I love the program too because we talk about care packages, and we're essentially giving a care package to those unhoused, but also to the ones in the tiny homes because they get to take those items with them to start their new home. And I love that.
And we should explain, too, the tiny homes, and we talked already with Chris Admire. You'll hear that conversation later this week. And Jennifer Siebold, she's the Longmont location out in Colorado. But they talk about, it surprised me just how many veterans are struggling. And I can't remember the exact number in Missouri, but tens of thousands of veterans,
My
Chris
gosh.
Admire told us, are on the brink of essentially not being able to pay their bills or live, every day based on what they're making. So they do have the tiny homes. That kind of gets the headlines in terms of helping veterans who are experiencing homelessness. But they have so many services, too, that even if you're not homeless, you can go in there as a veteran if you need help with anything. They are going to help you.
That's right.
And it's overwhelming, just the amount of effort that they put into it too. Jamie, you mentioned the Wiley bunch. There is no failure. I think Chris had said that to us too. There is no failure is not an option for them because they see these folks come in and they know how much help they need. And I know, Narita, you've been to a few locations that has to have hit you in a way too, right?
Yeah, the caring, the attention that they give to everything that they provide and how the environment they set up, having separate areas for where the veterans come in as clients to speak to them, having a quiet atmosphere. If executives show up in suits, they want to kind of segregate you away from those that are walk-ins because they don't want them to feel intimidated. They want to make sure it's a welcoming atmosphere, and they feel like the backpacks that we give them helps break the ice in those interactions. So that's
Fantastic.
that's why we keep doing it.
Well, and I
Yay.
think another thing that's so unique and awesome about VCP, so many homeless shelters that are out there, the vast majority do not allow pets. And Ashley, you've done a story, and I know, Narita, this is near and dear to your heart too. But I mean, tell them about that.
Yeah, I got to go a couple years ago now, I think. And the gentleman has a dog, and it's on Landline Media if you want to see it. And I mean, who doesn't love
It's
to
a
see
great.
dogs?
It's a great
Yes.
interview. It's a great interview.
But one of the things that he said that struck me was like, had he not been able to bring his dog, like he would have rather stayed on the streets.
Yes.
He wasn't going to seek help.
And you understand that too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
he's,
yeah. I mean, if you have a pet, you
part
totally
of your family.
get that. Yeah, and just how beneficial they are. And I know, like you mentioned, our trip to VCP. I don't know how many dogs we encountered and heard barking.
7. I wasn't counting, but yeah,
But
there
it's
were
just
quite a
such
few.
a-
Petted everyone.
she wanted to. She wanted to.
A service dog actually came up to me, and I was very tempted, but
she restrained
I
herself.
refrained.
Good girl.
But yeah, no, it's wonderful though that they offer that.
But that's even
they
part of the
recognize
service.
it.
Yeah, and
Yes.
that's part of the services that they offer. I mean, they actually help them with veterinary care for their fur babies.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I don't even want to call them pets.
One thing I want to add on the pets too is that we do the drive-in to in-house.
Oh yeah.
And we send all that stuff down there. So it's stuff that our employees have brought in to donate. And there's always a huge ton of stuff that is for pets.
Yes.
From toys to food to everything else. So, that helps, I'm sure, as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
We
Nick-
love our pets around here.
I was going to say, haven't you ordered dog treats
We
for the care
have.
packages?
We also, for military
Yeah.
dogs, we've also ordered for them as well over the years and sent them treats and leashes and different things that they
So if we
needed.
know it's going to a canine unit, we
Yes.
can tailor it
Yeah.
that
That's
way.
right.
That's
or
awesome.
for a unit that has females and they have
Yes.
special needs, then
Special
they can do
needs.
that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that was another one that I heard that, and I'm just going to be blunt. No, it was Afghanistan, and one of the units grabbed a box of tampons, and they were stuffing them in the barrel of their guns when they were traveling to keep the dirt out.
Isn't
Oh,
that
wow.
something?
So again,
That is
Yes,
innovative.
so
yeah.
many
I mean,
uses.
so many uses, and it's
Yeah.
just like, well,
Okay.
Whatever
you know?
works.
You know,
Yeah.
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 I don't know how to segue out of that.
I stumped Scott Thompson. I win. Mark it off my bingo card.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without SIGs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
To all the men and women service people out there protecting us every day, thank you again.
We appreciate all the efforts that you guys have made, and happy Veterans Day.
It is no mystery. It's not a secret that times are tough right now. We're on year 3 going on 17 of a freight recession. Rates are in the dumps. people listening to this, again, so much generosity out there, but understandable that times are tough. Money is tight right now. So we're asking for donations, obviously, with all that money going toward active duty military and veterans here. We should point out that all of that money that comes in is going directly to those efforts, right, Narita?
That's right. So it's 10% from the dues and then any straight donations. All of that goes towards either care packages or the VCP.
And OOIDA is matching the 10% from the dues.
Oh, yes.
So
That's wonderful.
So yeah, that's one route to go if you want to make a straight donation too, and that a little bit goes a long way. I
Sure
would
does.
imagine Brad and Nikki do the care packages. Nikki,
Yes.
you're going to Dollar General every day, or I don't know
Not
how often you're
anymore,
going.
but boy, that was fun.
We've streamlined a little bit, but
Yeah.
we still
have.
keep it in-house.
But I mean, $5, $10, I would imagine goes a
It
long
sure
way.
does. Yes, anything helps.
Yeah.
Well, and we used to, when you talked about the competition, circling back to the dogs, and I know this price is off now, but at one point, these care packages are so big and everything that like the estimate for mailing and all the contents and everything was $150. And John Osborne, who drove the OOIDA Spirit of the American Trucker, in honor of Sassy, his co-pilot, he started the Fur Baby Challenge. And so
Yes.
people would donate the full amount for
One box.
And that went off like wildfire.
Yes.
And and we had individuals. One year there was a guy, he had to drive like an hour to take his kid to hockey practice and was flipping through, I believe we were still just on XM at that point, flipping through channels and stumbled onto the radiothon and was so moved by the stories, Reed,
Yeah.
that called in out of nowhere. Zero connection to trucking.
Yes, I
called and
remember
made
that.
a donation.
Yes.
And so
Well,
that's great.
Just to give an idea on these boxes,
Yeah.
the boxes are roughly 2 foot square and they weigh up to 70 pounds apiece. So, I mean, that's the only requirement is it has to keep it under 70 pounds because otherwise the shipping cost goes through the roof.
Well, and to that point too, Brad, we were talking earlier before the mics got on again, but about using every single square millimeter of that box.
Yeah, this ain't Amazon, dude.
No, there is no space in these boxes, and you like it.
I'm the Tetris guy.
I was going to say you like it to go game of Tetris, but I mean even the packing peanuts. Talk about that because you used actual.
Yeah, one
peanuts
year we actually we bought a whole skid of Hampton's Farms peanuts, and we used those as packing peanuts. And so once the box was all packed and filled, we just took a big scoop out of those and dumped them in there to finish it off.
Somebody overbought that year, so we had to get those peanuts in somehow.
There you go.
Well, but then you threw some bags in on top of it, like paper
Yes.
sacks,
Yes.
so they could just scoop out
Yes.
some and
hand them out.
had peanuts,
Yes.
shelled peanuts for a snack.
If we buy in bulk, we always try to include bags of some sort so they can share.
There's no space in those boxes left. Like they go out with 4 bands on a box. Like it's bursting at the seams as is.
It was a process for
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
I would love to see that again, but
Well, and
not for the cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to
those
ask you
were
too.
fun times.
The care packages again have gone down in number, but you're still sending them out.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Do you have an idea of what's going to go in this year? How does that process work? Do you have a council that gets together and you're
We used
a
to.
debate?
We
Yeah.
used to when we didn't know what we were doing. But now,
Reed was always on the white sock lobby.
Yes.
He's like
Oh,
clean
yeah.
white
Clean
socks.
socks.
Clean white socks.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've sent socks several times over the years. We always send jerky, protein bars. We send some fun things like Brad mentioned, some candies if we can, depending on the time of year it is. Gets a little hot in Afghanistan. We send hygiene items. So if they need foot powder or body powders, body wash, we send some medicinal items that they might need. And then we always include some fun things, footballs, frisbees, card games.
You got cards from casinos.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
You
that's-
know, the retired
Donated.
dad.
I was getting ready to mention the fact that on top of all the donations that everybody's given us to send this stuff out, we also get donations from companies or discounts from companies for the products.
We have.
So
yes.
it's everybody jumps in and pitches in.
What, the local Sonic one year, we got a deal on, or I don't remember if they donated or we got a deal on it, but the packets of mustard and ketchup.
Yeah.
For the MREs that you mentioned.
needed
Yes.
flavor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always need flavor for those. And we've had just a variety of items that we've included over the years, but I do have some staples that I always try to include, and then I go through my head and determine if I think that box is full or not, and then that helps me decide what else we're going to put in there.
That's a great point, though, too. When people email in, if they've got someone in mind to send a care package to, I imagine it would be okay for them to send some suggestions like, hey,
Yes.
they're really hurting for this, or they'd really like to see this or
We
that.
have done that before as
Yeah.
well. They say, for instance, the Little Debbie Christmas cakes.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's like, my, cousin loves these, or my husband, or whomever. And so we put those pieces of home in there.
Yeah, it's great. And then just to be clear here again with money, the money that comes in goes toward care packages. What is left over, I guess, or whatever money is there also in the fund, also going toward Veterans Community Project sites. And Narita, you've been crisscrossing the country giving out money to different VCP sites.
That's right.
And can you talk a little bit about what that has been like?
Sure. So we visited St. Louis and South Dakota and Colorado. Those are the VCP locations, in addition to Kansas City, that are up and running and have a staff and have a campus with residents. And we've given monetary donations of $10,000 and backpacks, several hundred backpacks filled with either hygiene kits, or in the case of Colorado, they requested winter kits. And then also what I'll call a go back to work kit, a kit with folders and pens and breath mints and inspirational note cards and pens to write with and things like that. So there's a variety of ways that they have commissaries at these locations. They are always looking for food pantry items, but obviously we don't want to fill our backpacks with cans of ravioli. But we can put snacks in there, snack bars as well. So it's a variety. It's customized to what those locations ask for.
What the need
And
is.
sometimes when we visit, we are able to visit with the residents. Sometimes not. It is private. Their privacy is respected. But at my last visit at the Longmont, Colorado location, a couple of residents popped out and they were curious and wanted to talk. Maybe it's the atmosphere in Colorado. I don't know. But one of them handed me a walking stick that he had carved from a branch that he had found on one of his hikes. That particular location isn't as urban as the other locations, so there are some hiking trails nearby. And
Very nice.
I thought, it was a wonderful, wonderful experience. Louis Pugh was with us as well, and it was a really good experience.
Another proud
I was gonna say,
veteran.
yep.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got a number of them in the building. Yeah.
I would also like to mention, going in those care packages, if we have any teachers, Sunday school teachers, anything like that listening, we also love to get handmade or hand-colored pictures, thank you cards. Don't have to do anything with holidays, just generic
Yes.
thank you cards. They love getting those.
I can't tell you how many of those would come in with
Yes.
capes on them, superhero
Yes.
theme
Yeah.
stuff.
Dear soldier, dear Marine.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, but I think that was the other thing that we really stressed early on when you said that, and it just reminded me. We don't typically send these out around the holidays. That's a popular time
Correct.
that families are connecting,
Right.
churches, other organizations, it's the holiday tour, if you will. So we
Mhm.
kind of held back and waited until,
It's usually like March.
yeah,
March, April is usually when we start.
when the need was kind of peaking
More
again.
of a
and,
lull in
Yeah.
donations.
hey, we
and
haven't,
whatnot, yeah.
and and just a reminder, we haven't forgotten about you.
Right.
You know, it's not one time a year, check the box and we're done. It was something that we were meticulous about. So even if we had the Christmas cards, my kids, they were very young when we started doing this, and they would draw and do cards and stuff. And I had this wild idea that I would bring them in and we would do this segment because we had been to the museum at the Pensacola Air Force Base where the Blue Angels.
Yes, the Blue Angels.
And they were so pumped. And I was like, this is going to be great. And the boys got in a fight, arguing.
Imagine that.
Yeah. And Samantha sitting there just like dingy
In the
little
middle.
blonde that she was. And we got done and I said, just delete that. We're not using that. And Reed Black turned it into this hilarious segment. And so,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, one of the Truckers for Troops featured the Jones children in a brawl.
Can we get them back on now and recreate it?
Oh,
Is that every day of your life?
Pretty much. It's not. They're big now.
All right, fine. Just to remind people, again, there's so many ways to participate here. You can join OIDA or renew your membership for a discounted rate of $35 for 1 year. 10% of that goes toward Truckers for Troops. OIDA matches those funds. You can also go to the website, oida.com/T4T. That's the number 4, oida.com/T4T, or by calling that number that Mark Reddick must have told during the radiothon about 8 million times, 816-229-5791 during business hours. Just let the operator, the person who answers, know that you'd like to participate, you'd like to donate, and they will take care of you there. As we close out here, just wondering if each of you can just maybe give us some final thoughts. Again, Ashley and I have not been around for nearly as long as you all have participating in this. But again, just the idea of the generosity of truck drivers out there and the importance of reminding our active duty military and the veterans who are back home now that we are thinking about them and we care about them and we support them in so many different ways. Just some final thoughts, maybe. I don't know which one wants to volunteer first. Maybe Jamie. What do you have to say there?
It truly is, and we appreciate everything that truckers are doing right now, and we know it's not easy.
It's tough right now.
It is really, really tough. But when you think about how many truckers there are out there, even a $1 or $2 donation each. I mean, can you imagine what that would do?
Right.
And, to say that every penny goes into these boxes, we're serious. Well, I mean, if we had to come in on weekends and work nights and stuff, I mean, we would do it.
Oh, yes.
We would move heaven and earth to make sure that all of this happens for our veterans, for our troops. So don't feel bad calling in a $5 donation. Any little
Anything
bit,
helps.
we can stretch it.
Well, and again, now's the perfect time too. If you're thinking about renewing or your renewal's coming up, or you want to join, this is the perfect week to do it.
Yeah, get the discount, and then
10%
10%, and then it gets matched. So there's your donation right there.
It's a win-win.
I want to piggyback off what you said. A $5 donation can make a huge difference. I know when we talked to Chris Admire, which we'll hear later in the week, he mentioned a gentleman called in, fell on hard times. He needed $68 to pay his rent.
Yeah.
Just a one-time, wrote a $68 check, and that's what he needed to just help him through the month. So
and Chris, I think Chris Admire said he just got his checkbook out.
He just got his checkbook out and wrote the
made
check.
the donation
so it's
right then.
Really, and every little bit helps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and that goes all the way across the board. I mean, with the staff members here at OIDA, everybody jumps in, and all the administrative costs are all covered by OIDA.
Yes.
$5 is $5 to a veteran.
Yeah, it's not going to some. Yeah, there's no overhead, and it's not going to this person or that person.
Yeah,
it's going directly toward.
It's not padding somebody's salary. I promise you that.
If anything, we take that $5 and turn it into $7.50, just with what the other discounts that we can get on the products and everything else.
Sure,
that's a great point. Narita, final thoughts here.
Sure. Just want to thank our members for channeling their support for military and for veterans and for making Truckers for Troops as successful as it has been all these years. And know that, I know we've talked a lot about our packages, but we really do think our packages are far superior than any other type of package out there. And so if you know someone that knows someone that knows someone that needs a package, please contact troops@ooida.com. Thanks.
And I want to piggyback off of that too. We've talked about those contributing, but I want to thank you to the military, anyone that is currently serving or has served. We just want to thank you from OOIDA for your service.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Nikki for the win right there.
Yeah. Can't top that.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, all four of you, for talking with us about this. We'll see, continue to keep this thing moving here. So we appreciate it, and we'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
And our thanks once again to Brad Hennon, Nikki Johnson, Jamie Jones, and Narita Taylor for walking us through the origin story of sorts for Truckers for Troops. There are, as we've been talking about, two big beneficiaries of the campaign. And we thought it might be a good idea, Ashley, if we'd hear from some of the folks who have benefited from both.
Yes.
We're going to talk to some former residents of the Veterans Community Project throughout the week, and including here in just a few moments here. But let's start with the care packages, if we could. We detailed a bit about what the idea is behind them and what's included, but there are a couple people who have received them in the past that we talked to. Both of them were serving overseas, as we know is the way it goes. Starting with Joshua Shoup, who knew a care package was heading his way. He just didn't know when. And the former National Guardsman had been told he'd be receiving a care package from a former coworker named Jay Southward while on his second tour in Afghanistan.
Yeah, Jay was my trainer when I started working at Van Wyck. That's a little outfit out of Sheldon, Iowa. They actually sent me the company sent me a care package too. So that was pretty cool of them.
And inside the moving box size package were some of the normal things you'd expect, things like candy, beef jerky, hygiene products, the list goes on, plus a few things you might not expect, like Nerf guns and darts.
I was not expecting Nerf guns. I don't know if maybe Jay knew about it because we had some, just not like a lot when we got there, and we were messing around. I would post videos of us shooting each other on Facebook and stuff.
A moment of levity in a war zone, one that Shoup said made a difference, and not just for him. He said he knows the care packages that are sent out to troops the world over make a big difference by bringing a little comfort from home.
It makes everything a little more bearable, And then really, if you're not expecting one, then you're like, oh, well, what's happening now,
And then we've got Shane Zeising, now a veteran of the Army National Guard. He was among the very first actually, to receive an OIDA Truckers for Troops care package. He was deployed with the Army National Guard in Iraq at the time, and although Zeising admits to not exactly remembering the particulars of when that care package arrived, he definitely remembers what was inside, from the coffee and the games to the silly string and more. But, and I think what's most important here, what he remembers most is how getting the care package felt.
It's a real good feeling. It kind of it reminds you that there's people back home that think about you and that you're on their minds and stuff like that, and that you're actually over there with a purpose, I guess, doing a meaningful job. It's a thankless job at the time, but there's still meaning to it, and you get when you're over there, you're by yourself. You've got the guys that you've deployed with, and that's your family, and you tend to, I guess, I wouldn't say lose touch with reality, but lack of better terms, you lose touch with reality, and you are over there and you don't think about the little things going on back home, or, the little things that are going on back home, because you're over there to do a job, you're over there for a mission, and like when I was over there, my job was incredibly dangerous, and there were multiple times that I didn't know I was going to make it out alive, and when I would get back and I would see that package there, and it was more than just an envelope. It was an actual care package that was full of envelopes, full of letters and full of material things. That was great. It was great to realize that you are loved back home.
Two stories there that perfectly encapsulate what Truckers for Troops and the care packages are all about. But as we mentioned before, Ashley, there are fewer men and women in active duty war zones right now. So the donations that come in this week are also benefiting the Veterans Community Project, and you've got a little bit of that as well.
Yes, the Veterans Community Project has been a saving grace for many veterans, including Richard Middleton, who I had the pleasure of speaking with last year. He and his adorable dog, Loki, were residents at the Kansas City location, and he said getting that call that they'd been accepted was life-changing.
There's a joy that you basically... You fought hard for what you're doing. Homelessness is not happy, it's not a great feeling. And once they said yes, it was like a weight off my shoulders.
Richard had been living in his car with his dog, Loki. The Veterans Community Project is one of the few shelters that does allow pets.
Well, it was life-changing because basically it's like I would rather sleep on the street with her than to give her up. Plain and simple.
He said VCP offered more than just a roof over his head and Loki's head, but also a place to get back on his feet.
And it's more than just a place. It's these people, all of these men and women here, and including all of the residents, will help you. All you have to do is ask.
So there you have it, Ashley. Again, it always strikes me this is a through line throughout my time here, and I'm sure yours as well. Again, and I've talked about it before, but just the generosity of the trucking community and coming together to do this, especially as we know times right now are not great.
Yeah.
So it really does help, and literally anything helps.
Every little
$1,
bit.
$5, whatever it may look like. Sure. Yeah. We should probably go over again just how to get in contact and donate if you want to.
Yes, there's many ways to do that. One is by joining OOIDA or renewing your membership. Until Sunday, truckers can join or renew for a discounted rate of $35 for 1 year. 10% of dues will go towards Truckers for Troops, and OOIDA matches those funds. Members can also donate directly to the fund by going to the website ooida.com/T4T. That's T, the number 4, T, or by calling 816-229-5791 during business hours and letting the operator know you'd like to donate.
Lots of ways to donate. We've got lots of coverage coming up this week.
We do.
As we mentioned, Chris Admire of the Kansas City VCP location.
Had a really great chat with him.
Great talk with him. Really brought to light a lot of the issues that they are addressing out there.
Yes.
Jennifer Siebold is the executive director of the VCP site in Longmont, Colorado, one of the newer ones.
Yeah.
Great talk there as well. And that is just the beginning here for our Truckers for Troops campaign for this Veterans Day week 2025. For everybody out there, thank you for listening. Thank you for all you do. And we'll catch you next time right here on Trucking with OIDA. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.